You can't say the color black without walking on eggshells.
I say, hold up, cock my glizzy, bang, bang. I say, hold up, cock my glizzy, bang, bang.
You're tuned into Foolery. Make sure to hit the thumbs up button and subscribe. And consider donating with super chats, stickers, memberships, or you can even gift memberships to other chatters. Or use the tips link in the description to write a message for TTS that will be read on stream.
Hit the like button, or you ain't black. And that's a fact. Jack.
Enjoy the show.
Hello? Is that okay? I don't know what was going on there. What's up, fools? Today is 9/28/2025. It is 10:06 p.m. Eastern time. We're just getting started. We've got a number of things to go over today. Let's see. Okay, Google. Turn the left lamp to 30%.
Got it. Setting the left lamp brightness to 30%.
Is the chat not working? Okay, I don't know what's going on. OBS has been horrible lately. It literally, they're coming out with like a new update almost every single day, because every time they do an update, it's got tons of bugs. It sucks. So then they have to come out with another update to fix all of the bugs, and then there's just more bugs every fucking time. This is driving me crazy. All right, where's the... Yeah, I don't know why chat's not working. It's gonna drive me crazy. Oh. Okay, now it should be working. What the fuck? Yeah, there it goes. It was turned off for some reason. Have you tried pouring water on it? Yeah, that's the first thing that I normally do. Deconstruction 101. Oh, brother. It's got 175 views. What do you guys say? Should we watch it? Should we see how to deconstruct, guys? Did you guys see the video the other day where the guy was talking about the fact that Tyler Robinson couldn't possibly be on the left because he hasn't deconstructed enough? And we know that because he said, if you read this, you're gay. So he couldn't possibly have been a liberal. Not enough deconstruction. Damn, why is everything you recommend to me fucking Fox News?
In just moments, police will be giving an update on a mass shooting at a Michigan church where hundreds of worshipers were inside. Authorities say the shooter in that shooting used an assault rifle, killing 2 people and wounding at least 8 others. And you see that dark smoke coming from that church. The police chief saying some point during the rampage, the attacker set fire to the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints in Grand Blanc Township. That's about an hour's drive northeast of Detroit. The chief saying the 40-year-old gunman was killed in a shootout with officers. Again, we are waiting on a news conference to get the very latest. First, I do want to go to CNN's Julia Vargas.
Okay, he was 40 years old. That's good news. That's good news. He's 40 years old. All right.
Jones. Julia, we're keeping our eye on that news conference. In the meantime, bring everybody up to speed on what we may learn at this news conference and if they expect to find
Tom, every piece of evidence you listed to say Tyler Robinson is a lefty can be disputed. It can... Hold on. What do you mean it can be disputed? Like, all types of evidence can be disputed. You're just saying nothing. This is so obnoxious from you people. You guys really are the same as MAGA. I want you to know that. Everybody who's, like, dying for Tyler Robinson to be on the right and playing all of these fucking stupid games to refuse to admit that he is just... All of the evidence seems to show that he's on the left, like... This makes you guys just sound exactly like MAGA. Like, this is what's so frustrating about MAGA. This is what is so frustrating, is they have to, like, weasel their way out of any little sort of culpability that would even apply to their side. But because they're a fucking cult, they can't allow anything apply to their side. Because we're not a cult, we don't fucking care. Yeah, sometimes people on our side do fucked up shit. It's true. But then when everybody does do this, then it makes me think, okay, so these are the fucking cultists on our side. This, yeah, if you wanna hop on, you can feel free. I have the list right here if you wanna go over it. This is the list of everything that makes everything that would lead a rational person to believe that he was on the left. His mom said he became more left-leaning and more pro-LGBTQ. His parents said they've been arguing about politics more often. In text messages, he said, "My dad has become hardcore MAGA." He described Charlie Kirk as hateful. It said, "Hey, fascist, catch" on the bullet. He was dating a trans person. He's bisexual. He killed Charlie Kirk. None of these things make it like 100% that he was on the left. All of these things are just like things that would make you lean in that direction. It would make it more likely. But then when you have that many fucking things, yeah, textbook Groyper, exactly, yes. This just sounds exactly like a Groyper, bro. But yeah, like these are just things that would make you lean in that direction. And when you have this many things that would make us lean in that direction and zero that would make us lean in the other direction, well, I think we can come to a pretty safe conclusion here, at least for the time being. There's like these things can be disputed in court or something, but in the meantime, Tom, you understand that "Hey Fascist Catch" was a video game, yeah, meme, yeah, yes, correct. You don't just throw random fucking video game memes out there. It's a double entendre. Yes, that is how that works, correct. You listed 2 points. He's bi and dated a trans. Can be 1 point. LGBTQ people are on the right now more than ever. No, they cannot be 1 point. Though, even for gay people to date a trans person, that takes like another step of like being open. There's tons of right-wing gay people who hate the fucking trans people and have an entire movement behind removing trans people from their movement and from the LGBTQ and making the LGBTQ a completely separate thing where it's just LGBT or LGB, no T, no fucking Q. It is a very right-wing set of of gay people and bi people who do not want trans people to have anything to do with their group. There's entire like movements called Gays Against Groomers that are right-wing movements that like these are separate points. Being bi and dating a trans person does not show he's left-leaning. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm not fucking arguing with people who have no fucking idea what they're talking about, okay? If you're willing to make an argument like that, you're just not even worth arguing with. I'm sorry. If you think that it's not like more likely that if you find somebody who's gay, that they're just more likely to be on the left, then I'm sorry. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about, okay? You just have no clue what the fuck you're talking about. that isn't indicative of political leanings. Okay, I'm sorry, you're just not engaging with anything I just said, so. Are LGBT people on the right now more than ever? Yes, yeah, you know, black people voted for Republicans more than ever in our lifetime. It was 14%, guys. 14%. It was more than ever, guys. It's a nothingness statement to say more than ever. Okay, that's still 86% the other direction, but all right. Dating a trans person has nothing to do with politics. Really? So you don't know what, like, the culture war is? You've never heard of people fighting about what a woman is? You've never heard people fighting about whether or not trans people are real? You've never heard people fighting about whether or not LGBTQ should have rights, or whether or not they should be treated as normal people, whether they should even be allowed to get married, or whether or not they're groomers, whether or not they're allowed around children, whether or not they're, like, you've never heard any of this in politics? That's crazy. This is a non sequitur. It's not. It's a direct defeater to the stupid thing that you just said. I'm sorry, you guys just are being illogical, okay? You guys are being illogical, and you have no fucking idea what you're talking about. I'm not arguing this with people. If you have no, if you're just not the, if you're gonna play games like this, okay? I'm just gonna leave it at that. You're dumb. Moving on.
More victims because of the fire.
Well, that is one of the key questions here. What we're expecting to hear from authorities is an update on the number of victims. We do know at least 10 were transported to a hospital with gunshot wounds. 2 of those victims, then, Jessica, have died. But the police chief said earlier today that they...
Tom is being unfair. I'm not being unfair. I didn't just list one thing, okay? I didn't just list one thing. So if you want to say, hey, Tom, that one thing does not make him that thing. Yeah, no duh. That's why I didn't list one thing. True. If I just listed hey, he's gay, therefore he's on the left, then sure, I would totally understand. That would make sense to argue against that. That would be ridiculous. I didn't just list one thing. So I don't, if you want to say, hey, Tom, that one thing does not mean for sure that he's on the left. Yeah, no fucking duh. None of this does. None of this means for sure. All we have is that all of the fucking evidence says that he's on the left. All of these are things that make it more likely that he's on the left. All of these are things that would fit more onto the left. But none of these by themselves are things that say that they are definitely on the left. If we ask the guy, do you think he would say which way he leans politically? Yeah, I think that the text message is saying that he was saying that his father had become more pro-MAGA as a problematic statement in the text messages. Would say so, yeah. Explain the blacks who support Nick. See, you're doing it again. You're doing it again. If I say 99% of black people don't support Nick, and you say, well, that doesn't matter, there's some who do, okay? That doesn't mean anything. You're doing the thing that I just described a minute ago. If you guys aren't capable of, like, engaging it logically, again, I don't want to have a conversation with you, okay? So just fuck off. Go somewhere else. I don't need, like, dumb fucks in my community brainwashing everybody with stupid conspiracy theories and shit. This is logical thought processes. This is how this works. You have a bunch of fucking evidence. You add it up. It makes you lean in one direction or the other. There is no evidence to make us lean in the other direction, so. Hello. Oh, I don't have my Mike 2.
Hello? Hey Tom, how you going?
Hello.
Can you hear me?
Hello.
Can you hear me?
Oh wait, I can't hear you for some reason. Hold on.
Hello? Hello?
Oh wait. This says all of my shit switched. Fuck.
Hello?
Alright. Fuck. I don't know why this is. He's just talking
Tom?
to me.
Tom?
Okay. Hello?
Oh, there you go. Can hear you.
Alright, hold on. Hold on. I can't hear you just yet. Okay, there we go. Now
Can you
I
hear me
hear
now?
you. Yes, now I hear you. Okay.
How you doing, man?
Doing well. What's going on?
Nothing. I just wanted to I've just seen all the conspiracies on how Charlie passed away, and it's getting so ridiculous. It's like I can't even believe what I'm seeing.
Did you see
Yeah.
the stuff about the Anna Kasparian, Jillian stuff?
Yeah, you know what it is? It's you know, some people have a certain personality, and then when certain people get in power, all of a sudden, like obviously because people are paying them, all of a sudden their whole personality changes. Like they're not the same person that they were last year.
Like who?
Hello?
You mean like Anna Kasparian?
Like Anna Kasparian, she's like completely changed, and
Yeah.
Gillian, strangely, I mean rightly so, but she got up and left, and they're not acting like they were before, you know.
Yeah, well,
Like you can
Jillian,
tell that their features changed.
I wouldn't say Anna's personality has changed at all, but her beliefs definitely have, because she's still a fucking cunt, but her politics have definitely become, like, to me,
I think I know what happened.
they're just as
You carry
dumb. They're like when she initially started moving, I remember telling my audience where they kept saying, they're like, okay, I'm sorry, 1 second, I need to say something to my audience. Okay, a couple months ago, guys, there was a word that meant like it was evidence of something, but it wasn't direct, like it wasn't this like direct positive correlation, and it was just something that you see and you kind of intuitively attach it to that other thing and make an assumption from that. And you guys kept saying, oh, I don't think that's what it means. I don't think that's what it means. But then over the next like month, we kept hearing other people, a heuristic. Yes, thank you, Mantis. All right, thank you. So yes, that's what I was trying to think of. That all of the things that I listed, they're not like each one of it by itself is not this like pure like piece of evidence that is proof. These are just heuristics that we use. But okay, thank you. Sorry. All right, sorry. Yeah, a couple months ago, there was a while ago where Anna started changing some of her beliefs, and a bunch of people in my audience, because we are more like moderate, a lot of them were like, oh my goodness, Anna's becoming based. Anna's starting to change her positions to ours. She's starting to agree with us. And I was like, guys, do not be fooled by this shit. Like everything that she says, whenever she describes why she changed her beliefs, she's still wrong. Like her thought process is wrong. She's just accidentally coming to the correct positions, but it's not because she's being logical now. It's not because she just learned how to think correctly. She's still wrong. She's just accidentally coming to the right positions. And so I think, yeah, now, especially like years later now, I feel very vindicated in this position because she's still just as dumb as she ever was.
Yeah, I think I noticed when she, you know, it's funny when you're stuck in a group, when you're stuck in like a position, if you're very left or very right or whatever, it's not the opposite team that gets you. It's the team that you're on that attacks you that sort of makes you veer away. I remember she was talking about when she was coming home from I don't know where she was, but she said that a homeless guy was following her,
Mm-hmm.
and rather than her getting the sympathy from the story of the homeless guy, they attacked her for being
Yes.
a bigot towards the homeless guy.
Yep. Yep.
And I
It was
think
stupid.
that was the first time she ever experienced that, like a backlash.
Yep. Yeah, I think.
And
Well, and that was part of that was like, I think the very first thing was that she got attacked, and a bunch of people were making up stuff
Yeah.
about the fact that she was being racist, and she never even said that the person was black. She was, and then she started. The next problem though was was her saying that what was it? It was the birthing person, where like technically I think birthing person is like a dumb term, but she was so fucking stupid in how she described her problems with it, because it, like, she kept saying, I don't ever want to be called a birthing person. I'm offended when people call me a birthing person. It's like, who the fuck ever called you a birthing person? Like, birthing person is a term that's used like in scientific papers, or for like doctors like speaking in front of Congress, or like things like that, where they are able to use a term that's talking about pregnant people, but they don't want to say like women to exclude anybody, so they're just trying to be inclusive. But nobody's going to go to the doctor and they're going to be like, so are you a male or a birthing person? Like, no, that's never going to fucking happen. Nobody's going to call an individual person a birthing person. It's not a replacement for a pronoun. And
the people, I think the people that are making it, I mean, it's hard to question. It's questionable their validity in actually caring about the people that they're talking about, or if they're just sort of virtue signaling. Like, it's hard to tell if they actually care, or do they just act like they care. I think that's what she was referring.
Well, the problem is that her and around that same time, her and Jank had gone on this entire like screech against like trans people in sports, trans women going into women's bathrooms, and like all of these all of these trans issues, or issues that included trans people whatsoever. Now, out of nowhere, these were like huge deals for them and stuff that they were talking about on a daily basis. And that was just one of the things that came up. And so it seemed like it was a very like directed attack at trans people out of nowhere.
I was originally against it, because I thought it was like a massive subject, and then I looked at the numbers, and it's like 3 incidents or something in like 5 years, and I thought, why are we spending this much time on TV, CNN, MSNBC, Piers Morgan, hours and hours and hours and hours of this stuff, when it's such a small, tiny problem amongst what actually is happening. And I couldn't believe how much hours they've spent on this subject. It's absolutely incredible.
It was just virtue signaling.
I just wanted to say, so I was just looking at Charlie's stuff. Did you see the text messages? So he was definitely a left wing guy. He was radicalized in about a year, because he started going on Discord. He had I think a trans boyfriend or roommate or something that he was going out with, and apparently the grandmother was saying that he was constantly having fights with his father about politics, and he hated fascism to like the point where he absolutely hated Charlie Kirk, loathed him, and I think apparently those Discord communities can get quite toxic.
Where did you get this from?
It's from the Utah government. There was text messages that came out. So as he shot Charlie, he threw the gun. He had all the text messages came out, and it was very, very sus, because the text messages were laid out in such a way.
Wait, are you talking about the ones that you're talking about the ones that like the FBI put out? That,
oh my god, they were so bad.
Yeah, but I'm saying I don't think those were like evidence that like he hated Charlie for being a fascist and like any of those things. Like I think that we have to piece those things together, but that's not what the text messages said at any point. They didn't say he hated Charlie
No,
for.
the text message didn't mention fashion stuff. It's sort of like I picked up the gun and then I took it off with my screwdriver and then I jumped down and that's why I put that. It's almost like any holes that were in the story were filled from those text messages.
Oh wait, I haven't seen that one.
It was almost like the finishing piece of the puzzle with all those text messages because he laid it out in such a way.
Wait, I haven't seen
no
that.
gap in the crappy story. That
Where was that? I haven't seen that.
If you look up text messages between Tyler and partner.
Wait, I read those. That wasn't
looks like
there.
A 50-year-old cop wrote it.
They weren't. He didn't say anything about taking the gun apart in those text messages. I did a whole video on this.
It was basically he said like, "Oh hi, look, it was me. I did it. I'm sorry."
Yeah, but you just said that he said that he took the gun apart, and I don't think he took the gun apart, and two, he didn't say that he took the gun apart in there. So I'm saying that like you keep mentioning things, saying these are in the text messages that he hated him for being a fascist. That wasn't in the text messages. You said he filled all the holes by saying I took it with a screwdriver and took the gun apart. Yeah, I agree that the text messages are suspicious. I agree with that. But I also know that I've met a bunch of like Mormon people and they are kind of autistic by nature, just because they don't get a whole lot of experience outside of like their family growing up at very young ages, and their like Mormonism is very cult-like, and so to me it just seems kind of expected that he would be super like different from other.
Did you say Mormon?
Yes.
Was his family Mormon or was he Mormon?
Yeah, his family was Mormon.
Because did you hear what happened I think early this morning in Michigan, where a church got blown up?
Yeah. Well, we're just getting ready to play that, so I don't want to get into that just yet.
Oh, so yeah, that was a Mormon church. So I don't know if maybe that's related or.
Yeah, I don't think so. But yeah, the Mormons are.
Call up and just sort of say he was. It definitely looked like he'd been radicalized, and for a 22-year-old to have such a strong gun, and and I looked.
Well, yeah, it was his grandfather's gun.
The way the bullet blows up a head, like it blew up the whole head. Like Charlie's had just nicked his neck. Did you look into that?
I'm sorry, say that again.
So the kind of rifle that he used, when people were using it at the same distance, when they shot the dummy, it blew up the entire neck and head. Like apparently it can go through 5 different people, and it would even kill the 5th person. But when he shot Charlie, it was just the neck. Yeah,
well, I mean, that's gonna depend on whether or not like they hit his tailbone, right? If they hit his actual bones inside. Plus, it may not. So also, he shot it from pretty far away. It was like I think almost 200 yards away. 2, it was a very old rifle. It was his grandfather's rifle, so it was very, very old. And then 3, did they use the same caliber bullets?
I'm not sure. I think that there's a couple of military guys that use the same gun, same bullets, but it really impacted the target. Like I mean, Charlie's neck should have been a lot more expanded. I mean, I don't know too much about
Well, so the problem is that when the bullet hit his neck, he shouldn't have like died like he did. Like, I don't know if you saw the video, but he was dead instantly. Like the second that fucking bullet touched his neck, he was dead. His eyes, like you can see, like his eyes, he's gone. And so it seems as though it went into his spinal cord, and that he was like it had to have hit his fucking spinal cord. The way that it went in, like it just had to have hit his spinal cord, especially the fact that it didn't come out and the fact that he was dead immediately. It just had to have hit his spinal cord, and that killed him.
Yeah. Yeah, it was fucked, eh? And the guy that jumped over the table, he sort of gave something to someone, and then the guy ran off. It's just really strange. It's such a strange story.
So you weren't the person who was in chat saying that he wasn't on the left, right?
What's that?
You're not the person who was in chat saying that he wasn't on the left, right?
No.
Okay. Well, somebody in chat was saying that he wasn't on the left, and I was telling them to jump in the VC, and so I just assumed that that was you, but I guess not. Okay.
No, the one I was funny is I was looking at something that said Snake Eyes is a movie made in 1998.
I saw the
And
Snake
the
Eyes
time of
thing.
death and the characters were all the same. That's pretty strange.
And the person's name was Tyler, who took the rap for it, and
Tyler the Terminator, yeah. That's how fucking weird is that?
yeah, there's a lot of weird. I haven't actually looked into it to see if any of that's true, but I've seen the people talking about the similarities. So,
Yeah. I gotta go, man. Thanks for the chat.
yep, appreciate it. Later. Okay, so I thought that was the person. So was the person who was saying that he wasn't on the left? Are they coming on? Did they want to get into this? Because yeah, I'm not saying that any one of these things by themselves prove that he's on the left. Again, I'm going to say this for the last fucking time. Not one of these things prove that he's on the left. Each one of these are just things that are heuristics that make it more likely that he would be on the left by itself. But all of the evidence that we have makes it more likely that he's on the left. Each and every single piece of evidence that we have, each one is something that is a heuristic for somebody who's on the left. And that's it. That's all that we have is just a bunch of heuristics that say this is somebody who's more likely to be on the left. Zeking, oh, did you hear about the Jezebel website showing the Etsy spell to kill Kirk? No. No, I didn't see that. But, yeah, I guess I didn't save the thing that he was just talking about, but I watched it earlier. I thought I saved it.
Expect many more victims as they go through that scene. We see that smoke. We see how difficult that scene looks. Now, one of the key questions here is how that fire was set. They said there was an explosive device found potentially at the scene that was being investigated. Was that the cause of the fire? We hope to learn soon. We'll also learn about these other victims. As of now, we do know that some of the people that were transported to hospital had very serious injuries.
Your first 2 points can be parents passing off blame, being gay. Again, oh my goodness. I said at the beginning, these can be, but you have to have evidence to make that claim. You're just saying it could be this thing. Yeah, it could be that it's literally all made up, that Charlie Kirk is still alive, that it was all just CEI, that nobody was actually there, CGI, that nobody was actually there, and like it's all just a scam or a prank. Like it could be these things. We don't have any evidence to make those claims, but sure, if you're just going to bring up a bunch of random shit to say it could be this thing, okay, cool. Do you have evidence of that? We're talking about evidence right now. I'm telling you all of your points are faulty. I'm telling you they're not. Based on evidence, you're bringing up things that aren't evidence. You don't have evidence for the other things that it could be. You have to have evidence for this to be faulty. You can't just say it could be this other thing for no reason. You can't say that. Like that's just that is again illogical. I'm asking you to be logical for a moment, just for a second. I'm begging, please, for the love of fucking God, just be logical, just for a moment. There's reasons that these things could be something else, but we're not just gonna randomly assume that there's something else without evidence for that. I'm just disputing your claim. You're not disputing my claim. Zuko, I can't tell if you're fucking trolling me or not. You are not disputing my claim. You have to have evidence. Yes, you are pulling an Andrew Wilson. Correct. Yes, you are. You are trying to make claims without any evidence and just jumping to any and every argument that you think could possibly pull you out of a fucking hole. But there's just no evidence. So
some of those were children, Jessica. We also learned that some of them have been transported to some of different hospitals in the area. The way that this attack happened, as
Okay,
you
Julia, I'm going to
explained,
interrupt you. I'm sorry. We're going to listen in on this press conference.
We got with me on stage U.S. Attorney Jerome Gorgon, Acting Special Agent in charge of the FBI Ruben Gleeman, Special Agent in charge of the ATF James Deere, Grambling Township Supervisor Scott Bennett, Grambling Township Fire Chief.
Zuko, I said it's not definitive like 20 times. You weren't arguing with me. You just kept throwing random shit at the wall to see what would stick. I said it wasn't definitive. I said that all of the evidence that we have, I said this is not proof of anything, but all of the evidence that we have leans in one direction. That's it. That's all we have. Just all of the evidence that we have leans in one direction. Hearsay won't be allowed in court. So, okay, so you're saying his mom would not be allowed to testify to these things in court, to like arguments that she had with him and the way that she perceives it. You're saying that would not be allowed in court, right, Allie? Correct. That is not true. That is not true. His mom is allowed to fucking testify to her interactions with him in court as to what his motives were and how he felt about Charlie Kirk and the way that she perceives it. That is allowed in court. That I don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
Chief Gent, Genesee County Sheriff's Department Sheriff Chris Swenson, and MSP Michigan State Police Captain Greg Marinko. I'm going to provide an update from the incident that we spoke about earlier today that occurred at the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints at 10:25 a.m. I'm going to talk about our officer's response. That call came out at 10:25 a.m. and 32 seconds. We had officers on scene at 10:25 and 57 seconds. The suspect, again, we're in the preliminary stages right now, was neutralized at 10:30.
His political stance likely not going to come up in court. Well, again, it does if it's part of the motive. Like, it's whether or not he's it likely would come up in court. It likely would be part of like building a motive and talking about like if he thinks that he's hateful, that he like when the text messages say like some bigotry can't be argued or something like that. Allie keeps calling it hearsay. It's not hearsay. It's called witness testimony. Witness testimony is not hearsay. Hearsay is where you hear something from a third party that is not related about the first party. That is hearsay. His mom did not say, somebody else told me that he was left-leaning. Somebody else told me that he argues with them about politics. Somebody else told me that he had become more pro-LGBTQ. No, she says, he told me this. That is witness testimony, not hearsay. Hearsay is totally different. It's not related. And the witness testimony as to somebody, what somebody says, what they think, like getting to a motive, that is all... motive is not necessarily to prove a crime. Not all crimes. It is for murder. Not all crimes do you have to prove a motive, but no crime? What do you mean no crime? Allie, what the fuck? What the fuck are you talking about, Ollie? You watch like too much fucking stupid true crime nut jobs who have absolutely no idea what they're talking about. Okay. Murder 1 refers to first-degree murder, a legal charge for the most severe form of homicide, typically involving premeditation, deliberation, and intent to kill. Wait, so you're telling me that I have to prove that it's the premeditation part, the deliberation, and the intent, but intent has nothing to do with it, though, guys. It has nothing to do with it. It's not related. It's just totally totally irrelevant. It's not part of it. A person commits the offense of murder when he unlawfully and with malice, aforethought, either express or implied, causes the death of another human being. Express malice is that deliberate intention. What? Why, Allie, they forgot to consult you and your fucking true crime YouTubers before writing the laws about this. What the fuck? Premeditation and intent. That's what these are about. It's about the fucking motive for why you would do something like this. There's if it's not this, okay, then if there wasn't a motive, there wasn't premeditation, it's not intentional, then they wouldn't be making it murder one. Murder one is no longer relevant here, okay? It's no longer murder one. It now becomes something else. Like it can be sometimes murder 3. Sometimes it can become what do you call it? I'm blanking on the other term. Motive is what motivates the intention. Correct. It's like part of like it's part of like it being premeditated and like why you would do it and all of these things. Yes, manslaughter. Yes. So if you don't have intent, if you don't have any of these things, now it becomes manslaughter and it can be something totally different. But in order for it to be like murder one, yes, like you generally have to have the intent for this. And in order to like convince people that there is an intent at all, the motive is the reason for why there would be an intent. The fact that like they want to do this thing. He has to degrade me instead of using his arguments. So cool. No, I was doing both. I was using my arguments right here on the screen and degrading. I can chew gum and walk at the same time.
3344 in the parking lot of that church. That suspect is a 40-year-old male from the city of Burton, who we identified as Thomas Jacob Sanford. That's Thomas Jacob Sanford, S-A-N-F-O-R-D. Currently where we're at, an update, I gave you 10 victims who were victims of gunshot. Since then, we have 2 victims who are now deceased. One additional one had died at a local hospital. And again, that suspect is deceased as well. 7 other victims at this time are in stable condition.
Tom, I'm going to destroy you. If you're not in the VC and you keep talking about this, you're not in the VC in like 30 seconds and you talk about this shit some more, I'm going to destroy your chat logs.
1 is in critical condition. Now, for the reunification, I had a question earlier about, hey, where can people call to see if their loved one is okay at the reunification center? I want to provide a number for you for that. It's 248-705-7352. Also, I know that our community is hurting right now, and we want to provide some resources for our community moving forward. At the Genesis Athletic Club in Grand Blanc for Monday and Tuesday from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m., we will have services for the community. From Wednesday to Friday, those services will be available to our community at the Grand Blanc Senior Center. That's all I have for now. I will give you another update, another press conference at 8 p.m. Thank you.
Okay, that is the latest from Grand Blanc Township in Michigan, in which law enforcement did identify the shooter as a 40-year-old named.
Is Tom going to acknowledge defeat? Defeat on what? Wait, defeat on what? The motive being required for murder? Poll the audience? No, fuck the audience. The audience is wrong. If you think that... If you think that it's not, like, I just explained it. Oh, fuck. No, a specific motive is not required to convict a defendant of first-degree murder. What the prosecution must prove is mental state of criminal intent and premeditation, which are distinct from motive. Okay, that to me is the same as motive, but whatever. Intent to kill is the same. I don't know what motive versus intent. Intent refers to the conscious decision or willingness to commit an unlawful act for first-degree murder. This means the defendant had the intent to kill or malice aforethought. This is required legal element. I don't think this is. Hold on.
Tom lost like Charlie Kirk. Also, you can't have someone testify on the operation of someone's else mind, i.e. political leaning. P.S. You look like the Kroger brand Mr. Clean.
Yes, an unlawful killing or murder is necessary for a first-degree murder conviction, but the first-degree murder is a specific type of murder that includes additional elements beyond basic unlawful killings, such as premeditation. Oh, wait. I just typed this wrong. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I guess this is different from the way that I'm using it. When I just went to the website and I said, yes, it says intent and it says like the premeditation, that is motive. If you're still arguing beyond that, saying, oh, Tom, you're wrong, even though you just told me what you mean by motive, but this apparently uses something else by motive, then okay, fine. But yeah, I was very clear on what I meant by motive when I went to the fucking website and said that like motive. I'm talking about the fact that like their intent and their premeditation. So fair enough.
Thomas Sanford. They confirmed, as Julia was telling us, that 2 people are dead. Others are in various states at the hospital where they are receiving treatment. Again, going back to the question, though, that we still have right now, which is, as you see in some of this video, there was a massive fire that also happened at that church. And we're trying to figure out how many victims, if there were victims because of the fire as well. Again, they did not take any questions at that press conference. So it is... we just don't know at this moment. I think we want to go back to Julia right now. Is she standing by? Julia?
All right, this doesn't seem to have anything. Attack at Mormon church in Michigan leaves at least 4 dead, 8 injured. Damn. Okay, so this just said 2 dead. I thought this said 2 dead and 8 injured a minute ago. 2 killed, 8 wounded. And now this says 4 dead, 8 injured. Fuck. When was this put out? 5 hours ago. This is 2 hours ago. At least 4 people were killed and 8 were injured after a gunman attacked a Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints service in Michigan on Sunday morning, police said. The shooter was killed by police. Authorities say the 40-year-old suspect, Thomas Jacob Stanford, rammed his vehicle through the front doors of the church in Grand Blanc Township, about 60 miles northwest of Detroit, before exiting and opening fire with what they described as an assault rifle on the hundreds of worshipers inside. Investigators believe the suspect also deliberately set fire to the church, which appeared to engulf in flames in photos and videos shared on social media. All indications of this investigation are the suspect. All indications on this investigation.
Tom, did you see there was also a shooting in North Carolina? P.S. I like your magic erasers.
No. Fuck. Okay. Alright. All indications on this investigation are the suspect used an accelerant of some sort, we believe gasoline, and lit the church on fire. James Deere of the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives Detroit office said during a Sunday evening press conference. Deere said authorities also found suspected explosive devices. Authorities said during an evening briefing that 2 additional bodies were recovered at the church, adding to an earlier death toll of 2. It is not known if the 2 latest victims were shot and killed or died in the fire. There are more victims unaccounted for in the burned out church, according to Grand Blanc Township Police Chief William Rennie. Earlier, Rennie praised the 2 officers who quickly responded. Yeah, I gotta. What the fuck?
Renai. Renai.
Renai.
Renai. Renai.
Renai. That's not the same spelling. They added an E. Okay, I'm just going to go with Rennie. Rennie praised the 2 officers who quickly responded to the emergency calls in less than a minute and neutralized the suspect in the church's parking lot. We do not believe that there's a threat to the public, he said. We believe that we have the guy who did this. One of the hospitalized victims was in critical condition and 7 are in stable condition, he said on Sunday afternoon. Michigan Governor Gretchen Whitmer said in a post on X that her heart is breaking for the Grand Blanc community. Violence anywhere, especially in a place of worship, is unacceptable, she added. President Trump said in a post on Truth Social that he had been briefed on the horrendous attack and vowed the full support of the FBI. Trump added that it appears to be yet another targeted attack on Christians in the United States of America. In an early afternoon press conference, Rennie did not provide any information about a motive for the attack, but said investigators would search the suspect's residence and cell phone records. Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints spokesperson Doug Anderson called the attack a tragic act of violence in a statement posted on the church's website. Places of worship are meant to be sanctuaries of peacemaking, prayer, and connection, Anderson added. We pray for peace and healing for all involved. Shooter kills at least 4, wounds 8 at Michigan church. From Reuters. Shooter drove vehicle into church, fired assault rifle, police said. Suspect died in gunfire exchange with, wait, this is the same thing? Attack followed 2 other mass shootings in North Carolina and Texas. Okay. Tom, you really should tune into these peaceful protests right now. Bro, the dumb motherfuckers all over Twitter are calling the people who were yelling mean things at the guy on the fucking campus the other day a riot. They're calling that a fucking riot. So what you guys think is a peaceful protest, I do not take into consideration in the least. Oh, well, that's not peaceful. It's a bunch of black people yelling. That's not peaceful at all. Oh man, this entire city's burnt down. It's all gone. The whole city's burnt down, guys. This is ridiculous. How could anybody agree with something so horrific? Okay. Fucking it. I don't know how conservatives turned into the soyest motherfuckers of all time. They're literally, I showed you guys a bunch of videos of the people all over Twitter freaking out about the kid who got kicked off the campus. And they are actually calling it a riot now. All of these dumb fucks on Twitter, all the conservatives are running around calling it a riot now. Just because it was a bunch of black people yelling at him. Why is this taking so long? Yeah, here's Lauren Chen. This is the video right here. I've showed it to you guys a couple of times now. Is just a kid. He went to the campus. He didn't get permission to be on campus and film there or set up a table or anything like that. He didn't get permission for any of this stuff. He just showed up, and then because and started like a really big like ruckus there, where he went to an all-black campus, and his 2 things were like, I forget what it was. It was like, DEI is racist to white people or something like that, or and then I forget what the other one was, but it was 2 things that were very specifically like targeted towards black people. And I think I have like the yeah, here it is. DEI should be illegal. Deport all illegals now. Let's talk. And so I posted under it and said, I'm a racist. Let's talk. It's got 660 likes on it. But these people are freaking out, dude. And a lot of them are saying, like, Donald Trump is allowing millions of dollars to go to these campuses, and they kick off people with MAGA hats on. So you guys think that just because you're wearing a MAGA hat, that you get to go to campuses unannounced, without asking for permission first, without scheduling an appointment, without anything? You just get to show up. And a bunch of them kept saying, like, you know, like, this says, like, I think his post said, like, I got kicked off campus just for trying to, yeah, here it is. Was escorted off campus just for following Charlie Kirk's footsteps, wanting to have conversation. I said, You have to be MAGA to lie this much. He was escorted off for not setting an appointment ahead of time. If he was just following Charlie's footsteps, he wouldn't purposefully be breaking rules by showing up unannounced. Charlie didn't do that. LOL. Why lie about something so simple? Never trust these people. And so yeah, so like he's not trying to follow in Charlie's footsteps. Charlie set up his fucking Charlie set up appointments ahead of time. Charlie was not just showing up unannounced, breaking rules. So they deported his fucking ass, okay? He was illegally there, and they deported his fucking ass. That's what it is, all right? So now you got dumbass Russian plants like Lauren Chen saying students don't have a right to riot. The school should expel every one of these animals, and cops should arrest any they can. There's no fucking riot here. There's no riot. It's just a bunch of people being mean to him. That's it. This is the riot. He's sweating, bro. He's sweating. Look how fucking scared this bitch looks. It's a riot, dude. Did they hurt it? No, they didn't do anything. But that's like when I said to people, I was like, you're so fucking soy so calling this a fucking riot. They're like, there's a bunch of people like, oh, so you're saying they have a right to assault him? I'm like, what do you mean assault him? Real quick, just want to clear this up because I knew what they were going to say. So I said, what do you mean by assault him? They're like, they verbally assaulted him. Like, yeah, okay, that's what I thought. Yes, they have the right to verbally assault him. Yeah. It's called free speech, bitches. I know that under Donald Trump you may have forgotten, but we do have the First Amendment here, so yes, you can do that.
Can't even hear you.
Very safe, very black, and very tired of this.
Oh man, the riots, dude. Oh, the riots. It's so hard. He's there for the clicks. Well, he probably showed up unannounced, without scheduling an appointment, without getting a permit, without anything. He probably did this on purpose so that he could get kicked off, because MAGA is all about being a victim, right? All of them blow up every time that they have some sort of victim status that they get to blow up about and freak out about, piss their pants over. That is their entire personality now. That's the whole cult, is just let's find some way to victimize ourselves. And so isn't that trespassing? Yes. That's why he's getting fucking deported.
Hey, what's up, man? Like, oh, press the hell. You feel me? Like, it's a crazy day out here. It's TSU.
Damn, dude, the riots. This is what I'm talking about. Yeah, you guys have no business talking about what is or isn't a peaceful protest. You guys call fucking January 6th a peaceful protest and then call this a fucking riot. All right, you guys are done talking about what is or isn't a peaceful protest. And this is Lauren Chen. I just posted this the other day as well. This is a video I came across of hers.
Pregnant libs just guzzling Tylenol out of spite because Trump and RFK have cautioned against it. And I don't even know where to start with.
While I can agree it's really weird for pregnant women to take Tylenol just to own the cons, I also don't think that you guys are the ones who can make that criticism when y'all didn't take vaccines just to own the libs.
Pregnant libs.
So yeah, the more Russian propaganda getting guzzled up by the fucking conservatives. Ay, ay, ay. Come on, show the conversation that led to the angry, emotional people. Don't be a propagandist. First off, that's not what she posted. She didn't post a conversation that led to it. She posted this. And unless you're telling me that the conversation was a riot, I don't give a fuck. Unless we're talking about whether or not this is a riot. So if you're telling me just show them being mean again, I don't give a fuck. You're the propagandist. If you're just trying to get me to show them being mean, I don't give a fuck if they were mean. They can be mean. They can yell mean things at the little baby. I don't give a fuck unless you're telling me it's a riot. All right? If a riot happened, then sure. LOL, you said they didn't do anything, Tom? What do you... I said they didn't riot. What do you mean anything? I watched the conversation. There were a bunch of people crowded around him, yelling things at him. One guy was saying some really stupid shit. He was saying... There was one black dude who was yelling at him going... Black people invented everything. All white people ever did was steal it. Black people invented science. Black people invented math. Black people invented language. Black people, and he like goes down the list. He's like, we invented everything and all white people ever did was steal our shit. And I was like, okay, you're a fucking idiot, dude. But yeah, it's just a bunch of people yelling at him. Can we steal and damage other people's things now, Tom? No, there were a couple of people who stole his signs. Yeah, it's fucked up. Is that a riot? Are you going to call that a riot now? Jimmy Beam? Are you just going to keep obfuscating and trying to find some way to paint them as big meanies? I agree, they're big meanies. I'm not doing propaganda for them. They're big meanies, okay? That's not news over here. People being big meanies is not news over here, okay? If you guys actually cared about people being big meanies, you would make a much bigger deal about Donald Trump, but... We don't vote for those people for our president, okay? None of those people we're not going to be voting for any of them for president, okay? So just rest assured, we'll be all right. We're not going to go find the people who are committing crimes like that and vote for them as president, okay? So we'll, such a child. You're still sitting down there while I've told you to jump in VC like 3 times now. And you're sitting down there whining and crying about shit that has nothing to do with a riot. Trying to obfuscate as hard as you can because you know that this is fucking bullshit. And you can't even admit that this is bullshit and that this isn't a riot because you're too bitch made. You're not capable of being a man and just fucking... You do not tell me to jump in VC. Wait. Was that somebody else? I'm sorry. Maybe I told somebody else. Oh, it was Zuko. That's my bad. That's my bad. It was Zuko. That's my fault. My bad. Well, if you want to jump in VC over this as well, I'm happy to get into this too. Because, yeah, this is... the fact that we're talking about right now, Katmere came in saying, go look at what they're calling peaceful protests. So I showed what they showed. It looks like peaceful protests. And then I went to this and said, you guys don't get to talk about what is or isn't peaceful protests anymore. You're calling this a riot. That's what we showed, is her calling this a riot. We showed the clip that she showed, which she thinks is a fucking riot. And then you're telling me to go to show something else that you also don't think is a riot. That has nothing to do with what we're talking about. We're talking about the fact that conservatives call things riots and say things aren't peaceful protests that have nothing to do. Or now you want me to go to something that has nothing to do with the topic that we're talking about, saying that I'm doing propaganda for them. Yeah, again, we don't care that they're big meanies. Like, I promise, we won't vote for them for president. Not that big of a deal. Tom, don't confuse me with Jimmy Bean ever again. Well, stop making fucking stupid arguments, and I won't. I'll make you a deal. I'll make you a deal.
You don't have a TikTok invasion we could bum, do you? No.
Oh, man. Yeah. So unpeaceful, dude. I can't look at it anymore. Grand Blanc, Michigan, September 28th, Reuters. A man who crashed his vehicle through the front doors of a Michigan church opened fire with an assault rifle and set the church ablaze. I don't remember this. Was this in the other articles? Did they talk about him coming in and shooting and crashing his car in there? From what I read, from what I remember reading on the last one, they just mentioned that he set the place on fire. Killing at least 4 people and wounding at least 8 others before dying in a shootout with police, officials said. Police said the perpetrator, identified as Thomas Jacob Sanford, 40, a former U.S. Marine from the nearby town of Burton, deliberately set fire to the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, which was engulfed in flames and billowing smoke. It did say both? Okay. 2 of the shooting victims died. Excuse me. 2 of the shooting victims died and 8 others were hospitalized, officials said. Several hours after the shooting, police reported finding at least 2 more bodies in the charred remains of the church, which had not yet been cleared and may contain other victims. There are some that are unaccounted for, Grand Blanc Township Police Chief William Rennie told a press conference. An official with the U.S. Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives said investigators believe the shooter used an accelerant, probably gasoline, to fuel the fire, and that some explosives were recovered. The FBI said it was leading the investigation of what it considered an act of targeted violence. Hundreds of people were in the church when Sanford drove into the buildings, Rennie said. 2 law enforcement officers rushed to the scene within 30 seconds of receiving the emergency calls and engaged the suspect in an exchange of gunfire, shooting him dead in the parking lot about 8 minutes after the incident began, Rennie said. Investigators will search the shooter's home and phone in search of a motive, Rennie said. U.S. military records showed Sanford was a U.S. Marine from 2004 to 2008 and an Iraq War veteran. Coincidentally, another 40-year-old Marine veteran who served in Iraq is a suspect in a North Carolina shooting that killed 3 people and wounded 5 others less than 14 hours before the Michigan incident. Police in Southport, North Carolina accused Nigel Max Edge of firing on a waterfront bar from a boat on Saturday night. Edge has been charged with 3 counts of first-degree murder and 5 counts of attempted murder, police said. I'm enjoying watching the left say having an American flag and being a veteran is only a right-wing thing. Wait, who said that? My community doesn't think that. We have tons of people who are part of organizations called Veterans Against Trump. In my community, I've interviewed them at protests. They're in my Discord. Nobody in my community is going to think that being a veteran makes you more like... Well, I mean, it's probably true that I think at this point, there's more people in the military who are part of MAGA right now. I think that part is true. I said the shooter was a Trump supporter. But not because he's a veteran, right? Oh, yes, your chat absolutely said that earlier. Who in my chat said that? According to court records, the federal lawsuit that Edge had filed against the U.S. government and others describes him as a decorated Marine who suffered severe wounds, including traumatic brain injury in Iraq. The lawsuit, which was dismissed, showed Edge was previously known as Sean Williams de Beauvois, before changing his name. No, Mantis, you literally said had 2 American flags in his truck and was a veteran. No, but also he's a veteran who loves hunting, seems conservative coded. Yes, the flying of American flags out of the back of the pickup truck is also conservative coded. But hold on, is he a conservative? Like, do we know that he actually supported Trump, or are you jumping to those things based on the heuristics that you're using? His family online said so. Oh, okay. If you can send that to me, that would be... They said he was MAGA. Okay, yeah. Yeah, if you could send that to me, that would be beneficial. As far as I know, it's just speculation. Okay. Well, it's your chat. Go ahead and chat. I want to hear you guys now say, we don't care if his family says it. That's hearsay. Let's hear it, chat. Let's hear it, guys. We don't care if his family says he's MAGA. In Michigan, one witness told WXYZ television she heard a big bang and the doors blew. I lost friends in there and some of my family, some of my little primary children that I teach on Sundays were hurt. It's very devastating for me, said the woman who gave her name as Paula. Every church has a Paula. Every church has a Paula. Everybody here who's gone to church, they all know a Paula. We all know there's a Paula who is very friendly, very outspoken. Sounds like she probably smoked a lot when she was younger, but probably doesn't today. It was an LDS church. He could have been a right-winger angry at the child marriage thing. Who knows? We have nothing. Yeah, they said that they don't have a motive just yet, so they're looking for one. Or actually, sorry. I'm losing which one we're talking about. Okay, this is the Michigan one, okay. President Donald Trump, in a statement on Truth Social, said that the shooting appears to be yet another targeted attack on Christians in the United States of America, and that this epidemic of violence in our country must end immediately. The Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, informally known as the Mormon Church, follows the teachings of Jesus and also the prophecies of Joseph Smith, a 19th century American. Grand Blanc, a town of 7,700 people, is about 60 miles northwest of Detroit. The Michigan rampage marked the 324th mass shooting in the U.S. in 2025, according to the Gun Violence Archive. 325th mass shooting. I wonder what they consider a mass shooting. Because normally mass shootings most places don't categorize mass shooting. Most studies will not categorize a mass shooting. Because the problem with mass shooting is we normally use it as a term for a type of it's a specific concept that is about like innocent people getting shot in random places, but the problem is that it normally, if you just say like, oh, 3 or more people dying, blah blah blah, in a shooting, it will, you'll end up counting like a lot of gang violence. That's just not what we're talking about when we say a mass shooting. We're not talking about like 3 or 4 gangsters shot it out in a fucking parking lot on each side and like 8 people died. Like, we're not talking about that. And so it becomes like the FBI. Are you sure the FBI? The FBI does not have a formal definition for mass shooting for data collection purposes, but it does define mass murder and active shooter. These related terms are often cited when people reference the FBI's view on mass violence events. Due to the lack of a single, universally accepted definition, various organizations define and track mass shooting. All right, well, let's see what they say for mass murder. Historically, the FBI has defined mass murder as a multiple homicide incident where 4 or more victims are murdered during a single event. This definition has evolved to align with federal statute passed in 2013. The FBI's initial definition considered the killing of at least 4 people in an incident. Okay, so it does mass murder, not mass shooting. But yeah, this is why it's like this is why it's problematic, is because, yeah, if we find out that like somebody killed 4 gangsters, you know, in the hood, like, that's not what we think of when we think of mass shooting, because those are normally black people that are dying, and we only care about a mass shooting if it's white people that are dying. So it doesn't really, I'm no longer interested if that's the case. It was also the 3rd U.S. mass shooting in less than 24 hours, including the North Carolina incident, a shooting a few hours later at a casino in Eagle Pass, Texas, that killed at least 2 people and injured several others. Okay. Wow, are Mexicans okay, or do they not matter either? Yeah, it's just white people. Just white people. Like it could be a mass shooting if there was like 1 or 2 black people that died, but 4 white people, then although I did hear that some organizations, for every black or Mexican person that died, it discounts 1 white person. So yeah, if you have 4 white people but 2 non-white people, now it's just 2 people because it cancels it out. All right. North Carolina. Yeah, okay, he is wearing a Trump 2020 shirt. Looks like Trump is rolling a blunt and sniffing it. Going. Wait, this can't be him. He's a strong Republican. We met him at the No Kings rally in Flint. He's a strong Republican. We met him at the No Kings rally in Flint. This is a Facebook post, so I'm not going to pull this up on screen, but yeah, it's, somebody said, this can't be him. He's a strong Republican. We met him at the No Kings rally in Flint. He was on our Republican side. He was an Army vet. He had a lot of guns in his truck that day. He spoke about his time in the military. He didn't act crazy at all. Just a big MAGA man. He drives down my street all the time. His friends can't believe it either. He was killed, so now they can't ask him what happened. Yeah, it doesn't look like any of this has anything to do with like why he shot them, so I don't know. I don't know that this matters all that much. The man accused of ramming his car into the Mormon church before setting it on fire and shooting at congregants has been identified as a Trump-loving Iraq veteran. Thomas Jacob Stanford, who commonly went by Jake, was shot dead in the parking lot of the Church of Jesus Christ Latter-day Saints in Grand Blanc, Michigan on Sunday. The 40-year-old father of one killed at least 4 people and injured 8 others during his horrifying rampage. Damn, dude. He had fucking kids. I wonder if he had like I keep wanting to call it CRT, but that's not what it's called. But it's, I wonder if he had it's just not helpful to do this. Helpful to what? CTE, yeah. Yeah, I wonder if he had CTE or like PTSD or something like that. That's sad, dude. He had fucking kids. Like, that's a really rare thing. Is like somebody who actually has like a family and kids to go off and do this. It seems like the only time that happens is if they have like CTE or PTSD or something like that. That makes it. Authorities have since revealed that they are still searching the charred wreckage of the church for bodies and admitted there are an unknown number of churchgoers who remain unaccounted for. According to CNN, that number could be as high as 7. Pictures taken from social media accounts of Stanford's wife and loved ones reveal that they were a conservative Christian family who were dealing with the stress of their son's devastating congenital, hyperinsulinism diagnosis. Fuck. In one image, Stanford poses alongside his wife and son wearing a pro-Trump shirt with the message, "Make liberals cry again." Fuck, dude. Do you know how hard this woman's life is going to be? This motherfucker really fucked them up, dude. Like, she's probably gonna have to like pick up her entire life and move somewhere else and change her name and fuck, dude. The shirt, which sells for $15.95 on eBay, has a cartoon style of Trump with his fist in the air and reads, "Re-elect Trump 2020." Stanford's loved ones, including his wife and both of his parents, also frequently shared pro-Trump messaging on their social media pages. That is so sad, dude. In one image, Sanford poses alongside his wife and son, wearing pro-Trump shirt with the message, "Make liberals cry again." The alleged shooter's silver truck, decked out with American flags, is seen rammed into the church after he opened fire with an assault rifle on hundreds of congregants, including children. The 40-year-old father of one killed at least 4 people and injured 8 others during his horrifying rampage. On Sunday, just hours before Sanford's name was released to the public, his mother had shared a lengthy post about Trump and hoping he would bring in tighter rules for Congress members. "Life isn't a free ride, no matter what job you have," she wrote. She also frequently posted about conservative activist Charlie Kirk's death, indicating that she believed there was more to the shooting. Shortly after his death, she penned a moving tribute stating, "I, like many others, have been feeling a deep pain in the aftermath of Charlie Kirk's assassination. When things like this happen, it only emboldens the sons and daughters of God to move quicker, jump higher, and speak our light into the darkest places of the world and into the hearts of young hijacked minds. The movement of fierce and loving Christians is only emboldened because of the intent and murder of one of our own." Separately, she called for James Comey to roll in hell after Trump revealed he had been indicted. Sanford's wife also shared her political beliefs in 2021, writing, "Bring back Trump, who voted for his son." The charred wreckage of the building is still being searched. Damn, dude. Oh, for some reason in the other one, it looked like he was holding like a half rolled up joint in his hand. Imagine feeling so connected to Kirk's death and going on and on about it, only to then realize that they really feels like when you actually do experience loss that really was connected to you. Yeah, this is insanely sad. The family were all Christians who frequently addressed their faith in God. Police have not yet revealed suspected motive for the heinous attack on the churchgoers. Pictures of the pickup Sanford used to ram the church revealed he had 2 American flags attached. Sanford served in the military from June 2024 to June 2008, according to the Marine Corps. He worked as an automotive mechanic and vehicle recovery operator, and from August 2007 to March 2008, he was deployed to Iraq as part of the Operation Iraqi Freedom. During his service, he achieved the rank of sergeant and was awarded the Marine Corps Good Conduct Medal, the Sea Service Deployment Ribbon of Iraq Campaign Medal, the Global War on Terrorism Service Medal, and the National Defense Service Medal. Sanford allegedly used an accelerant of some sort, believed to be gasoline, before he lit the church on fire. Authorities confirmed they had located explosive devices, but would not confirm whether they were used to start the blaze. Reuben Coleman, the acting special agent in charge of the FBI in Detroit field, said the agency is now leading the investigation and consider it an act of targeted violence. Police and first responders remain at the scene throughout the night on Sunday, searching for churchgoers who may have been trapped inside. The shooter's truck had 2 American flags attached to the back. They haven't, I don't think, again, you guys can tell me if I miss this, but they haven't mentioned people missing, have they? Have any of them said anything about people missing? Yes, they have. How many did they say were missing? That's all they said, is just not everyone is accounted for. It's what you read earlier. I know that I hide this really well, but I guess it's like a good time to tell you guys. I have ADHD. And sometimes I read things, but I don't know that I'm reading it, or it doesn't like compute while I'm reading it. It's like insanely common. Probably half the stuff, even when I read on stream, after I read it, lots of times you guys will hear me read a whole paragraph and then stop afterwards. No, I'm serious. I really do. Yep. Yep. I do. And so, yeah, sometimes I'll read a whole paragraph and then stop afterwards and just sit silently, because I'm rereading the whole thing, because none of it computed the whole time I was reading. I'll read it out loud and like have no problem saying all the words, but then I like, oh fuck, I didn't comprehend any of that. The shooter's truck, police and law enforcement teams were pictured at Sanford's home on Sunday after the shooting.
Smarter coding starts here. Code with confidence. Successful.
Sheriff Swanson, working in conjunction with the federal, state, local authorities. I was asked by Grand Lake Township, where this scene is active, to put this message out to the community that there is the more active threat. The shooter is down. We do have multiple victims. The entire church is on fire, and we're working with fire and all those things that happen during an active shooter training. This is a dynamic scene. So the time where we are right now, there's going to be more updates. Just know that there's a lot of things that are happening that we are not able to communicate. The people that were here have been evacuated. We do have victims. We're working on that. More updates to come. This scene is no longer a threat.
Shortly before.
Police cited extraordinary acts of heroism within the church, revealing congregants risked their lives to shield children from the onslaught. They were shielding the children who are also present within the church, moving them to safety, Grand Blanc Township Police Chief William Renier said. Renier said the suspect rammed his vehicle through the front door of the building before opening fire with an assault rifle. As of Sunday afternoon, 3 improvised devices were discovered, 2 senior U.S. law enforcement officials said, per NBC News. I will confirm that there were some suspected explosive devices that were located, one official said, but as far as using them to initiate the blaze, we can't say that. Police received a call about the shooting at 10:25 a.m. and arrived on the scene just 32 seconds after. The shooter was shot dead by police 8 minutes later at 10:33 a.m. in the parking lot of the church. Trump took to Truth Social to condemn the epidemic of violence in the U.S. hours after the shooting. I have been briefed on the horrendous shooting that took place at the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints in Grand Blanc, Michigan. The FBI was immediately on scene and will be leading the federal investigation and providing full support to state and local officials, Trump wrote. The suspect is dead, but there is still a lot to learn. This appears to be yet another targeted attack on Christians in the United States of America. The Trump administration will keep the public posted as we always do. In the meantime, pray for the victims and their families. This epidemic of violence in our country must end immediately. Okay. Highly premeditated attack at North Carolina waterfront bar leaves 3 dead and 5 wounded. Nigel Max Edge, 40, was charged with 3 counts of first-degree murder and 5 counts of attempted murder on Sunday morning. Southport, North Carolina, a lone gunman. Excuse me. Oh, also, I'm out of my like normal ADHD medication, so I'm taking another one that I have left over from like an older prescription that I didn't take all of. But that prescription, the reason I have some left over from it is because it sucked. It was horrible. There's like every time you go get ADHD medication for Adderall, they give you amphetamine, right? And it's normally going to be some generic off-brand like group that gives it to you. And every single one has different colors, and they all look different. Different colors, different pills, different bottles, and everything. And before when I first started taking it, they were giving me like 33 milligram shit. I've lowered that all the way down to I think 10 milligrams now, and that's what I normally take. But my older ones have higher milligrams, and some of them just didn't work. And there's one that came in a blue capsule that just didn't work. It just didn't fucking work. What name? It doesn't say the name. It just says amphetamine on it. But it's but yeah, it's just really shitty, and it gave me really bad come downs as well. So where's my, oh, there it is. So yeah, I took that one today, and normally, yeah, like every time I would take it, I would be like asleep for almost like 16 hours as soon as I went to bed. It was ridiculous. Andrew started out great, but started defaulting to some really horrible, really horrible arguments. On what? Oh, just in general. You're saying like his career started off pretty good, but then over time, as long as I've known Andrew, he's always like gone straight to presuppositionalism. I can pull up debates with him from 5 years ago where I was arguing with him, and every time just straight to like presuppositionalism. Andrew Wilson, the self-professed fascist. He's not a self-professed fascist. He does not call himself a fascist. He does not believe that he is a fascist. He is one, but just to be clear, he is not a self-professed fascist. Just so you know. BPF, yes. His name was BPF. It was an ironic name, kind of like Soyaddle or Soy Pill or like those sorts of things. Like they're not actually like, I'm soy, or like, you know, Tom Foolery shows, I'm a fool. Like it's not actually that it's an ironic name because people called him a fascist. So he
TLDR on shootings, please.
somebody shot some people. We just went over the first one. The first one was in Michigan. It was at a St. Latter-day church, and they, as of right now, the last we saw, the death count is at 4 with 8 wounded in the hospital, but he also burnt the church down. So he rammed his truck into the building, got out, started shooting people, set it on fire. Cops showed up and killed him. And so now the church burnt like down pretty bad. And so they're still searching through the rubble trying to find more people. Now we're on we've read a little bit about the second shooting, but we're really kind of getting into it right now. So this is the second one in North Carolina.
On Saturday, December 27th, 2025 at approximately 9:30, members of the Southport Police Department were dispatched to cause of shots fired with multiple injuries at the American Fish Company at 150 Yacht Basin Drive here in Southport. Reports came in rapidly of a boat sitting in the waterway, reports of a subject shooting multiple patrons of the establishment. Unfortunately, 3 were wounded fatally. We have 5 injured that are at area hospitals.
Yeah, it's 8.
The boat fled the ICW toward the Oak Island Bridge. Shortly after 10 p.m., the Coast Guard observed a single individual matching the description of the shooter loading their boat at a public boat ramp in the area of Northeast 55th Street on Oak Island. Coast Guard crews detained the suspect, who was held at the Oak Island Police Department before being turned over to several members there, including the Southport Police Department, Brunswick County Sheriff's Office, Marine Fisheries, and the Oak Island Police Department. Also the SBI that were assisting us in these various locations. Suspect is a now Max Edge. He's been arrested and charged with 3 counts of first-degree murder, 5 counts of attempted first-degree murder, and 5 counts of assault with a deadly weapon with intent to kill, inflicting serious injury. There are additional charges pending. This is still a very active investigation, but there's a couple of things that I want to point out to you today before I turn it over to some of these individuals behind me. Some facts that we have at this time is that we believe that this was a targeted location. We appear that he acted in what we call a lone wolf. He acted alone. This is highly premeditated from what we're seeing at this time, and we feel there are no other threats to our community, that we do have someone in custody. So that's what's important, that I want the community to know, that we do have someone in custody, and we feel like we have no other threats at this time.
Yeah, both are about 40 years old, and both, I believe, were veterans. Southport, North Carolina, a lone gunman killed 3 people and injured 5 others at a packed North Carolina waterfront bar late Saturday in what police described as a highly premeditated attack. Nigel Max Edge, 40, was detained by the Coast Guard and charged with 3 counts of first-degree murder, 5 counts of attempted murder, and 5 counts of assault with a deadly weapon on Sunday morning. Court records do not list an attorney for Edge, and jail records show he remains in custody without bond. Southport Police Chief Todd Coring said that officers were dispatched to the American Fish Company around 9:30 p.m. on Saturday night. According to reports, the shots came from a boat in the waterway outside of the bar. He acted alone, Coring told reporters Sunday morning. This is highly premeditated from what we're seeing at this time, and we feel there are no other threats to our community. The 3 people killed were not publicly identified. Dosher Memorial Hospital confirmed in a statement that its staff treated 2 patients for gunshot wounds. Both were stabilized and released to go home. District Attorney John David described one of the victims as clinging to life. Edge allegedly fled the scene on his boat and headed towards the neighboring community of Oak Island, officials said. Edge is a resident of Oak Island, where local police said they were aware of him. A U.S. Coast Guard crew detained Edge and turned him over to the Oak Island police after spotting him allegedly loading a boat at a public ramp in town.
This morning, 3 people are dead and several others injured after a person on a boat opened fire on a crowd at a riverfront bar in North Carolina. Officials there say they have a person matching the description of the shooter in custody, and there is no further threat to the public.
Todd Weaver, a local resident, told NBC News that he was near the entrance of the American Fish Company when he began hearing what he first thought were fireworks. But when the popping sounds grew faster and people started running or dropping down, Weaver realized what was happening. He called 911 and then walked to the end of the bar where he saw a boat going real slow with his lights off. Weaver said he stayed on the phone with 911 until the boat was out of sight. And then I turned around and saw people just laying everywhere that were shot, Weaver said. One of Weaver's friends was grazed in the thigh, but was released from the hospital after getting stitches, he said. Weaver said he saw one person shot in the head and another person who appeared to be shot in the stomach. He's shaken after the shooting, left wondering why this would happen to their community. Quote, and then to see the carnage, you never get that out of your head, Weaver said. With somebody shot in the head and sitting there trying to console his wife with her husband dead right beside her. End quote. Law enforcement officials from the Oak Island Police, Southport Police, the Sheriff's Office, and the State Bureau of Investigation searched Edge's boat, vehicle, and residence. Officials did not prove many details, but said an assault rifle was found during the search. Sorry, did not provide many details, my bad. Court records show that Edge changed his name in 2023 from Sean Williams Debevois. Coring told reporters that Edge is a self-described combat veteran who was injured in the line of duty and suffers from post-traumatic stress disorder. There you go. There's the PTSD. Edge served in the Marines from September 2003 through June 2009, according to military records. He attained the rank of sergeant and was deployed to Iraq. Records from the Marines show he received numerous awards, including a Purple Heart, Marine Corps Good Conduct Medal, Combat Action Ribbon for Iraq, and an Iraq Campaign Medal with 2 Bronze Stars. Edge's ex-wife, Rachel Crowell, told NBC News that she has not spoken to her ex-husband in about a decade. Court records show the divorce was finalized in 2009. Crowell said he has been crying out for help for a long time regarding his behavior and mental health, referring to Edge by his prior name. Crowell added that what Sean did was very wrong. I'm sad for these families. I'm sad nobody helped him, and this could have maybe been prevented, Crowell said. Oak Island Police Chief Charlie Morris said that Edge was known to his officers as Edge, frequently hung out on our pier. He also filed several lawsuits against the town of Oak Island within the last couple of years, Morris said. The district attorney described the victims as vacationers visiting the waterfront bar where live music was playing. The Yacht Basin is in the southeastern corner of the state where the intercoastal waterway, Cape Fear River, and Atlantic Ocean converge, according to a state tourism organization, Visit North Carolina. The basin is lined with restaurants, it says. David, the DA, noted that the area once served as the backdrop to the 2013 film Safe Haven, an adaptation of the popular Nicholas Sparks novel. And that name is symbolic of the way in which the people in our community view this area, David says. Damn. Did it say he had kids? If you guys weren't here for the first one, the guy who shot them was married and had a kid. The kid had just been diagnosed recently with, what was it, a penicillin issue? But yeah, they were definitely having some issues. No fucking way this video is still uploading. No fucking way. Okay, it's not still uploading. YouTube is so annoying sometimes. It'll tell you that a video is like stuck at like 8%. Like, what? How? It's been uploading for hours now. Normally it takes like 10 minutes. What the fuck? But yeah, then you go to your video so you can look at it and see, oh, okay, it's not still uploading. All right. Well, it's a penicillin issue. That's right. Okay. Then we have a Texas shooting. Let me grab my glasses. They were sitting right next to me. Two dead, several injured in mass shooting at Texas casino. This is from Newsweek.
Homeland Security. The gunman who fatally shot an ICE detainee and wounded two others at a Dallas facility on September 24th has been identified as 29-year-old Joshua John. Homeland Security Secretary Christine Noem said that John turned the gun on himself and that no law enforcement officers were injured. FBI officials also revealed that ammunition used by John had been engraved with anti-ICE messages, further escalating the debate of threats against Border Patrol agents. John's former friends...
Oh, this is the ICE shooting. Okay, yeah, we already know about this one.
...said that he was not overtly political, as speculation of the attack being politically motivated has increased. John attended Collin College in Texas at various times between spring 2013 and 2018. And friends suggested that he had become increasingly socially isolated after he dropped out of college and lost many of his friends. Speaking at an event in North Carolina, Vice President J.D. Vance also hinted that the shooter had been a left-wing extremist.
Yeah, I still have that one listed as a left-wing shooting. Like, even though they say that like he didn't seem to be super politically involved, the anti-ICE messaging is still enough for me to right now keep it on the left side. Yeah, if we get more updates in the future, I'll take that one off. But as of right now, we have 2, 4, 5, 6 deaths. from the left and 4 from the right, with a total of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 incidents. From the left and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 from the right. Oh, wait. Oh, yeah, I have Tyler Robinson on here. Okay. LOL, it's so funny how the leftists turn into conspiracy theorists when their left side loses power. Well, again, thankfully it's not our leaders who are doing this, okay? So it's not our leaders, it's not our like big name left-wing content creators, it's not our politicians, but it is that is more of an issue on the right, is where their leaders will do these things. But it's still infuriating for me to watch people on the left who do this stuff. I'm like, as much as I would like to kind of focus on the right and just like call them out for the shit that they're doing, I can't in good conscience keep calling people out on the right for doing things that I'm watching people on the left do and just not ever call them out for it. So like, well, I've said numerous times over the last couple of weeks, like I feel wrong even like calling out people on the left right now or talking about people on the left. But yeah, the more I don't call them out, the more I'm like, yeah, fuck, this is just getting to be like a little bit too hypocritical at this point. There's just so many people who are being so fucking stupid all over like TikTok and crap like that. Like you guys remember the Trey Reed story that we went over last week, right? There was a kid named Trey Reed who I think that was actually the last time we saw Common Good here. But the Common Good came in and said, like, Tom, are you going to talk about the why don't you focus on the leaders? Well, I mean, I do, as far as like what like if people are saying like, oh, the left is doing this, like, yeah, every time I'm going to be like, not the fucking leaders. The leaders on the right are doing that, but the leaders on the left aren't. But as far as like what's happening on TikTok and how just conspiratorial these people are and how much misinformation gets spread over there and how much they just push so much bullshit. And even I've talked about the fact that a lot of these people get disproven and then they just leave the videos up and don't ever recognize it, don't ever take anything back. And it's frustrating because like it's always been an issue with the right running around talking about the fact that the mainstream media isn't going to talk about this, so we'll tell you about it. And half the time it's shit that the mainstream media has talked about and they're just pretending that they don't, because the right is willing to grift, pretending as though they are a real alternative to mainstream media when they're not. They're just not. They're just bullshit artists. But I increasingly more and more see exactly that from the left on TikTok, where they like start, there's a specific couple of people who start all of their videos off going, well, the mainstream media is not going to talk about this, so I guess I have to. And then they immediately get into fucking conspiracy theorism and shit like that, acting like they're on par with mainstream media. It's infuriating. It's fucking infuriating. It's I can't stand these motherfuckers. So, but yes, it has come out that the Trey Reed kid, who we watched a video of a guy who said that 2 black men were found hanging from trees and the cops are refusing to investigate these cases and just told everybody that they were suicides. They just told everyone it's suicides and that they're going to refuse to investigate it. That's not what they said. They said, from all of the evidence that we have right now, there's no evidence of any malfeasance. It looks like a suicide, but we will continue to investigate and update you guys when we have more information. First off, not two black men, one black man, one black man who was at a like nice university and hung himself at the university within the campus grounds. The other one is a homeless man who was just hanging out on the streets. The one at the university was a black man. The homeless man was a white man. These are totally disconnected. Like, there's no way that you can, like, they were both done in North Carolina, I think, was the state. So, like, that's as much as people are able to connect them. But that's not a real connection. But what we know is, outside of the fact that like they look like lynchings, but there's just no evidence that they were lynching. So, but yeah, all of these people all over TikTok are pushing this message, and the Trey Reed story now apparently the cops have said that Mississippi, maybe it was Mississippi, but the cops said that they have video footage of Trey Reed now hanging himself. Now, that video footage has not been made publicly available, so we don't have that video footage. But let me see if I can find the guy who I'm talking about, who always dogs on the mainstream media unnecessarily. Bro, all of these videos are actually showing him hanging there. What the fuck? I don't want to click on any of these. Shit. Yeah, this guy.
We have some major news about Trey Reed, the 20...
Aaron Parnas. Wait. Aaron Parnas. I've heard this name on TikTok a bunch. Is Aaron Parnas part of... He's not part of Unfuck America, right?
21-year-old man found hanging from a tree in Mississippi. According to the Mississippi Free Press, the family of Reed is now demanding an independent autopsy. They're even reporting that the police told them Reed was found dead in his dorm room, not found dead hanging from a tree on campus at Delta State. Vanessa Jones
at the dorms
is the attorney for Trey Reed's family. She told a press conference, and according to the Mississippi Free Press...
No, he's not? Okay. Maybe he was part of like the first group or something like that, but I know I've heard Aaron Parnas named numerous times around that, but I don't know.
The family does not know exactly what happened to Reed on the 15th. That at approximately at 9:15 a.m., the Grenada County Sheriff's Department informed the family that Reed had been found dead in his dorm room in his bed. They then learned from the media, essentially, that he was found
in his bed? What the fuck? Is that true? I feel, again, I can't trust anything this motherfucker says.
Actually hanging from a tree, and the media seemed to know about his death before the family. They are demanding an independent investigation. This is a story that needs to be front and center right now. Keep spreading the word, keep sharing, and follow along for more. I'll have more updates very soon.
So yeah, this guy, every time I watch him, he's just like talking shit about the media, and the media's not going to talk about this, so I guess I have to, and the media is not going to share this with you, so we're going to do it for them, and shit like that. Like, it's always...
We have breaking news right now. Russia's ambassador to France is warning that if NATO shoots down a Russian plane, that would be tantamount to war. We are entering a very unique time when it comes to Eastern Europe, Russia, and Ukraine. The United States and many NATO countries have now suggested that if Russian jets go into NATO airspace, then NATO should shoot them down. Not every NATO...
He's with Midas Touch. Aaron Parnas is part of Midas Touch? Are you sure? Aaron Parnas is an American lawyer, political strategist, and digital journalist. Parnas has gained prominence as a political content creator on TikTok, where he delivers summaries. It doesn't say anything about him being with Midas Touch. Yes, Adam Mockler is part of Midas Touch, but I would be very disappointed in in Midas Touch if they actually had this guy on their team. Substack, Venmo, Instagram, YouTube, Social, Cameo, Twitter, TikTok. Yeah, no, he is not with Midas Touch. Okay. Whew. Yeah, I was going to be very disappointed in Midas Touch if he had anything to do with them. This guy is a fucking menace. What up, Austin? Yeah, this doesn't look like this is gonna play.
We have some
There we go.
major news right now that no one is talking about. The Trump administration
That no one is talking about this every fucking time.
improperly and likely illegally released personal information of New Jersey Democratic gubernatorial candidate Mikey Sherrill, who's a veteran, to her Republican opponent, weaponizing her veteran history and her records. This is stunning news.
So it's just collaboration with Midas Touch. Okay, I could see that.
According to CBS News, the National Archives under the Trump administration improperly released an unredacted version of Mikey Sherrill's veteran file. They released it to an ally of Jack Citarelli, who's her Republican opponent in the New Jersey gubernatorial race, which is happening in less than 2 months. This file contains her social security numbers, home addresses, mailing address, and more, along with her insurance record as well. The Republican campaign, then distributed these records for political gain. And now Hakeem Jeffries, the Democratic leader in the House, is calling for a criminal investigation. This needs to be spread everywhere. Spread the word so more people know. Subscribe to my Substack at the link in my bio to support my work. Follow along for all the news you need to know about. We have some major news right now that no one is talking about. The Trump administration improperly and likely illegally released personal information of...
Yeah, like if nobody's talking about this, where the fuck is he getting it from? Trump admin illegally release information. Democratic candidate Mickey Sherrill recently accused the Trump administration of illegally releasing her unredacted military records to an ally of her gubernatorial opponent, Jack Citarelli. The National Archives and Records Administration, NARA, confirmed that the release was an error by a technician, but is reviewing its procedures and has launched an investigation. What was released? The National Personnel Records, NPRC, a branch of NARA, released the sensitive information following a standard Freedom of Information Act request from Citarelli ally Nicholas De Gregorio. What was disclosed? The documents included unredacted sensitive details such as Sherrill's social security number, family addresses, life insurance information, and performance evaluations. Shit. Allegations of potential motivation. Sherrill and House Democrats have publicly labeled the disclosure as a weaponization of the federal government for political purposes, given the high-stakes nature of the New Jersey gubernatorial race. NARA acknowledged the breach was due to an error in its standard operating procedure and stated it's reviewing policies to prevent future incidents. It also offered Sherrill credit monitoring services. And He posted this on 9/25. Let's see. There's 9/25. There's CNN. 9/25. There's Congress. 9/25. Democracy Docket. 9/25 Democrats. 9/25 CBS News. 9/26 Fox 5. 9/25 The Hill. Like, not this is so on the same day all of the fucking mainstream media sources happen to release the same fucking shit, but nobody's talking about this. No, the media won't even give it to you. All right. Yeah, there's Politico. Whatever.
We have some big news right now. Defense Department officials are now referring to Pete Hegseth's emergency meeting with generals around the world as, quote, General Squid Games. Yes, I'm serious. That's a direct quote from an official that spoke to CNN today. We still don't know exactly why Pete Hegseth decided to announce that all the generals, or almost all generals and admirals, senior U.S. military leadership, will be coming to Quantico, Virginia next week for an important meeting, literally telling the world that the United States military apparatus will be in one location at one time. But CNN is now reporting that there could be a number of reasons, from mass firings of these officials to a coordinated physical training exercise with all of the other generals and admirals. Yes, I'm serious. To potentially...
Okay. All right, did we get any non-peaceful protests yet?
Better isn't a world, Andrew. Better is a word. There's better and betterer and bestestest. You fucking twit. Everybody knows that.
Everybody knows that.
See, that guy fixed it, but I fixed it better. 8. I'm going to go to sleep a little early tonight. I'm going to wrap the stream here.
Damn. That was horrible. Hooey. Hooey. The shooter in today's church attack in Michigan is a 40-year-old Iraqi war veteran who most likely was himself Christian. He is white, not black, Hispanic, Muslim, or transgender. His motives for the attack have yet to be revealed. And there's the quartering saying he had a Stop Trump sign in his yard. Obviously, PTSD, mental illness, is the waiting candidate here, but it's another Democrat killer. What a fucking idiot. MAGA will say this, then disown their own family members of being LGBT or atheist. Yeah, so this is a thing that I've talked about a bunch, is that like people on the right always push this narrative that the left will tell you to disown your family members if they're on the right or if they support MAGA, and that in my experience this has been the exact opposite, that it is like conservatives who are more likely to disown you or to like throw a fit over your politics, and that they're like your fuck. I hate this so much. On my side I'm frozen. You guys can't see it, but oh wait. Am I frozen? Okay, yes, I'm frozen. But yeah, that they like they characterize people on the left as baby murderers, as groomers, as pedophiles, as like all of these horrific things. And then you're telling me that, like, oh no, they're cool being friends with groomers and pedophiles and baby murderers. They don't mind. You can disagree and be friends with pedophiles and baby murderers. That's normal. Give me a fucking break, dude. Give me a fucking break. No, the left characterizes themselves as baby murderers. I don't think they do. I'm pretty sure they characterize themselves as pro-choice. Tom Foolery show, dude, what is going on? Although on the bright side, I guess your microphone problems are gone. Okay, so I have a while ago, a bunch of people here were telling me that if I just went and got a video card, a graphics card, if I went and got a graphics card with multi-ports on it, that I would be able to use an HDMI for both as a splitter. That's not true. That's not true at all. So I was talking about the fact that my graphics card on my computer only has one HDMI port, and people kept saying, just go get one with a splitter. Just go get one with a splitter. I got one. All it fucking does is push the same image to multiple ports. That's all it does. It didn't help at all. I spent a lot of fucking money on this thing, and it didn't do anything. So, and I haven't spent a long time like looking it up and like asking like ChatGPT and all these things, and they said like, yes, just get another multi-port splitter it'll let you do multiple images on multiple screens. That's not at all true. And so so I have the thing plugged up into a splitter. Ever since the most recent update from Windows, that's when all of a sudden a lot of these problems started happening. It wasn't until the update. I've had this plugged up into a splitter for a long time. It's been on the splitter for a long time. It's only once the DisplayPort to HDMI converter. It's a graphics card splitter. And so yes, the update is what has fucked me. So I can probably unplug it from the splitter and plug it into my computer or into my monitor straight, and the problem will probably go away. The issue is that my monitors, for some reason, when it reads this monitor over here, it does not read it correctly. And it doesn't put everything in 1080p. It puts it in 720 for some reason. And that makes everything much smaller and like a different ratio to the computer size. But when I'm using two monitors, I need them to both be in 1080. I need it to, like, if I go from here to there and everything's drastically different, it's a problem. So I need them to both be the same size. The splitter actually fixes that. It actually makes it to where it does read them both correctly, and now they're both in 1080. So yeah, I can't unplug it and put it straight into the monitor because it'll fuck it up. So I just have to deal with this until Windows finally fixes their shit, because I have every single day restarted my computer if there's any sort of update or anything. Every time I've gone and done the update. So the output from your video card, is that going directly to monitors, or is it going into an audio video receiver? It's HDMI. So it's going from the computer to the splitter and then into my main monitor. And that's what gets it in 1080p. It is a 1080p HP monitor. It is. But every time it automatically reads it at 720 every time, and it won't let me change it to 1080p. So
What's Barbie in Japanese? Barbie. What about Ken? Ken. What was sword in Japanese? Ken. What was fist? Ken.
I keep seeing these. People so often talk about how dumb English is. And every time I see stuff about like these other, especially Asian languages and shit like that, it's often I often see that they have like 30 fucking words that are the same exact word. If they have 30 fucking words the same that sound the exact same, I keep seeing these over and over.
Prefixture.
And you can literally use a whole sentence just using one word 20 fucking times.
Ken. Hopping. Ken ken. How do you say a ticket to hopping rates? Ken 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 ken. Tell Ken the healthy and dangerous fist and sword fight is an experience, so Kagawa Prefecture's ticket to hopping rights needs to be bought. Ken ken ko ken 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 ga keiken ya ken. Ken 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 ko ken ki ken 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 ga keiken ya ken. Kagawa ken 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 kau ken. What's Barbie in Japanese? Barbie. What about Ken? Ken. What was sword in Japanese? Ken. What was fist? Ken. Prefixture.
What the hell is this, Uru?
Yale psychiatrist Dr. Amanda Calhoun suggested to Joy Reid that some people should sit this one out. Take a look.
There is a push, I think just a societal norm that if somebody is your family, that they're entitled to your time. And I think the answer is absolutely not. So if you are going through a situation where you have family members, where you have close friends who you know have voted in ways that are against you, like what you said, against your livelihood, and it's completely fine to not be around those people and to tell them why, to say, I have a problem with the way that you voted because it went against my very livelihood and I'm not going to be around you this holiday. I need to take some space for me.
So,
Yeah.
what do you think?
I think everybody needs to do what's right for them. I think you need to look into yourself, and if going to a family gathering or with friends where it's going to stress you out, then don't go. I'll tell you, Al has 5 children.
Your husband.
My husband has 5 children. Most of them or their spouses voted for Trump. The problem is those 5 children have 13 grandchildren he refuses not to see and not to be part of their lives. And so for our family, he has told them, I will not let politics split up our family. Al and I voted for Kamala, others didn't. He is going to see his grandchildren come hell or high water. That's the choice that works for him.
I'm all for healthy boundaries, but I kind of think mashed potatoes are the great equalizer. Like, you don't want to spend Thanksgiving by yourself because you can't set politics aside. All are related to people like that. So whatever your reason is, I would never let my politics be the reason I don't show up to see my...
And I think it's more of a moral issue for other people. We're just, I would say it was different when, let's say, Bush got elected. You may not have agreed with his policies, but you didn't feel like...
So they showed one person who was on a show in an interview saying that they think that people should separate from their family members if it's causing them distress. And then they show pretty much everybody on The View on the panel afterwards saying that they don't agree with this, but...
Like he was a deeply flawed person, deeply flawed by character, deeply flawed in morality.
But
you got to admit, they're very different figures. I mean, you along with Millie and along with John Kelly warned us about how deeply flawed he was as a candidate. And so I think when people feel that someone voted not only against their families, but against them and against people that they loved, I think it's okay to take a beat.
I appreciate the voters, but I will say, somebody who tells me that my child is wrong because of how he or she feels, that tells me that they shouldn't be allowed to be who they are with my permission, I have to question it. I don't want to put my kid in that position. Exactly. I don't want to put my...
Yeah, see, none of them are telling people to cut their family members off. All of them, even the other one who said, she said, like, yeah, if that's something that you want to do, or like, yeah, none of them said. The only person who said anything close to that was the person on the panel, and who wrote the book on it, and she seemed to like preface that by saying, yes, if this is causing you like distress or something. I know, I'm not showing, I just described what was happening to you guys. I'm aware. I'm not going to sit here and describe everything that's happening in the fucking video if I thought you guys could see it. It's copyrighted. It's The View. I'm not going to pull it up on my screen. I thought that if I started describing everything that was on the screen to you guys would put 2 and 2 together, but I guess I should say it outright. Okay.
The writer accuses Charlie of saying, and I quote, "Black women do not have brain processing power to be taken seriously." But if you go and watch the very clip she links to, you realize he never said anything like that.
If we would have said that,
so true.
Joy Reid and Michelle.
Oh no, dude. They keep doing this. They keep doing this. He never said anything like that. Who's not? They took that out of context. He never said anything like that. Roll the fucking tape. Every fucking time.
Obama and Sheila Jackson Lee and Ketanji Brown Jackson were affirmative action picks, we would have been called the racist. But now they're coming out and they're saying it for us. They're coming out and they're saying, I'm only here because of affirmative action. Yeah, we know. You do not have the brain processing power to otherwise be taken really seriously. You had to go steal a white person's slot to go be taken somewhat seriously.
You did not hear that. That's not what he said. You didn't see that. That wasn't him. That was somebody else. Are you kidding me? These people are trying to change reality. Sometimes I wonder if we're the crazy ones, but we're actually not. We're the ones thinking logically. It's just that it's so obvious what they're doing. Death grifting. They are death grifters.
The writer accuses Charlie of saying,
death grifters. I mean, I've talked about this a bunch before. Like, I've always gotten annoyed when Democrats would immediately after like a school shooting or something, immediately turn around and make it about like gun legislation and tell everybody that didn't vote for more gun legislation, like this is on your head and the blood is on your hands and blah blah blah. But I don't think it's a problem to like turn around and say like, hey, this is a good time to talk about gun legislation. That's fine. I don't like the blame game that people get into where they start like, ooh hoo hoo. This has become just like a prominent right-wing thing at this point. It's just the blame game. Somebody dies. Now we get to point at the left and say, oh, this is you. This is on you. This is on your head. The blood is on your hands. Like, this is the thing that I heard 1,000 times from both Trump shootings, and one of them even turned out to be a fucking right-winger. And still, both times, this is on you, because you guys called him a fucking Nazi. It's like, you guys, we don't even know why he shot at him yet. You guys are already playing this fucking blame game. It's so weird. It's, yeah, I see it less from the left now. And to be clear, the main person that I think of, every time I think of somebody who would say, like, this is on your hands, conservatives. The blood is on your hands because there was a school shooting today and you guys voted against legislation. The person that I think of who did that is Piers Morgan. That's who I think of. I don't know. I've talked about this story a bunch of times. And I don't know if I've ever actually played the video. Okay. So this is the meeting. This is the video of them talking about it, okay?
That's Ben Shapiro, editor-at-large at Breitbart.com and the author of Bullies. Do you believe that if you had an assault weapon ban, statistics prove that you could dry up the...
Yeah, Ben Shapiro used to work for Breitbart, and he left Breitbart over... I think it was Donald Trump, if I remember correctly. I could be wrong, but I believe it was Donald Trump, like, touched a woman's ass or something like that and, like, grabbed her arm and, like, pulled her over and grabbed her ass. And she called Trump out for it afterwards. And Breitbart, the organization, and I think the owner's name was Breitbart, I think they came out against her and were like, nah, she's lying, like... not that big of a deal. Who cares anyways? And Ben was like, what? Fuck that shit, dude. If he's doing this, like, you guys have to have the back of your own fucking reporters. If you're not going to defend her, then I'm out of here. Like, I'm gone. And so just now where they introduced him as the Breitbart's chief editor-in-chief, that he left shortly after this because of Trump, if I remember.
Apply these guns and make them less accessible to criminals?
I don't know whether you could make them less accessible to criminals. Let's assume that's the case, that you could make them less accessible to criminals. Again, my question remains for you, Piers, and I'm still waiting for an answer from the left on this. They say they're pro-Second Amendment. Why don't you want to ban handguns? If you really want to solve the quote-unquote gun violence problem in America, go after all the guns. Why just stop yourself at assault rifles?
Because I believe and respect an American's right under the Second Amendment of the Constitution that you kindly brought in to defend themselves with a handgun or a pistol. What I don't understand...
But most of the murders are committed with those weapons.
What I don't... Well, as we just established, because I talked you through them, the last 4 mass shootings in America...
Adam Lanza had 2 pistols on him. He didn't just have an assault rifle. If he hadn't had the assault rifle...
He didn't use them, as you...
This is something that these people do focus on as well. As a lot of Democrats, they will focus on mass shootings for gun deaths instead of gun deaths, right? And it is true. Like pistols and... easily small handheld guns are going to be by far the majority of murders, especially when we're talking about like gang violence and crap like that. They're not running around with AR-15s shooting at each other. They're not running around with AK-47s or, you know, anything like that. Like they're normally using handguns, and but most mass shootings do use like the most popular weapon of choice for mass shootings is generally going to be an AR-15, and so they target the AR-15 because that's the thing that gets the most like the most I'm blanking on the word I'm trying to use, like PR, I guess, the most publicity. That's the one that gets the most publicity when. Like, yeah, you're not really targeting deaths at that point. But then when you say, okay, well then why don't you target handguns? Most everybody's like, well, okay, we're not trying to take away all guns. Like, chill, dude. We're not trying to take away all guns. We're just saying like the really, really bad ones, right? But it's like, okay, this doesn't make a whole lot of sense then, though, does it? So I do feel like I feel like there is some like separation there, but I do believe that the AR-15 does seem to make it easier to kill more people at once. And so that probably is like, that's the reason that it's used in most mass shootings. It is because it's easily accessible and makes it easier to kill more people at once. And so it's just something that there's not, I don't know if there's like a clear like way to make that matter all that much when they're not. It's a really, really small percentage of the actual killings, like really, really small percentage.
You know.
And if he hadn't had the assault rifle, he wouldn't have used them?
Explain to me this. I can't buy this. This is 6 packets of Sudafed. They're one of the many companies that make this particular ingredient, which you can't buy legally in America. There we are, 6 packets. That is illegal for me to buy in that quantity.
The problem is that the areas with the highest crime rates involving guns are the areas where no one will ever turn in a gun if guns were banned. Yeah, but you understand that like the longer that certain types of guns are not sold and not manufactured, the less people will have them, right? Like the harder they are for people to get their hands on. Accessibility is one of the biggest differences when it comes to how often something is being used. So if something is more accessible, it makes it easier for somebody to go and get it and use it. So if something is banned for longer and longer, that makes it to where it becomes harder and harder and harder for somebody to get their hands on, and therefore becomes less and less accessible. And so I think instead of them actually banning them and saying you have to turn them in, I think it would probably be better if they first just stopped manufacturing of them, and then maybe way down the line eventually had people turn them in or something like that. But that would be way down the line.
See, in Walmart, say. But I can buy an AR-15 military-style assault rifle. I can then, as we saw with Holmes, the shooter in Aurora, go and get 6,000 rounds of ammunition from the internet, and I can go and blow up a movie theater. Do you think that's right?
Well, we can talk drug laws another time, but
No,
I think that the question is...
Does that make sense to you?
No, I think that...
Just to be clear, every time somebody says military style, right-wingers soy out. They're like, no, it's not military style. They've never used it in the military. It is a military style weapon.
it wasn't used in the military, but it is a military style weapon. That's the point of it. It was initially made for the military, and I think the AR-16 is actually used in the military, but yeah, Armorlight initially was making the AR-15 for the military, and I forget why they didn't use it. I think it like had a lot of jams or something like that.
What would make sense is laws that are calibrated to solve the problem. So if you think that the problem is...
Tom Fuller Show, do you think Shapiro owns guns himself? Yes. Oh, yeah. Have you not seen? Holy shit, dude.
Celeste, okay, she's asking for the gun show. All right, we haven't done it in a while, so here we go. Let's make this thing happen. We'll do the full gun.
Motherfuckers got guns. Oh, yeah.
Somebody is asking for the gun show. All right, there's a lot of gun control in Israel, but we will buck the law. Here we go. Here's the gun show. We'll do it. And
oh, yeah. Kidding me.
Sun's out, guns out. Okay, I guess that we'll have to do this. Here's our inaugural gun show. For those who have not experienced the silly wonders of the gun show, basically for what, 2 years now? Every time we do in all access, 3 years? Yeah, like going all the way back to the pandemic is when this started, so close to 4 years. Basically, people ask for a gun show, and we then humor them, and it's horrifying. But you know, this is the world in which we live. So here we go.
Bro is right-handed for sure. Yeah, my right arm is much bigger than my left. Although, my left arm's actually becoming a bit bigger. It's I've been shoveling a lot over the last couple of weeks, and I push in with this arm and then lift with this one, and yeah, it has been evening out quite a bit on this side. Holy shit, is my left arm actually starting to get bigger? Hold on. Is my left arm actually bigger now? Oh my goodness. Is it actually fucking bigger? No, it's not. Okay, no, it's not. I thought it was bigger for a second. I was like, wait a second, dude. Wait a second. Okay. And you've been to prison? Well, when I came out of prison, yes, my right arm was like twice the size of my left arm, okay?
Only assault rifles.
Which guns would you remove?
I think the ones that have largely been removed from the market, fully automatic weapons, would be a good start. I think that
you wouldn't remove any semi-automatics at all.
No, because semi-automatic just means that when you pull the trigger once, one bullet comes out.
Do you understand
most
how
basic
AR-15s
revolvers are
perform?
essentially.
Do you understand how an AR-15 performs when it's being modified and has a magazine? With
I do. I saw it in the
bullets?
North Hollywood shootout. You know what? It was illegal to do that, and people did it anyway. We have 12 million illegal immigrants in this country. We're not able to stop people from coming illegally into this country over the southern border into places like California, where I live normally. I think you'd be very hard pressed to stop guns.
Your tats are kinda tragic, NGL.
This tat is not tragic, bro. This is a great fucking tat. This is a great tat. I love this tat. It needs filling in. I like it not filled in. Like this one's obviously filled in, but I can't. I like this one not filled in. I like how it looks not filled in. I might fill it in one day, but currently I like how it looks like this.
like it's meant to be kind of like 3D the way that it lines up. So like the flat part on top here, then the legs come down on both sides, as do the claws come down and then back up, and then the tail actually wraps back around towards the head. So kind of meant to be like a
from coming across that border illegally as well. I mean, California has some of the strictest
Would
gun
you
laws
want
in the
every
nation.
American to have an AR-15?
No, not every American.
Who would you stop?
I would stop anyone with a criminal background.
Mm-hmm.
I would stop anybody with a history of mental illness. And I would stop, and I would ask, and not ask, I would require that people who have somebody who has a criminal background or a history of mental illness in the household keep that gun locked up and safe.
What about the background checks? 40% of all gun sales in America now, gun trades, are not covered by background checks.
I believe in background checks.
Does his sister still do content? Is she still around? I haven't seen her in a long time.
For everybody?
For everybody.
So there should be a database, a national register?
If it's not public. I don't like what happened with the Journal News putting out gun permits, which allows criminals to target particular homes.
When the NRA came out today after the meeting with the White House and just said we're just not prepared to entertain effectively any kind of new gun restrictions, what do you think of that?
What's astonishing to me is the left's attack on the NRA, because the NRA is they don't receive a dime of public dollars. They're an interest group. I don't see. It's funny. The left, they like to talk also about violent video games.
Can
for
you stop
example,
framing it as left or right? Because
Sure.
I don't have a horse in the race. I'm going to vote either way.
Oh, come on, Piers. You tend to be more to the left. We all
The
understand.
NRA, as you know, are a very active and well-funded and powerful body.
Yeah, back at this time when he was on CNN, he was considered like the epitome of liberal soy. Like he was the poster boy for dumbass fucking liberals. And now he is the poster boy for dumbass conservatives. But if you go throughout his history, he's actually been pretty consistently conservative. Yet when he was on CNN, he was very different.
And what they do...
Why are you asking? I just want to finish the point. This is very quick, I promise. The point that I'm making is this. There's been a lot of talk by a lot of people about video game violence. I haven't seen David Gregory interviewing the head of the ACLU and saying it's your broad interpretation of the First Amendment that's responsible for this. But people are bringing on the NRA and saying it's your broad interpretation of the Second Amendment that's responsible for this. They're an interest group. If you want legislation passed, talk to legislators. Don't go to an NRA.
So this goes on for a while. Apparently, Piers does start doing the blame game and starts like saying that he is responsible for school shootings and shit like that. Now, Ben Shapiro talked about this a bunch afterwards and gave like a bunch of background for what happened offset, and that's what I'm looking for is the
You ain't sleeping tonight.
Thank you. I keep trying to stop and go and like pull up all of the donos and add them up so I can put them in there, because every time they come through I'm busy at the time. So just give me a second. I will go add them up. Fuck. Yeah, I wanted to find Ben talking about it because the info that he gave about what happened behind the scenes afterwards was fucking brilliant, but yeah, I can't find it. Shit. Oh wait, is this it? No. Oh wait, maybe it is.
Alrighty, folks, today we are going to revisit one of the first viral debates of my career, my 2013 showdown with Piers Morgan on CNN, where we clashed over gun control in the wake of the Sandy Hook tragedy.
This one came out 5 months ago, but I'm sure he'll talk about like when I'm talking about the blame game. This is like something that sticks out in my head. There's a reason why I said like I think of Piers Morgan when I think of the blame game and shit.
dissect what worked in that debate, what didn't, what we can all learn from it. From the heated accusations of emotional manipulation to the sharp exchanges on policy, this debate encapsulated the complexities of discussing things like gun rights in America. So let's dive in, see how the arguments hold up today, what insights we can gain from this pivotal moment in public discourse. But first, of course, this video is sponsored by our friends at PDS Tech. So after the Sandy Hook shootings in Sandy Hook, Connecticut, in which 20 kids and 6 adults were killed, and then the shooter shot himself and killed himself, there's a lot of debate in the United States over gun control. Because, of course, this was during the Obama administration. President Obama immediately came out in favor of a wide variety of gun control measures. And one of the loudest voices at the time was Piers Morgan. At the time, Piers had a show on CNN, and pretty much every night he would go on the air and he would make the argument that if you didn't believe in his version of gun control, that meant that you didn't care about the kids who'd been murdered at Sandy Hook Elementary.
How many more kids have to die before you guys say we want less guns, not more?
This irritated me, and so I wrote a column about Piers Morgan and emotional manipulation. He saw that, and he invited me on his program. I was on the program, I believe, the night after Alex Jones. He'd been having on sort of a spate of people.
G. What did it say? G? Well done, MW. Thank you. So yeah, so far we have a $20 super chat from DJ, another $20 super chat from DJ, then $1.31 from Brandon Cavallero, another $1.31 from Brandon Cavallero, $13.08 from MW, another $1.31 from Brandon Cavallero, and then $3.27 from MW. Okay. Who do you think would win in a fight? I think this got skipped somehow. Let me. I don't. It's not playing Brandon's super chat. He said, "Who wins in a fist fight, Ben or Piers?" I think Piers is a good bit more weight on Ben. Like I was saying earlier, like I think Ben is maybe 5'8", I think, right? Isn't he 5'8"? Thank you, Vandred. You guys are stabbing me every time you use super chats instead of the tips link. Yeah, I think last month I made like $1,300 from YouTube and I got like 900. Fucking shit. Let's see. Ben is 5'9". Okay. So yeah, I guess he's only like an inch shorter than me. Yeah, height 5'9". Okay.
Looks like your American lefties are waiting for welfare on the first us Aussies got you cause we ain't poor.
Yeah, it's pretty much all of these are Australian. Brandon Cavallero, MW, and Catmere are all Aussies. Yeah, I guess he's not as small as he looks.
We're right of center to discuss this issue. Alex, of course, is a rather robust personality, to put it mildly. And so Alex sort of splurged all over him, just kind of yelled at him and screamed at him. And basically, Piers was very happy with that because it was ratings gold.
All right, give me just a second. I'll be right back. I'm going to let this play.
And also, he looked like the rational and reasonable one while Alex Jones was yelling at him. And so he booked me, presumably hoping that there would be a sort of similar face-off. And it did not go quite the way I think that Piers probably planned it.
Honestly, Piers, you've kind of been a bully on this issue because what you do, and I've seen it repeatedly on your show, I watch your show, and I've seen it repeatedly, what you tend to do is you tend to demonize people who differ from you politically by standing on the graves of the children of Sandy Hook, saying they don't seem to care enough about the dead kids. If they cared more about the dead kids, they would agree with you on policy. I think we can have a rational political conversation about balancing rights and risks and rewards of all of these different policies, but I don't think that what we need to do is demonize people on the other side as being unfeeling about what happened in Sandy Hook.
How dare you accuse me of standing on the graves of the children that died there? How dare you?
I've seen you do it repeatedly, Piers.
Like I say, how dare you?
I mean, you can keep saying that, but you've done it repeatedly.
So, number one, I was so young and so innocent and had such a bad haircut. But the thing that I was doing here is a debate tactic that I think is quite useful, which is I was taking the central emotional contention off the table by pointing out that that was going to be Piers' chief tactic, that he was going to accuse me of not caring enough if I disagreed with him on the policy. It meant that Piers could no longer do it, because if he did it, I would just say, Piers, you're doing it again. This is a thing that you do. And Piers' only response being, how dare you? Obviously, this made this debate very viral because him being offended at the accusation that he was using emotionality as a substitute for reason, and then him saying, how dare you, was...
What happened to 5'11"? I've always said, it depends on who measures me. My ID says 5'10". Sometimes it says like 5'10", just under 5'11". Sometimes they say 5'11". But most of the time, yeah, if somebody asks how tall I am, I say 5'10". Pretty sure my ID says 5'10". Yep, 5'10". You told me 5'11". I can pull up clips of me saying 5'10" if you'd like. I've always said
actually evidence that...
Oh, and I missed the super chat. Brendan Cavallero for $5 super tip. Thank you. He said PP poo poo. Thank you, Brendan. Appreciate it.
He was doing precisely the thing that I was accusing him of doing. Piers and I are not pretty friendly, and I'm sure he has a different perspective on this debate, but he was pretty upset from the outset of the interview, and he got more upset as the interview went on. At some point during the debate, we started talking about assault rifles, and assault rifles, of course, are not real category because they have no specific definition. There's no rifle called an assault rifle, and that's not what AR stands for. AR is Armalite. The thing that was being pushed by the Obama administration at the time was their kind of old standby on gun control, which is get rid of the assault rifles, that the rifles are the real problem. And the point that I was making in this debate is I was pointing out to Piers, if you want to stop shootings with guns, if you want to stop killings with guns, why are you focusing on the tool that is not used nearly as often? Why are you focusing on assault rifles as opposed to handguns? If you really wanted to do the thing, you would just ban all the guns. And this is the thing I wanted Piers to just say out loud, because clearly what he wanted was a full-scale gun ban in the United States, and he wasn't willing to say it, so I was pushing him on it.
Because I'm not all that tall. I'm 5'10". So in basketball, like it wasn't all that helpful. Are going to be 8s to 10s, and I'm 5'10", like 180 pounds. I'm not this like massive dude, but I'm very so. And this last one was the last conversation that I had with. Very socially aware. I'm really good at talking. With May 16th, 2023, with these three. Oh, wait, this is the first time I ever met Alex. Okay, I thought this was the last time we spoke.
He looks tall in pictures, does he
5'10",
not?
5'11", no.
Tom, how tall are you?
He looks tall in pictures, does he
5'10",
not?
5'11". No. Like really short. I'm like 5'11", so I expect him to be like up to like my shoulder. Okay, there I said 5'11".
I'm only 5'11". A girl never dated me. Or like, I look at guys. And I was like, bro.
Okay, that's Destiny. He is not 5'11". Okay, he's 5'8". He is 5'8". Where are we? 5'11", 12. Okay, yeah, so apparently I said I'm like 5'11" once. And then in all the others I said I'm 5'10".
My question remains for you, Piers, and I'm still waiting for an answer from the left on this. They say they're pro-Second Amendment. Why don't you want to ban handguns? If you really want to solve the quote-unquote gun violence problem in America, go after all the guns. Why just stop yourself at assault rifles?
Because I believe and respect.
There. It looks like your American leftists are waiting for welfare. Yeah, I don't know why the last TTS didn't go through either. It's weird.
Respect an American's right under the Second Amendment of the Constitution that you kindly brought in to defend themselves with a handgun or a pistol. What I don't understand...
But most of the murders are committed with those weapons.
What I don't... Well, as we just established, because I talked you through them, the last 4 mass shootings in America...
Adam Lanza had 2 pistols on him. Well, he didn't just have an assault rifle. If he hadn't had the assault rifle...
He didn't use them, as you know.
And if he hadn't had the assault rifle, he wouldn't have used them?
So again, Piers had boxed himself in here because the reality is, and the left does this all the time on the assault rifle argument, they'll use mass shootings as a proxy for all shootings, and that is a bad statistical proxy. The point that I'm making is clearly a logical one, which is if you want to stop shootings, period, why not focus on the tool that is most often used if the tool is really the problem? And the reason that Piers doesn't want to say, I want to ban all the handguns, a position, by the way, that he actually eventually came to. The reason he doesn't say it is because he knows that that's a complete non-starter in American politics. And as you'll see, eventually he ends up very angry at the Constitution itself. So finally, we get to the heart of the argument, which is the Second Amendment. And this is the thing that I've been trying to get Piers to say. I want Piers to just be honest in this interview and say he doesn't like the Second Amendment and he wants guns banned. Because once he establishes that, now we can have an actual honest conversation about whether that should happen or not in the United States of America. And Piers has been resisting so far throughout the interview. He won't give in. And finally, he kind of does. We'll get to more on this in a moment. First, folks, creditors profit from your debt. They benefit when you are trapped in high interest payments. They want you drowning in student loans, medical debt, credit card debt, expensive mortgages. This financial strain makes you easier to control. It's time to take back control and fight back, and that is where PDS debt comes in. PDS debt understands that
you come in, you brandish your little book as if I don't know
my
what's
little
in
book,
there.
that's the Constitution of the United States. Our founding document,
I know what's
Piers.
in your Constitution.
Do you realize?
Your
I've been
little
debating this
book.
for a very long time.
Then you should
What
read
I
the Second Amendment again.
I know the Second Amendment. What I haven't heard is one coherent reason why any civilian in America needs an AR-15 military-style assault weapon. Tell me why you need one.
I told you why the general population of America, law-abiding citizens,
Why do they
an
need
AR-15.
those weapons?
They need them for the prospective possibility of resistance to tyranny, which is not a concern today. It may not be a concern
Where are
tomorrow.
you expecting the tyranny to come from?
It could come from the United States because governments have gone tyrannical before.
Do you
Piers, and this
understand how absurd you sound? when you say
see,
that?
here's where you go into the absurd and the bullying. You're absurd. You're stupid. I understand that. Of
I'm not
course
the
you
one
are.
that came in here and accused you of standing on the graves of dead children.
Because you're
That's
the one
what
who's
I call
doing that.
Bullying.
Oh, good times. So when Piers immediately, the debate is pretty much, when he says the little book about the Constitution, that was one of the moments that went absolutely viral because obviously the sort of scorn that he has for the Constitution itself is pretty obvious in that particular clip. When he says, what is the reason that you need an assault rifle? So the actual answer to that is...
Okay, yeah, here's the others. Okay, this is what I was looking for. 10, like just under 5'11". I am 5'8" or 5'9". I'm 5'10". 5'10", yeah, somewhere around there. Okay, yeah. at 5'11", at 5'8", therefore he's 5'11". Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
100% true. I would
How
never.
tall are you?
I'm 5'11", 6 feet.
Okay. Yeah.
I don't have to give you a reason why I need a thing in order for me to have a right to the thing. In other words, I don't have to tell you why I need a bigger house in order for me to have a right to buy a bigger house. But putting that aside, he asked.
How can you be pro-Constitution and pro-Trump? Yeah, you can. That's kind of the point. So I don't know if he talked about this, and maybe I missed it, but the point that I was trying to get to is that he said that he went on the Piers Morgan show, and that while he was sitting there waiting, Piers started getting into guns pretty hard, and then he started saying, you guys always do this like blame game where you stand on the graves of children and try to use them for your politics. And Piers got like outraged and was furious over the fact that he would say that he would stand on the graves of children and go off about children and shit like that. And so he said that he knew that they actually had a child in the back from Sandy Hook who was in a wheelchair and was one of the victims and was like paralyzed from the waist down, sitting in a wheelchair, and that they were going to wheel out this kid after the commercial break and have him like look him in the eyes and tell him that you think that people should be allowed to have these assault rifles. Tell him, look him, don't tell me, tell him, be a man about it. Like, so he said that that's why he starts like ahead of time over and over saying, you guys stand on the on the graves of children. You guys stand on top of the what do you call it? On top of the injured and on top of these people, and that they canceled. He told them, he's like, never mind, don't do the fucking kid during the commercial break. And that's what I was looking for, is that I've heard him tell the story numerous times, so I don't know why he hasn't gotten to it yet. But yes, that was like the whole point, is that like they were like very hardcore using children all over the place to try to push these like agendas, and that was like, yeah, it was super frustrating for me.
For an actual justification, I give him one, which is the rise of tyranny. And he immediately dismisses that out of hand, which is an amazing thing considering that we fought his actual country using rifles that were in people's homes. The reason the United States currently exists is because of a Revolutionary War in which people who are heretofore civilians went to their houses, grabbed their guns, drilled in militias, and then fought the British Army. As far as the idea that tyranny is somehow impossible in the modern world, I think that people are a lot less sanguine about the possibility of tyranny coming from their own government in, say, 2025 than they were when we debated this in 2013, particularly in the aftermath of the COVID regime, in which people were literally locked inside their home for a year. Now, by the time we get to the end of the interview, there really is nothing left for Piers to say. Here was the end of the debate. Piers was very unhappy at the end of this debate.
History is replete with democracies going tyrannical. It has happened. It happened in France in the 19th century. It happened in Spain in the last century. It happened in Germany. It happened in Italy. It has happened repeatedly throughout history. It happened in Japan.
The reason we cannot remove AR-15 assault weapons is because the threat of your own government turning on you in a tyrannical way.
It is because
that is your position.
It is because there are countervailing rights and responsibilities. And I don't understand why we can't come to it. Why can't we come to an agreement about reasonable law? You just want to demagogue the issue.
You have made your point crystal clear. People aren't stupid. They can make up their own minds. Ben Shapiro, thank you.
By the time we got to the end there, he really thought that was sort of, I think, maybe kind of a win, because it was so ridiculous to suggest that you might need weapons to protect yourself against tyranny. That is a long-held American position. It is embedded in the Second Amendment. The truth is that what a debate is really about is not necessarily face-planting anybody. It's about clarifying positions. When people don't actually have in their own mind a clear position on an issue and they go out and debate it, you can expose that pretty quickly. And that's one of the things that happened in the Piers debate. Later on, Piers would actually own his own position. He would just say, listen, I think that we should ban guns. And that's actually an interesting argument, because you can get to arguments about whether that would reduce crime, whether it's possible, the differences between knife crime and gun crime, the actual causes of crime. Right, that's an actual interesting debate. One of the
So yeah, I guess they don't show it here, but
your comments to me about standing on the graves of children at Sandy Hook, you can address them to Mark Kelly, because he agrees with everything that I've been saying, because he feels the same way, as does his wife. They're gun owners. They both respect the Second Amendment of the Constitution. They don't want to take away anybody's right to defend themselves with guns.
Well, they want to take away certain types of guns, obviously.
They want to take away assault weapons, which are capable, with magazines like we saw at Aurora and Sandy Hook, of unleashing a ridiculous amount of bullets.
Well, this is a question I wanted to ask you, Pierce, because I've seen you talk about assault weapons a lot, and I've seen Mark Kelly talk about assault weapons. The vast majority of murders in this country that are committed with guns are not committed with assault weapons.
Okay. Yeah, I was hoping that we would have like him actually talking about it, but fuck. I guess not. All right. Oh, fuck. I didn't mean to X out of that. So I've actually heard this take a couple of times. In the debate that we were in the other day, I was almost willing to concede this because I saw these clips. I thought it was real. I thought this was real. I thought that liberals refused to have a moment of silence for Charlie Kirk. And I also thought that they had refused like a number of things. I thought that I totally got tricked by the out of context bullshit that conservatives have been sharing around. This is a pure lie. So check it out.
This video has been circulating on the right-leaning side of TikTok, and it's at 6 million views, and it is a blatant lie. I'm going to show you what actually happened because the truth only got 350,000 views.
Please rise for a moment of prayer for Charlie Kirk and his family. Shh. Let's wait a minute. The House will be in order. The House will be in order.
Are you ready to?
Yes, I saw this. I saw this being shared all over the place, and I fell for it. I fell for it. I thought that apparently they asked for a moment of silence, and everybody started, like the Democrats started screaming, saying we're not doing this and shit. Yeah, apparently that is not at all what happened.
See what actually happened?
The chair would ask that all members present in the chamber and those in the gallery please rise for a moment of prayer for Charlie Kirk and his family.
Yeah, you can see everybody fucking stood. Everybody stood. That is not at all what happened. I saw this all over the fucking place. I don't know why. This has a fucking, like, full screen button, and it doesn't... I don't know why they have any of this. You can't rewind it. You can't... None of this works. I don't know why they fucking have any of this shit. This is so annoying.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Colorado rise? Shh.
So this is after the moment of silence when they're all talking. One of the women says, "Can somebody please lead us in a prayer for Charlie Kirk?"
There's someone who may lead us in a moment of prayer out loud for Charlie and his family.
And that's when people were like, "Oh, come on!" Like that's when this broke out. That's when things changed. And they did sit in the moment of silence. So this is and this is odd. Like, this person brings it up right here. He wasn't part of the government. He was a podcaster. I'm confused because of actual people that was shot 2 months ago. Her husband and the dog was a part of the legislative party. I'm really confused about the country we're living in right now. Yes, this isn't normal where like one person gets killed that's not part of government and that they do this sort of thing. That is not common. Like, sure, after 9/11 or like mass murders and, you know, school shootings and shit like that, but the majority of school shootings, they don't do this for. The majority of, like, mass murders, they don't do this for. The one guy got shot, and they are playing it up as much as possible, dude. They are playing it up as much as they possibly can. And that's why Don Lemon called them death grifters. Because they just grift off of anybody's death.
Like the trying to control what I ate and me changing my eating habits. People, a couple of my friends knew. They were COVID
Sorry, he did that?
Okay. Yeah, it was.
That's hilarious. I never once cared about what you ate. What are you talking about?
I was eating like a banana and a teaspoon of peanut butter just so I wouldn't like pass out on the long days we were filming. The cutie story that didn't make the cut was one day, it was like...
She's gorgeous, but she must be fucking bonkers. Did anybody watch this show? Did anybody watch this show? What was this called again? Love Island or something like that? What is
2
it?
p.m. we were still filming.
Oh, Love is Blind.
I hadn't had a chance to eat, so I grabbed 2 cuties, like little tiny oranges that fit in the palm of your hand. And he looked at me and he goes, "Are you going to eat both of those?" And I said, "Well, like, yeah, that's a serving." And he goes, "Well, we're going out to eat later. Like, maybe you should save your appetite."
Oh my God.
Even that's not him telling her to like watch her weight or anything like that. That's not him trying to control what she eats so that she slims down. That's him just saying that they're going to go out to eat later, and so he doesn't want her to get full. That's it. Like, that's all that fucking is. What the fuck?
I cannot believe that you would say that, Zay.
This is all working out so wonderfully in your favor because they did not use it.
Do you know what Down for Love is? I would assume it's a bunch of people with Down syndrome dating, but no. How does she look without makeup or a $200 hairdo? You know that like most chicks can't just like look hot as fuck without makeup. You know that, right? Like the majority of chicks who look hot with makeup look hot without makeup. All women are kind of like able to up their looks about the same amount with makeup. And so if all of them take off their makeup, they're all going to down their looks about the same amount. That's everybody acting like there's like a massive difference from like somebody wearing makeup. I'm sure you can kind of intuit what they look like without makeup.
But I'm not crazy. I'm not a
Please air
pathological
it.
liar.
If you have it, please air it.
You already know I don't listen half the time.
Facts. Did everybody hear that?
I just talk a lot of coal.
I talk a lot of coal.
Mm-hmm.
What does that even mean?
Like a lot of it is just like you like either breaking out in song, dropping some bars.
Are you about to eat 2 of those?
Maybe.
What, has anybody ever heard that term? Talk a lot of coal? She was saying that he just says random shit that means nothing. It's just meaningless. And then she said, yeah, you just talk a lot of coal. And then when he says, what does that mean? She says that you're just singing and dropping bars. What? Those are drastically different things. Like whether or not the things that you say mean something and whether or not you're... This chick is nuts, dude.
That's a serving. You okay with that?
You better save your appetito.
I've only had a banana
Talking
and
like-
a scoop of peanut butter today.
Big ol' sucker tonight.
So.
You only had a banana today?
Mm-hmm.
Why?
Oh, I could
I offered
definitely
you
tell
a
you, but I
poke
probably
bowl.
shouldn't. I know you did, but we had that last night.
Oh, are you getting a wedding dress?
Something like that.
Wedding dress bod?
Yeah,
Like-
so even the fact that he's asking her if she's getting a wedding dress bod just proves that he is not doing the thing that she said he was doing. It's fucking brilliant, dude. What a nut job. What a fucking nut. Tom threaded the needle on explaining makeup, in my opinion. I'm not threading the needle. This is always every fucking time. Every fucking time. You guys can never like actually engage with what it is that I said. You're just gonna like give some sort of characterization afterwards instead of actually disagreeing with what I said. What I said is just facts. Like when there are some women, and there's a reason why I said most women are upping their looks about the same amount with makeup, right? Even if some wear more makeup, they're not upping them that much more to where they're gonna go from like a 6 to a 10 or something like that. But there are some who do that. That is a very small amount. There are some who do that, but they are not just putting on makeup. They're not just wearing makeup. They are reshaping their face The ones who can make a big leap, they are changing the shapes of their face. You know what I'm talking about too, right?
They're committed with handguns.
Okay,
So are you willing to ban handguns in this country across the country?
No, that's not what I'm asking for.
Why not?
Let me ask you.
Don't you care about the kids who are being killed in Chicago as much as the kids in Sandy Hook?
Yes, I do.
Then why don't you care about...
Like, there's a bunch of, like, older women, Asian women, who drastically change their face shapes. Yes, like this. Like, you see, she's literally pulling things off to change the entire shape of her face. Damn, she literally doesn't have eye. Oh. Yeah. Yeah. Like, most women are not putting on a whole new face before they put fucking makeup on. Most women do not put an entirely new face on before they put makeup on. Most of the women that I've dated just put on, like, eyeliner and blush, and that was about it. They didn't do, like, whatever it's called, like, contouring or anything like that. And that's, even that shit is still not going to make that big of a difference. So yeah, my point is that, yes, there are some women who can obviously make a big jump, but they're literally changing the shape of their face. The majority of women are not doing that. The majority of women are not doing this. So to pretend as though that's like a representation of what most women are doing when they put on makeup is just not true. And if you have trouble being able to tell what a woman would likely look like without makeup on, you just haven't been with very many women. Like, you just haven't been with very many women, because I can normally pretty easily tell. Again, unless they're doing something like this, then sure.
President, welcome back to Maryland, sir. Welcome back to Maryland. It's good to see you. It's in person, too. Thank you, sir. Great to see you. Great to see you.
Who is this guy? Governor Moore.
And great to have you back here. Great to have you. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you. Well, we are very, very anxious to be able to work closely with you. And I know the Key Bridge is something that we're specifically focused on. It's going well. I mean, we spoke with Speaker Johnson yesterday, and Speaker Johnson says he believes that we're close to the 100% cost share. And the thing is, I told him, when we get that 100% cost share done, we are going to be able to go over the Key Bridge under your watch, because I will have it done in 28, on time and on budget.
We'll help you out.
Thank you, sir.
I met him at the Army-Navy game. They said, "Oh, there's Governor Moore. He'd love to see you." He came over to me, he hugged me, shook my hand. You were there. He said, "Sir, you're the greatest president of my lifetime." I said, "That's really nice."
That's what he said, guys. This is why every time we listen to a Trump speech and he says, "Someone told me," people are saying, people have said, every time he says this, every time I pause and I'm just like, yeah, people said, sure, Trump, you heard it. I'm sure you did, buddy. Why don't you tell us who said this? Like, because every time he repeats back what somebody else says, or like the way that something was said, or it's always a misrepresentation. He can never get it right, ever.
Did you say that? I'd love you to say it publicly, but I don't think you can do that, so it's okay. But no, sir, you're doing a fantastic job. I want to just shake your hand. Thank you very much, Governor. That was it. And then every time I see him on television, he's knocking the hell out of me. So, but that's all right. It's called politics.
Yeah. Yeah. Motherfucker, dude. Always, dude. He's always gonna misrepresent everything, bruh.
This is interesting. There was an attempted coup. A bunch of people stormed a government building. Wasn't that?
Oh, that's right. I saw this. Destiny liked it. What's her name? Fuck. I can't remember the. It won't let me click on it. I hate fucking Instagram on the computer. It's such shit. But the Indian girl who did OnlyFans and told everybody that she was a virgin, excuse me, all the time, liked it. It looks like Z also liked this.
The deal. It's not like anybody got hurt. No, it looks like some people died, including.
All right,
There was an attempted coup. A bunch of people stormed the government building. Wasn't that big of a deal. It's not like anybody got hurt. No, it looks like some people died, including some police officers. And then before the election, there was hyperinflation and some pretty big economic concerns. Yeah, the price of eggs and sliced cheese got ridiculous. And the rhetoric about those people is pretty intense. Poisoning the blood of the country. He's just saying they need to leave the country and stop taking our jobs, that's all. Threatening journalists who criticize him with legal threats of imprisonment and dismantling the public's trust in the media by calling them oppressive lies. Well, what's he supposed to do? Just let them keep lying about him and covering up the real news? I mean, come on. They went after higher education, punishing universities that didn't adhere to their political ideologies and started telling them who they could and couldn't accept as students. It's about time. Everyone knows colleges are just liberal brainwashing factories. Then they started sending people they considered enemies of the state to foreign gulags, even their own citizens, and arresting any citizens that tried to stop it. Yeah, people shouldn't be helping other people that are breaking the law. And also, a lot of those people are from El Salvador, so they're really just going home. El Salvador? What are you talking about? Donald Trump. What are you talking about? I was reading the history of Germany in the 1920s and 30s and the events that led up to the Holocaust.
Every fucking time, dude. Every time. We've showed numerous videos of like conservatives who listen to like AI translate what Hitler had to say, and so many of them are like, dude, he's saying all the stuff that we say. Oh my goodness, he sounds just like Donald Trump. Why have we been against Hitler this whole time? Wait, what? That's the conclusion? The media brainwashed us to be against Hitler. Oh shit. That's the thing? That's what you're... Holy shit, dude. Show us? I mean, I just showed... It took me forever to find it the last time. I don't want to go looking for it again, but... Yeah, there's been a number of times where we've shown videos of guys like I should have saved it the last time. Fuck. All right, here, let's find this one because I know I do want to save this one for future reference anyways, so we'll just go find it now. Last time it was right here, but if he's uploaded more videos since then, it'll have moved, so... Fuck. Yeah, I don't feel like it was this far down, but oh wait, did we change the filter to like by most popular last time? I think we did. Yeah, let's do that. Let's filter. By popular. It's like an old guy sitting like in his backyard in a lawn chair or something like that. I think he's wearing a red shirt. Yeah, I don't see it. I saw it all over Twitter though. Like when he first came out with it, I saw it all over Twitter, and then we even watched another one that was a group of black guys who all did the same exact thing, where they played a video of Hitler, and I thought I saved it. And apparently I didn't. And yeah, ended up being pissed at myself because now I can't find that one either. But there's like a group of black guys who play the audio and are like, yo, dude, Hitler was one of us. He just talked about like being a good Christian and loving God. And dude, we've been on the wrong side of history this whole time. The media has been lying to us. Like even if that was true, you're really just gonna like erase the genocide shit, or sometimes they're even like, you know, the Jews really were doing bad stuff though. Yeah, I don't see it. Okay. I'll scroll down one more again and then I'm gonna move on because yeah, I always have trouble eyeing it. This is actually an issue that I've always had as part of like ADHD is when I was working a warehouse job, I was always supposed to go find things. And when I'm looking for something, even like in a massive area where it's all supposed to be like itemized and numbered for me and I'm supposed to be able to go right to it, I can't find things. Like they'll show me like a picture of it. This is what it looks like. And I can't find it. Hi, Tom. I'll try not to crash out today. All right. Good luck. Good luck. Yep. Here it is. Go ahead and save that.
We all grew up listening to the speeches that H-men gave to the German people and troops. Couldn't understand what they were saying, but boy, they sounded menacing. I mean, it just sounds evil. You know, well, now they've got AI that translated it into English and talks about Christian values and moral integrity and how valuable women are to a society. Damn, it's not quite as bad as I thought it was. And then it talks about the media being so corrupt. It played a big part in the Germans having their culture stolen from them. Damn, these are things we worry about. And, you know, I can't help but think we might have been on the damn wrong side of history.
You hear this dude's words for the first time in English. The same words Donald Trump, the guy in your hat, is parroting to you. They're poisoning the blood of our country. They're vermin. The press is lying to you. And instead of going, man, I must be wrong because I find myself agreeing with Hitler, you say, maybe he was right? Are you grew up wondering, like I did, how the fuck did Germans allow this to happen to that many people? We are watching it with you happen in real fucking time. This take is beyond embarrassing. It's disgusting and dangerous. Watching you people try and reconcile with the idea that you can't be wrong about anything, which means the other option must be true, which means that that guy had some good ideas. You tell me, man, I am fully serious. Look at this photo, and you tell me if you think that we were on the wrong side of motherfucking history.
We all grew up listening to the speech.
Yerp. Yeah, yeah, I can't find the... Oh, dude. Okay. This is a little off topic, but I have been looking for this fucking video. Holy shit. I just scrolled over this a while ago. And I again meant to save this and I didn't. And now I was furious with myself for not having this. And now here it is. I fucking got it. Holy shit. Okay, here it is.
Get the camera out of my face.
Oh, you think it's too dirty? TV's too dirty?
Get the camera out. Get the camera out of my face.
Oh, you think it's too dirty? TV's too dirty? For the children? Those your thoughts?
Yo,
and opinions? We're doing it for the children.
Yo, why you got the camera on me, sir?
Look, we're trying to learn about it for the kids.
What are you trying to learn?
Well, why are you following the camera around? That's what I don't understand.
But you got the camera in my face, man.
Well, you want to be on it seems like. I just want to get your opinion for the children.
Please, I'm begging you nicely. Take the camera out of my face.
Okay, but you're how you're following the camera. See what you're doing?
Move the camera away from my face.
But you notice how you're moving towards the camera?
Please move the camera away from me.
But you see how the camera is moving somewhere and you're being attracted towards the camera?
Please, I'm asking you.
You notice how your body is being magnetically attracted towards the camera that you are verbally attempting to repel.
I'm not
you notice that?
Anything. I'm asking you to turn the camera.
But you notice the contradiction.
That's a violation.
The contradiction.
Let's discuss the contradiction.
Can you please take the camera away from my face?
Well, we're just walking around the park minding our own business.
This is to me, this is MAGA in a nutshell, bro. This is MAGA in a fucking nutshell. It's like chasing down all of the things that they're going to turn around and complain about. It's like nonstop pushing all of the shit about like trans people all the time, always, nonstop talking about trans people every day, all the fucking time, and then turning around and being like, and it's a real problem that trans people are in our media all the time. We can't get away from it. They're shoving it in our faces. You guys talk about trans people more than anybody on the fucking planet. You guys are the ones who are doing this. Or they're always like using very like violent rhetoric and very divisive rhetoric and very like, you know, pushing like and excusing violence and excusing terrorism and you know, giving pardons to terrorists and like all the, and then they turn around and they're like, there's the left is causing all this fucking violence and it's getting to be too much. Like who the fuck do you think we're fighting, bro?
You got the camera in my mouth.
But your mouth is faced towards the camera. You're consciously choosing. You're consciously making a conscious choice to talk towards the camera. You notice that? Will you turn your face away from my camera, please? Will you please? I'm asking you, I'm begging you nicely to please turn your face away from my camera. Please don't point that face at my camera. You're
Please don't point that face at my camera, dude. Ah, so good. Why was he talking to the puppet? I'm assuming the guy was holding it like this. So I'm assuming he's talking to the guy, and the guy is like right behind the fucking Muppet. But oh, it's so good, dude. So fucking good. Love that shit. True.
Okay, welcome to Overtime with the host of CNN's Smirkanish and SiriusXM's The Michael Smirkanish Program, Michael Smirkanish, and she's a Republican congressman from South Carolina, running for governor.
Did anybody else understand any of that? It just sounded like and Carson for a comparison, and so and a Summerson, and so and a Summerson.
2026, Nancy Mace. Okay. These are from the people. The people want to know, what do you think of Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth Pete Hegseth is summoning hundreds of generals and admirals to Washington. I heard 800 of them from around the world.
No, nobody's talking about this. No, nobody's talking about this. The media is not talking about this. Only Aaron Parnas is talking about this. That's it. That's it. Only Aaron Parnas is talking. I don't know why you're talking about this. Mumble rap? Yes. This is the big top dogs told you guys not to cover this, okay? He's going to be in big trouble when the media finds out that he's talking about this.
Are being summoned to Washington. No one knows why.
I don't know why people are so unsettled about this. Truly, if it were a corporate CEO saying, I want to have the leadership come together for a skull session, nobody would care. I read those stories very carefully. Like, what the hell am I missing here? I don't get it. The concern.
I love that. That's sensible, because I read it and I think I got scared because they wanted me to be scared. Like, what? Oh my God, what's going on here? Is he going to, it's going to like Braveheart? He's going to get them all in a thing and burn the thing.
No, I want to be able to work with our allies and be strong and have peace in the world. This is great.
I've never heard anybody doing this, but yeah, maybe it's nothing. But you got to admit, there's a reason why we're a little suspicious about some.
Yeah, I was about to say, while normally you would hear that somebody's summoning a bunch of generals in the military, you wouldn't think much of it. During the Trump administration, you just can't not be suspicious. Like, you can't, like, with all the pattern of behavior, with all the stuff that he's already doing with the military, and all of the places that they're sending the military, and all the ways that they're kind of breaking all the laws and everything. This is just, as much as I'm not like super alarmed by it, I wouldn't fault too many people who are at least suspicious of it and think, coming from the Trump administration, this is a little weird.
Some of the stuff that goes on with this administration, because they don't know about norms, they don't care about laws.
Mm-hmm.
True.
Well, but also Reagan, peace through strength. I mean, showing strength around the world by.
Bruh. The fact that she isn't even going to sit there and disagree with this, she's not even going to say a fucking word. She's not even going to disagree with it. She's not going to say a fucking word. Nancy Mace, she's not like. They just said that, like, Trump doesn't even care about the law. He doesn't care about the norms. And she's like, but also peace through strength. What the fuck? How lost do you have to be? She is somebody that I truly, at this point, I feel like is just a full-on grifter. Like, I don't think I think Marjorie Taylor Greene is genuine in her insanity. I think Marjorie Taylor Greene is genuinely a nut job. Nancy Mace, I don't think she's genuinely a nut job. I think Nancy Mace is a fucking grifter. Like, here's a great example right here. Okay, great example right here. Watch this. This is Nancy Mace. She's doing a Q&A with a bunch of reporters, and this is what she says.
I was told there were Democrats in the room. I was hoping we'd get a couple questions from them. Last thing I want anybody to feel.
I thought that there were going to be Democrats in the room. I was hoping I was going to get a couple questions from them.
Is not feel welcome.
The last thing I would want is for people to not feel welcome.
Dozens of protesters outside. I welcome it. I like the debate. I like being.
I heard there were protesters outside. I welcome it. I want the debate.
Asked tough questions. I actually asked Democrats to speak up.
I like being asked tough questions. And I actually ask Democrats to speak up.
Your questions, because I don't fear any of the tough questions, and having a debate, that is democracy, and that's what our country should be about.
A few moments later.
That funding came from the Inflation Reduction Act, which you voted against.
Right.
Is that an accomplishment? Is that something you can tout?
Maybe you're confused.
Okay.
You're very confused. And you're a raging Democrat, so raging leftist with that kind of questioning. And I would say as a woman, the first female president of this country is going to be a conservative woman, not some liberal like you. Your last question.
You were one of the...
Yeah, your last question. I'm not taking another fucking question from a raging Democrat.
Good. I was told there were Democrats.
Okay, I'm not super convinced that those are the same clips, so let me see.
I was hoping we get a couple questions from.
Okay, so right here, she's wearing a necklace. It looks like it's a gold chain. Because in the second one, they're super zoomed in. And in here, it looks like they're in a museum or something like that.
Last thing I want anybody to.
There's a wall behind her, a flag up here. Oh, okay, no, it does have pearls there. Oh, shit. I was about to say, in the close-up version, I can see she's wearing a pearl necklace. There's the fucking pearls. Oh, shit.
Is not feel welcome. We had dozens of protesters outside. I welcome it.
Oh, and there is like a board back there. Oh,
I like
shit.
the debate. I like being asked tough questions. I actually asked Democrats.
Yep, you can see the fucking pearls down here. Oh, damn.
Ask me your questions, because I don't fear any of the tough questions, and having a debate, that is democracy, and that's what our country should be about.
A few moments later.
That funding came from the...
Yep, there's the fucking pearls.
Inflation Reduction Act, which you voted against.
And the blue dress.
Is that an accomplishment? Is that something you can tout?
Maybe you're confused.
Okay.
You're very confused. And you're a raging Democrat, so raging.
Yeah. Oh, she's so ready for the tough questions. She really welcomes the tough questions. She really welcomes the fucking debate. That's what democracy is all about, guys. How do you still think Trump is a fascist? Fascism is as far left as the spectrum goes. Hitler was a fascist. Who was a socialist? The radicals are all on the left trying to destroy our republic. Well, Greg, if you'd like to hop on, I'd be happy to get into it with you. We can go into detail about it. I just realized the other day, so I'm about to go to sleep. Well, we can, assuming you're going to be alive another day, we can get into it. Send me a message on Discord. We'll set it up. I don't know. You came in and asked the question, obviously. If you're going to make it about right-left spectrums, then you're planning on having, I would assume, you're not going to ask that question in bad faith, right? So if you're going to talk about like right-left dichotomies and spectrums like this, it's going to be a pretty long, nuanced conversation. And so I would assume that if you're asking the question, you would be planning on having like a long back and forth about it.
Having these generals come together, I think, is
the only legitimate concern that I've heard so far, and Nancy knows more about this than I will, is if the government shuts down, there's some concern that some of these folks would.
Concept of nut picking. I hate it when people are nut picking.
get stranded in the nation's capital. I don't know.
Well, yeah, potentially. They're actually canceling congressional delegations, I heard, like right now, this weekend, because of a potential government shutdown.
On that subject, let me just throw this in there then, about being, not too partisan when you hear about stuff. I was reading a lot about this week, TikTok. Now, TikTok looks like it's getting sold.
Well, I guess I'll give a quick explanation for Greg, since I doubt he's actually ever going to reach out to have that conversation, because now that I've told him to reach out to me, he stopped responding. So I'd said I wouldn't assume he would ask that question in bad faith, but maybe I shouldn't make assumptions. But generally, the things that the right is known more for is like order. That's what a lot of people want to make like right-wing things about. But the Hitler was hardcore, like, about Christianity, about religion, about conservatism, preserving their culture, preserving their race, preserving their traditions. Like, that is conservatism to its core. So to call that left-wing is a little insane. Now, there can be differences between right and left-wing socially and fiscally. Like, somebody can be like a socialist, right? That's left-wing. But they can also be like very conservative socially. And so those are separate things. I'll message you to set up the debate, but it has to be of good spirits. Okay, cool. But yeah, so those two things are a little bit are separate. We can have left and right on separate spectrums based on like social and based on fiscal. The problem is that Hitler was not a socialist. If you read into this, like, he was actually against socialism. He didn't like socialism and had fights with his own people who wanted to start calling the group nationalist socialists, because he was very anti-socialism, especially Marxism. He did not like Marxism. He literally burned Marxist books. He burned socialist books, and he burned stuff about the gays, about trans people, about gender, about all of this stuff. He had them burn all of those books because he was very much against those things. And then he, nothing about his economy was socialism, except for a short period of time when they were in war. He put into place like war measures that were making it to where the government got a piece of like almost every major corporation that went straight to the government. And this was just for them to stock up on weapons. That was like the most socialist thing that they ever had. But those are what we would call emergency powers, that like just using emergency powers in and of itself wouldn't be socialism. Just as having taxes in and of itself isn't socialism. We're still a capitalist country, even though we have taxes. So they on pretty much all measures end up not only on the right, but he would end up far right. The point in fascism is that that fascism was created by Mussolini and adopted by Hitler because it is a rejection of liberalism. Liberalism is the centrism of world, of like the world right-left spectrum. Liberalism is in the center. And then you have fascism to the far right, and then you have communism to the far left. And both fascists and so like Marx created communism as a rejection of liberalism, in saying that liberalism was bad, liberalism was a problem, and fascism is also created to be a rejection of was meant to be a rejection of liberalism as well. So when people engage in ideals that are anti-liberalism, we consider them to be anti-American values. American values are, the Constitution is the most like liberal document of all time. It is a liberalism document that is meant for freedoms, individual rights, capitalism, and like all of those things. It is all about liberalism, which is here in the center of the world's spectrum. But yeah, the initial question was, how do you still think Trump is a fascist? Well, the concept of fascism, Trump fits that to a T. Like, across the board, to a T, he fits that concept exactly. If you look at most socialists at the time, they were also not progressively socially in Russia and China, especially against LGBT rights. Correct. Which is why we call those types tankies today. It's like that's why a lot of people say that somebody's a tanky if they are socially conservative and then fiscally left-wing, is that yes, they have a mix of the two, and normally they're thinking of the USSR or China, because those were not socially left-wing. Now, Mao was a little bit more left-wing. He was a bit closer, and but was still very authoritarian. But you could be authoritarian on the left, and I would definitely say that Mao was probably a good example of like left-wing authoritarianism. Whereas like Stalin was definitely very socially conservative in a lot of ways. Tom, we should watch that anti-fascist video I posted in content suggestions. Okay, I'll see if I can put it on the list. But yeah, so that's just like a short, brief explanation of why I would call Trump a fascist in comparison to Hitler. But calling Trump a fascist doesn't mean he's Hitler, he's going to genocide Jews or anything like that. It's fascism is an ideology. It's a belief system, and it is a process on how you get things done. That's mainly what fascism is. It is about like how to do things, how to get stuff done in an orderly fashion.
Mm-hmm. And a lot of people are very upset about this. Like, now it's going to be Oracle who's going to own a lot of it. And it's, more, plutocrats owning things in America. But it seems like it was the same people who were saying the Chinese cannot own this company. So what do you want? Do you want Americans to own it or don't? Because who did you think was going to buy it? Mom and pop?
Well, here's the fact. I mean, over the last year and a half, Oracle already basically housed all the data here in the U.S. There was no backdoor way for China to get in, but Oracle has had this data. They have firewalled this data. So there's really not much of a difference between now and a year ago.
I'm concerned about who controls the algorithm. I thought the conversation with Aiden was terrific tonight, and I'm really worried that too many young men in particular are getting bad messages from being locked into a bad algorithm.
But if the choice is between an American company and China, the Chinese government...
No, theoretically, it was a national security concern that began this whole process.
That's what I'm saying.
So I don't know that you have the national security concern with Larry Ellison that you would with Xi.
Well, my bigger concern is we have apps in the App Store that China has done, that Iran has done, that Russia has done. So TikTok isn't the only risk. We have a lot of risk in the App Store. We're not addressing the actual national security problem. We just took one target, one company, and vilified it. And we're not actually fixing the overall problem about what data or what.
I love that conservatives were all about getting rid of the getting rid of TikTok from the App Store when Trump wanted to do it. But there wasn't a whole lot of evidence behind the things that Trump was saying. Then we had like an actual investigation into TikTok to see if there was an actual security threat there. It seems as though they came to the conclusion that there was. Democrats and Republicans both were ready to get rid of TikTok. And then Trump decided he didn't want to anymore. And to me, like, I don't like with the assumptions or conspiracy theories, but Trump, just based on a pattern of behavior from the guy, I feel like there had to have been some sort of backdoor deal. I mean, the guy last time, in his first term, Donald Trump said that he wanted to sell TikTok to Oracle. And he said that he set the deal up, that everybody was ready, everybody was happy. And he was mad. He was mad at Oracle and TikTok for not giving him a piece of the deal. And I remember this very distinctly because I remember how absurd that was to me, that the president, who was already like, that is your job. Your job is to do these things. And if you're choosing to try to stop a company from existing and you tell that company they have to sell to an American in order to continue existing in America, and then for you to get a piece of the thing that you just made this, like, you just wrote this executive order by yourself saying that they're not allowed to exist in America, and then you want them to pay you? You made the fucking law yourself. You're asking for somebody to pay you after you made the law that they couldn't exist and that they had to sell their company? It was the most absurd thing I'd ever heard. Tom Foolery Show, watch Tick History video on Nazis being socialists when you want to learn the actual nuance. I hate that you are still duped by this lefty talking point. What do you mean duped? I've had tons of debates on this topic. I've read tons and tons on it. I don't know what you're talking about duped on this. I'm not duped on it. I have actually gone over their actual economic system in detail numerous times on this show with numerous people who tried saying that they were actually socialists. The motherfucker hated, you are totally duped. Okay, I don't want to watch a fucking video. If you want to send me some sort of like policies that they had that disagree with what it is that I said, then I'm happy to look at the fucking policies, but I don't want to go watch a fucking like YouTube video or a TikTok video or something on this. They literally put socialist into their name so that they could get more support from the left. And socialists did end up supporting the Nazis, but I'm pretty sure they literally fucking, didn't they kill them? Yes, Adolf Hitler and the Nazis systematically killed the socialists and communists as part of their rise to power and consolidation of control. Despite the name Nationalist Socialist German Workers' Party, the Nazis were violently anti-socialist and considered it a major threat to their party. Yes, I'm sorry. This is not a leftist talking point. This is just true. The fact that, like, again, why would the leftists deny Hitler when they have to accept the Russians and Mao? Mao killed 40 million fucking people. But Hitler had a death of like 6 million Jews, and they're like, whoa, we can't take on the 6 million Jews, but we're okay with the 40 million Chinese people. They liked their biggest rivals. The other socialists wanted to merge with them. Yes, I know they wanted to. That was the whole reason they did it. But we know that they didn't actually have socialist policies. We know that they didn't actually implement any socialism. We know that they were against Marxism. And we know that that Hitler was against like even the entire idea initially. Initially he didn't even like the idea of appealing to socialists in this way because he hated socialists. He didn't even want to be viewed as socialist. But I think it was it Burgos who convinced him? Who convinced Hitler use the nationalist? Anton Drexler, one of the co-founders of the German Workers' Party, DAP, mentored Adolf Hitler during his early years in politics. Drexler played a key role in drafting the party's platform, which included the need for nationalistic and socialistic leanings workers' movement. To appeal to a wider range of voters, the party's executive committee voted to change the name to the Nationalist Socialist Germans Workers' Party. However, the change was made over Hitler's objections at the time. What? That's fucking crazy. I can't believe it. The executive committee voted to add socialist at the suggestion of Rudolf Jung. Later, after securing total control of the party, Hitler would use the nationalist socialist rhetoric for his own agenda, expanding the party's appeal while purging members who took its socialist principles seriously. Conflating his pure hatred for communism with the pragmatic killing of socialism. Wait, I'm not confusing those two things. Those both lean in my favor. What do you mean confusing them? His hatred for socialism leans in my favor. His killing of socialists leans in my favor. Why would he kill people who were in favor of his plan? Why would he do that? Why would he kill people who were in favor of what it was he was going to do? That doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. He just didn't like socialism. He just wasn't a socialist. He didn't believe in socialism.
Adversarial country might have access to our data or use algorithms to harm American citizens.
Okay. And by the way, the younger generation will be thanking Trump for be the one for saving TikTok.
Yeah.
So your evil laugh. Okay.
I thought that was funny.
All right. Here's one for your evil laugh, Nancy. Why haven't the Epstein files been released in full?
Give it 3 weeks. So,
3 weeks?
Yeah. So,
oh, give it 3 weeks, guys. Give it 3 weeks. It'll be done on day one. And plus 9 months. Plus another month. Plus 3 more weeks. Just you wait.
The 218th signature will happen next week, I believe, when there's a special election. That person, when they get sworn into office next week, will sign the discharge petition where we will be at 218. I am a signature on there. Once we get back in session the first week of October, the discharge petition has to cure for 7 days.
Because it was another political option for Germans to choose over National Socialism. I don't know why this is complicated. Because those people were part of his coalition, Cody. The people that he killed were actually part of his coalition. When they started calling themselves nationalist socialists, the socialists and heads of different parties, some socialist parties were against them the whole time, but some socialists were not against him. Some socialists said, If he's going to do socialism, that's all I fucking care about. He can have all the nationalism he wants. I'm on board with this. And they went and they started working with him, and they started recruiting other socialists into the Nazi party. And then once they gained control, they killed the Nazi socialists. They killed the socialists that were Nazis. They killed the socialists that were part of their coalition. We're not just saying they went out and killed competition. This isn't competition. They were part of their actual party. They killed them because they were actually trying to hold Hitler accountable to getting socialism done. They wanted Hitler to actually try to implement socialist policies. And so they killed them because they weren't going to try to implement anything socialist. So they had to get rid of the people who were actually ideological about their socialism. They had to get rid of the socialist ideologues because, yes, they were the ones who were duped. They were duped because that was the whole plan, is that they just wanted to optically appeal to the left to be able to gain more power. But then they wanted to get rid of them once they actually had the power.
When you have 218 signatures, and then we expect a vote probably the third week of October.
And Trump doesn't get mad at you for doing this for...
I haven't been threatened.
Right.
I mean, you know, and I'm a...
Well, let's see.
There's still time. There's still time.
I mean, good for you.
Yeah.
But, I mean, do you really think there's something we don't know? I mean, I just feel like it's Al Capone's vault. I just feel like what do you think we're going to find out? That the whole world was really in a pedophile ring? That every rich person was doing this? I think we know what it was. I've said this many times. When a guy has a lot of money and you don't really know where that money came from, he's a pimp. He's a pimp. He's some kind of a pimp. He connects nerdy guys with girls. You know, Bill Gates cannot be, you know, I'm not saying he did anything, but I'm not saying he didn't do anything. I mean, why was he so interested in a guy like Epstein?
To Nancy, to Representative Mace's credit, I mean, it takes, what, 4 Republicans to make this happen, and she's one of them, and I think that's great. You know, for the detractors of the president, who I think have their fingers crossed that he's going to show up in all of this and there's going to be, it's not who he is. You know, is he someone who appreciates beautiful women? Yes.
He appreciates beautiful women. Do you guys know why that's such a good line? It's because that's what Trump said about Epstein. He said that him and Epstein had this in common because they both appreciate beautiful women. It's fucking wild, dude.
Ever a part
he said some even on the younger side
of what makes him tick. So
and even
that's
the Epstein victims have stated that he had no part in it. And I've met with him privately. He had no part in it. And they've exonerated him. So that's not what this is about.
But having said that, I don't know why he's handled, for example, the...
Well, just to be clear again, there are some who have said otherwise, but they were threatened and eventually just disappeared. So
Wall Street Journal, you knew we were going to get a look at that goofy cartoon sooner or later. So why fight it and why sue the Journal? I don't get that.
Well, the thing that pisses me off about the whole birthday card story is, like, that's a birthday card. Nobody gives a fuck. Like, what about the victims? What about the women who've been fighting for 30 years for justice and they don't have it? And all the media wants to do is...
Wait, you can say the same about Trump, though. You can say the same about Trump, though, that Trump has spent more time fighting over a fucking birthday card than actually standing up for these women. And the fact that you're going to try to use that line against the media when the media has been asking for the fucking Trump files, or sorry, the Epstein files, yet you're going to try to act like the media is against the Epstein files coming out because they talked about the fucking birthday card? This doesn't make sense.
Talk about all the media wants to do is talk about Trump. I'm like, these women have been fighting. They're in their 50s, late 40s. They're my age. Have been fighting for 30 years, and it's like, we want to show them that they're going to get justice. That's what this is about. And I want the media to write about their stories. They are horrific. They are terrible. And you can't tell me that only one person was...
Again, the media has written about their stories. I don't know what the fuck she's talking about. There's been so much from the media about these people. There's entire documentaries about them. And again, it's from like liberal media outlets that they would consider to be horrible. It's like Netflix and HBO and crap like that. They're like, it's the ones that they would consider to be the fucking enemies. Those are the ones who have done the most work, who have all of the victims listed, who have done a bunch of work on investigating this stuff. Like, it's not like, I don't know, I'm blanking on the name, but I was trying to think of the name of the like undercover YouTube channel that used to be around that had the weird name.
An accomplice in a sex trafficking ring with over 1,000 girls. Didn't happen. There was way more than that. And those people that were involved, those predators, those child rapists, they need to be held accountable to the fullest extent of the law. I don't care if it's a prince in England. I don't care. Go to jail, cold, dark cell. That's good enough for me.
Okay. What are your thoughts on Escalator Gate? If you don't know what happened, Trump was at the UN this week, and he got on the escalator, and it suddenly, when he and Melania got on, it didn't work. He was furious and thinks it's a conspiracy.
I can't believe the media is talking about this instead of Epstein. Wow, this is ridiculous. Why is the media focusing on this instead of the women?
Once the people found yesterday, now, could it be? Anything is possible? What are your thoughts?
That his teleprompter didn't work either.
Right,
I mean, there was a series of things at the... nothing surprises me anymore in politics. I've seen it all. When I think I've seen it all, something else. I mean, nothing surprises me anymore. I'm like full-blown conspiracy theorist now.
No. What?
You are.
100%. I've just seen some of the craziest things happen. I'm like, you've got to be kidding me.
But the moon, we did land on that.
Right? Yes.
No, I don't know.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah. But, I mean, nothing would surprise me anymore.
I mean, the prompter also has gone down. Bill Clinton once did like half the State of the Union address off the cuff because the prompter went down. I mean, prompters just went down. Shit happens. Mm-hmm. But you know, I mean, of all the ways to get at him, the escalator. I mean, I don't know why it would. Why is it even?
Yeah, I can just imagine fucking Iran sitting there rubbing their hands together. Al Qaeda, we're gonna get him so good. We're gonna make the elevator or the escalator not go up when he steps on it at the UN address. That'll show him.
You know, so what? And then they got it working. You know, it just, okay.
Well, they'll investigate it and we'll find out.
Here's an off-the-beat question for Nancy. Are you in favor of bringing back public execution?
Yes. Oh. Especially for child rapists.
Oh, somebody obviously knows about your feelings on that. Public execution.
Yeah, I just...
Scimitar?
Did you watch the video? Did you watch the video of the young woman in Charlotte on the train?
Yes.
I see those things, and I come from a state where we're not prosecuting murderers, we're not prosecuting pedophiles, they're getting 1 day in jail, and until we... Dylan Roof, who killed 9 black church members, and Mother Emanuel, is sitting on death row. How long is he going to be sitting on death row? 20 years, 30 years, 50 years? Get it over with. You know, Tyler Robinson, I think he deserves a death penalty. We have it, but a lot of states we're not using it. Obviously, due process, and you got to do all that. But the violence and the crime, people just getting away with it, cashless bail, whatever. I want to see law and order, and I think that would be helpful.
Well, apropos to that, I'll bring up one last subject. Somebody didn't write this, but I want to say it because it's interesting. Some new polling came out, and this is really, I'm speaking to the Democrats especially here, because Trump's numbers are down. They're down with Latinos, they're down with blacks, they're down 15 points with whites. And when whites say, you're not hip anymore, ooh. And yet, in the other poll, on issues, Trump still winning. So this is your big opportunity, Democrats. He's down in the numbers, and you still can't score. when they ask who has a better plan. Republicans crushing it on crime.
See, I think this is part of the problem right now for Democrats, is that weaselly motherfuckers like him will continuously say that Democrats are down, that nobody likes the Democrats right now, that everybody's against the Democrats, that nobody's going to vote for the Democrats. That, like, this is part of the problem. This is part of the issue. Stop running around talking about how bad Democrats are. There's a reason why Republicans are able to take L after L after L after L after L, and nobody's sitting around talking about how bad the Republicans have it and how bad they look right now and how nobody's going to vote for them. And that's because the people are on their side. The people are just going to talk them up. The right-wing media is just going to keep talking them up. They're going to keep talking about how great they are. And even while their polling numbers are shit, while Donald Trump's polling numbers are shit, nobody's sitting around talking about how horrible it is for Republicans. Meanwhile, we got Democrats all over the place sitting around talking about how bad it is for Democrats and the fact that they really got to figure this out. This is really bad. When it's not bad. It's not bad. We're fine. We got Donald Trump and the Republicans fucking everything up, and you can just keep talking about that. Keep talking about the fact that they're fucking everything up, and the Democrats are doing a great job fighting against them. Democrats are doing a great job trying to put out new legislation. They're talking about what it is that they can do for the people. We got AOC and Bernie Sanders running around filling up stadiums of people who want to hear them speak. We got Kamala Harris, where everybody just freaked out over the fact that she just showed up someplace and she's got massive crowds running to go see her. They've got all sorts of W's on their side, and we turn to people like this who are just going to sit there talking about their L's anyways. It's ridiculous.
Immigration, wars, the economy, even corruption. Democrats...
You want us to cheer on L's, Tom? I don't want to become them. No, I didn't say cheer on L's. I said that they're taking L's. What L's are we taking? We don't have a majority in the House right now. We don't have a majority in the Senate. We don't have any power currently. We're not taking L's right now. We haven't taken L's for a while. We've been taking W's nonstop. That every single thing that the Republicans turn around and do, with the fucking Epstein files, with the shit with Charlie Kirk, with the shit with the FCC, with the shit with Jimmy Kimmel, with the shit, like, every single fucking day they're taking another fucking L. The big beautiful bill Donald Trump promised, big tax cuts, again, comes out and just ups taxes more than anybody ever, just breaking fucking records on spending and taxes, saying that he's going to spend less, that he's going to cut all these programs, that he's going to, get rid of all of this spending. He hasn't done that. He has upped spending, upped taxes, and done the exact opposite of everything that he said he was going to do. He said that he was going to come in and deport 20 million people. He's not even on track to get 1 million in the first fucking year. In the first year, he's not even on track to get 1 million. So he's taking L's across the fucking board. These are all, like, the Democrats don't have power. They don't have big, like, power to where they're able to get these legislative wins or anything. They're sitting and watching the Republicans fuck everything up. These are all W's.
Democrats win by 2 points on respect for democracy. Now, some of this is just because people are fucking stupid. 2 points on respect for democracy. Democrats win on health care, environment, women's rights, respect for democracy. But on those issues, I bet you that are the big ones that they vote on more: crime, immigration, wars, economy, corruption. So that's the takeaway there.
The only thing the Democratic Party stands...
You're saying Bill Maher keeps pretending we're taking L's then. He's talking about the Democrats' popularity. The reason that Democrats are going down in popularity is because people keep talking about them as though they are unpopular. That is the problem, is that Democrat voices need to lead. Democrat voices need to start to lead. We put so much effort into being objective and being fair, and all we end up doing is just making our side look horrible, because every time they go to the other side's news stations, they don't ever try to be fair. They're not trying to be objective. They're not trying to be nonpartisan. They're not even trying. They're not even making an attempt. So I would say don't lie, don't put out misinformation, but don't go, like, everybody's like trying so overly hard to be fair to where they're like dogging on Democrats for the tiniest little things that don't even make sense. So
for today is opposition to Donald Trump.
Yeah.
And I just read Kamala Harris's new book, 107
No,
Days.
you didn't.
I did.
No, you didn't.
I'd like.
I'll say a lot of lies on this show, but I won't take that. I will not accept that.
I thought you might ask me about it. That's why I had to read it. But the point is, it's like, as you probably know, it's like a diary of what happened. But I was looking for, okay, and what's the plan for the future? There wasn't any, and she's just indicative of the party at large. And by the way, that's one of the reasons she lost.
Well, she's rewriting history in the book, too. She's now against men and women's sports. Like, come on. Like, they tried to dismantle Title IX against women when she was vice president.
Right. I mean, that's just one of many examples.
She could have had
why did you say right?
Days and would have still lost that race.
But you're right. The data says it's cost of living, it's inflation, it's immigration, illegal immigration, all those things. Everything else is at the bottom.
And by the way,
law and order crime.
107 days, way too many for anybody, but including her.
Right.
But the more they got to know her, the less they liked her. I've said this many times on this show. Other countries don't do this. They don't have years to run. They call an election, and they have an election in a month.
Yeah, and nor the influence of money. We should do that. Right?
That's going to be hard to get rid of. They've tried. Yep. But, no, it's like you don't need 100 days. You need 107 days. You tell people your plan. This is what I am for. This is my thing. You're selling something. You're selling a vacuum cleaner. If I'm selling a vacuum cleaner, I'll tell you why I think it's best. Am I going to tell you every goddamn day for 2 years? Did I tell you about the attachment that gets under the... Yeah, you did. You told me 1,000 times. All right. Thank you very much, everybody.
In the aftermath of the shooting of Charlie Kirk, a video of this student went viral.
Fuck your homie dead! Your homie dead!
Yeah, I saw this. I saw this video of her like saying, fuck y'all homie dead, fuck y'all homie dead. And then a little while later they show clips of her like in handcuffs being walked off. And all these conservatives are like, haha, serves you right. You're going to jail, motherfucker, for cheering on his death. And wait, what? There's no way she went to jail for cheering on his death. And I kept wanting to look into it. I never took the time to actually go look it up. But yeah, it is gross that she was being a fucking pain in the ass. She was being a piece of shit. But they kept acting like she went to fucking jail for it.
He got shot in the head!
This wasn't the only post like this. All over social media, you could find opponents of Kirk celebrating his death, which understandably upset his supporters.
Leftists across the country have been celebrating the brutal murder of Charlie Kirk.
Tens of thousands, maybe hundreds of thousands of leftists celebrating the death of someone.
There have been thousands upon thousands of people, ordinary people, who have taken to social media to celebrate this.
For many conservatives, the number of posts celebrating Kirk's murder were reasons...
Yeah, there was somebody in my... first off, a bunch of people on... Well, actually not first off. Let's start here. Under some of my videos, I have been getting hardcore spammed with bots. And this comes sometimes, okay? This comes once in a while, where I get bots who are pushing some sort of, like, normally it's like crypto coins or something like that. And it's just like, it's obvious bots, right? It's shit that like only conservatives would ever click on. It's where they start off and they say, this, the most recent one is something called Cardvin. They spell it differently sometimes. Sometimes it's Cardvin, sometimes it's Carduin. K-A-R-D-V-I-N or K-A-R-D-U-I-N. Carduin and Cardvin. They change it up. I don't know. But I started off getting a bunch of these, okay? And I started to block them. But you can see it. I've been in crypto for years, and Carduin, see, this one is EUN. Carduin is the most bullshit project I've ever seen. So I'm pretty sure what it is that a bunch of people are trying to stop the bots. So they ban the name Cardvin, so they come in with a different spelling. And then they ban that spelling. And then they come in with another spelling. But then it's, yeah, I believe Carduin will go 100 times after launch on Beyonce. Carduin will make millionaires after Beyonce listing. It will blow up. Like, it's some of the dumbest fucking shit, and it's over and over and over and over. They keep sending these messages. And this was the second round of them, okay? So this was the second round of them, and you can see there's like, you know, Carduin will make millionaires after Coinbase's listing. It will blow up. Carduin will go 100 times after launch on Binance. This was the first round of them. And it's like, they're pretty good because they have like odd names and they have profile pictures. So like used to, bots never had profile pictures. They would never have a profile picture. So Binance, okay. But yeah, this is the first round. Good luck everyone that holds Cardvin, probably a guaranteed profit at launch. With Elon now working with Cardvin, is going to absolutely blow up. I've never been more confident in an investment. Cardvin is a no-brainer. Cardvin, put everything in and sell after launch. Cardvin will moonshoot after Binance and Coinbase listing. This is it, but yes, they keep changing the fucking spelling so that I can't get rid of them. And I ban all of these. I ban the accounts. I report them for spam and commercial content, and it deletes their post. And then I'm inundated with a bunch more the next day. CEO just followed the Carduin Twitter account. Crazy, all these opportunities coming out. Good luck everyone that holds Carduin. Such a bad faith loser, the little balding dude makes. Okay, that one's definitely a bot. Carduin, put everything in sell after launch. Carduin contract is edited. Coinbase bought another 20 million Carduin. Amazon partnership, it will blow up. New official partnership, Carduin and Google. FOMO around this new Carduin going up now. Groyper accusation comes. Okay, missed half the stream. Put everything in, sell after launch. Carduin, yet really a mainstream. Good luck everyone that holds Carduin. Highly likely there will be a partnership between Tesla and Carduin. Carduin moonshoot after Binance and Coinbase listing. This is over and over, dude. Like, all of those banned. All of those erased. Every single one of them gone. Next day, boom. Cardvin is awaiting major exchange listings. It's possible to hit this 100 times a year. Crazy, all these opportunities coming out lately. Me and my friends are all in on Cardvin now. Half-mast is a ship. You meant half-staff. Trump said half-mast. I was repeating what Trump said, but anyways. Like, it's over and over and over, dude. Over and over. These motherfuckers just come right back with a ton more every fucking time. It is so infuriating. It's so fucking infuriating. These people will not stop with the comments. I have no way to like figure out how to get rid of them. But the comments on this here, there's so many people here who are saying shit like that I said nobody celebrated Charlie Kirk's death, which is not what I said. But I keep getting a ton of these, and I started to wonder if they were fucking bots too, because I got so many of them saying like, "What do you mean nobody? What do you mean nobody celebrated that?" like, I never said nobody celebrated this person's death, but I keep getting these fucking comments saying that this is the case. And I have no idea where they're getting this from. But yeah, like right here, three. So this person left this comment, and that's when I started to figure it out. So I thought they were bots, and so I think I might have even deleted some of them because I thought that they were bots. But yeah, 334 people are actually saying they were glad he was shot, and then people also started advocating for doing the same to others who they thought deserved it. You saying you didn't see it is just you either being ignorant or disconnected. You can think whatever you want of the guy. I disagreed with him a lot, but no one deserves what he got. The more I go into the video, the more I see how ignorant you are. If you actually watch the fucking video, because I keep thinking this, they had to be bots, because the more I watch this fucking video, like, what do you mean the more you watch the video? We go over a literal, like, montage of people celebrating his death in the video. You did say that probably in the context of leaders. What I said was, she said, people are sharing out of context clips to justify Charlie Kirk's murder. And I said, I've seen people sharing out of context clips, but I haven't seen any to see them justify Charlie Kirk's murder. That's what I said. I didn't say nobody's, justifying his murder. Everybody else. For him to die, or saying that it's okay for him to die, or saying that this is him being murdered. So like even this one, it says he advocated.
People are posting to justify this guy being murdered are out of context. But
just to be clear, I have not seen anybody post it to justify him being murdered. So like even this one, it says he advocated stoning gays to death. Just saying. I haven't seen this one, but that doesn't sound like somebody advocating for him to die or saying. Yeah, she said out of context clips. And I said, I haven't seen anybody posting them to justify his murder. Talking about the out of context clips. But yeah, like that. I don't know if that's actually as confusing as people are making it seem, but I feel like that's pretty obvious. So yeah, I even said here, maybe you misunderstood. Shu said people are using out of context clips to justify why it's okay to murder Charlie. And I said, I haven't seen anyone use them to justify his death. So I thought I did delete some. So if any of you guys posted those and I deleted your comment, my bad. But I did. Yeah, I thought that they were bots. Like I had so many of those fucking comments on there, and we literally go over a fucking montage of them in this video. Like we literally watch a montage of them.
This death will mean nothing. It will activate no one. It will impact few. It's just great. There are a lot of people that are like, no matter what side of politics you're on, you should never celebrate something bad happening to someone. I, on the other hand, do cheer when bad things.
Like, we watched a whole fucking montage of it in the fucking video. It's so stupid. But yeah, my bad if I deleted your fucking comments. I did think that they were fucking bots.
That maybe hundreds of
thousands of people, ordinary people who have taken to social media to celebrate this.
For many conservatives, the number of posts celebrating Kirk's murder were reasons to condemn the left, the entire left.
That is not a both sides problem. My friend is dead because of left-wing political radicalization.
The radicals on the left are the problem, and they're vicious and they're horrible.
The left is the party of murder.
They're vicious and they're horrible.
Politics. You won't be surprised to hear that I don't believe these posts represent the left accurately. And in this video, I'm going to explain why. However, making this argument also lets me explore a new phenomenon which I'm seeing more and more. One that is not only distorting people's perceptions in this debate, but in many others, including the controversy over trans rights, the debate over anti-Semitism in the pro-Palestine movement, and explains, I think, some of the cancel culture that was so prevalent at the start of the 2020s. And, like all the videos on this channel, it's an idea that explains the news at a deeper level. Okay, let's do this. Hi, if you're new here, my name's Brendan, and normally at this point I have a sponsorship. They're one of the things that helps this channel be financially viable. But today I thought I'd point you towards my Substack, which is where you can sign up for a free email every time I publish. It's a great way for me as a creator to stay connected with you when the YouTube algorithm can be a little bit unpredictable. Also, there are paid memberships where you can sign up to get links, reading recommendations, access to Q&As, and other goodies. So yeah, check it out. To explain my argument about the Charlie Kirk celebrations, I need to start somewhere a bit unusual. Cardiologists. Yes, cardiologists, and how worrying their behaviour is. Let's start with this case in Maryland. A cardiologist accused of performing over 500 dangerous, unnecessary surgeries to make money. Here's another similar case in California. Another
controversy. The Brits always say controversy.
Philadelphia, and another in Michigan. One cardiologist in Ohio got 20 years in prison. And here's a case involving 11 cardiologists in Kentucky. And it's not just the unnecessary surgeries. There's the illegal kickbacks, insurance fraud, the accusations of sexual misconduct, and even killings, with one cardiologist apparently hiring a hitman to kill a rival doctor. There's clearly something wrong with cardiologists. These examples all come from writer Scott Alexander in an article titled Cardiologists and Chinese Robbers. Imagine, Alexander asks, that you want to present Chinese people as robbers. Yeah, I'm using Ronnie Cheng as an example of a Chinese person. I think it's okay. You find one example of a Chinese person who's a robber, but one example isn't convincing. But if the group is a large one, then finding examples becomes easier. So that even if the reality is that only 1 in 1,000 Chinese people is a robber, well, considering there are over 1 billion Chinese people, this means you could provide 1 million examples of Chinese robbers to prove your case. As Scott Alexander puts it, if you spend 12 hours a day on the task and can describe one crime every 10 seconds, you can spend 4 months doing nothing but providing examples of burglarious Chinese and still have absolutely no point. Let's call it the million examples fallacy. The idea that if a group is big enough, you can find numerous examples of them doing something bad without it really proving anything. And of course, this was the point Scott was making with cardiologists. He could have picked any profession, and because there are so many news stories out there, he would have been able to find enough examples to make that group seem suspicious. I think this is what was happening when people saw the left celebrating Charlie Kirk's murder. People saw not just 1 or 2 examples of celebrations, but dozens, even hundreds, and concluded that so many examples must be representative. But of course, even hundreds of posts is not a representative sample of the millions in America who are left of centre on politics. Now, of course, we've always had political actors selectively finding examples that support their narratives. For example, those on welfare have long been misrepresented as feckless and immoral to undermine support for those programs. You see the same thing with those Fox News pieces where they interview Trump opponents to show how dumb they are.
What's the policy that you object to? All of it.
Just like the things he says about women and like the racism.
Like what?
Or the pieces that lefty media outlets publish that aim to give the same impression of Trump supporters.
Obama is a Muslim, he's a terrorist. Nobody will ever tell me different. Do I have proof? No. Do I have articles? No.
But your mind is made up without any information.
My mind is made up.
It's a type of distortion sometimes called nutpicking, the act of showcasing the nuttiest members of a group as if they were a typical or even strong representative of that group. But now with social media, this process is easier than ever, with so many tweets and videos to look through to find examples of whatever case you want to make. And while we know we should be careful about stereotyping on the basis of 1 or 2 examples, it's not obvious to us that we should be careful of stereotyping when we have hundreds and thousands of examples. All political movements have oddballs, and political movements have limited power to police who joins them. Rather than making a judgment on these individuals, many of whom before social media would never have been heard from, it makes more sense to look at the left's elected representatives, all of whom, and correct me in the comments if I'm wrong, condemned Charlie Kirk's murder.
Political violence, in fact, is political cowardice. It means that you cannot convince people of the correctness of your ideas, and you have to impose them through force.
And there's another element to this. Imagine the effect of these posts on just a regular conservative. They may well know that those who post on social media about politics are not representative, tending of course to be the most radical. They may well know that social media algorithms tend to reward inflammatory content. They may even remember that the owner of the platform deliberately distorts what's shown. But as they scroll through what can feel like countless examples, they form the impression, in good faith, that the left really are celebrating Charlie Kirk's murder. I find this tragic. Because instead of being deluded by politicians lying to them, Something that's bad, obviously, but something at least we're used to and people understand. But here we have a kind of self-delusion, the deception more powerful because it's coming more from us than from others. A powerful example of this phenomena at work is all the ordinary people on the left finding the celebrations disgusting.
It's just disgusting behavior. The fact that I have been a part of the left for 7 years, I never thought we'd get to the point where I would have to look at my own party and be like, oh, hold on, I can't support you anymore.
I can't be a liberal no more. You see the comments?
And it's certainly not my left. It's not any part of the left that I participate in.
As a registered Democrat, all I have to say is the Charlie Kirk shooting just proves that we are the worst, man.
Even those inclined to believe the left are good people are fooled.
See, this is part of the problem that I've had, is the way that, like, that Not So Erudite frames things is she's being used with a list of people saying, you know, the left, as a registered Democrat, the left are bad people, and people saying, I can't be a Democrat no more. I can't be one of y'all. Y'all are bad people. Like, that she's being used in fucking montages for that shit. This is not good. This is not good. This is like this. Fuck, I don't want to use the fucking term because of the fucking, especially with her, but it is like, not that that's what she was doing there, but the way that he's framing it in this video, it is pick me energy. It is like, you know, I'm one of the good ones sort of thing. That's the way it comes off.
By the power of so many examples. Another example I came across recently was during the pro-Palestine UK marches, which were accused of being anti-Semitic. When I analysed one march, I found 28 examples of anti-Semitism, tiny as a proportion of the total number of people marching. I also found many Jewish voices and protesters.
I'm the daughter of Holocaust survivors. My mother was a survivor of Auschwitz, so I know quite a lot about anti-Semitism. And I'm standing here saying this is not the way to end the brutality of Hamas.
But the tragedy here was that 28 examples of anti-Semitism didn't feel like nothing to many Jewish observers. It felt like a lot. And the result is that many Jewish people honestly feel like they're living in a country where millions of people are marching in support of anti-Semitism, which is just not the case. I also think about this phenomena when I see J.K. Rowling talking about the hundreds of abusive comments she gets. And I know that's not the only reason for her views, but I do wonder the degree to which this distorting phenomena, which affects someone with her profile so much, will have changed her attitude and opinion on this issue. I think this phenomena was also behind many cancellations, where institutions would get hundreds of emails about a crisis and panic into firing someone, when of course hundreds of emails in fact means very little. There's also what I think of as self-authored cancellations from YouTubers like Natalie Wynn and Lindsay Ellis, people I watch regularly and who I consider myself a fan of. Both have experienced cancellation crises, which they spent much emotional energy responding to.
So anyway, I mentioned this thing to her and she was like, yeah, whatever, that's hilarious, lol. And so this is not excusing it, but I kind of took that as, well, my friend I know personally said it's fine, so I'm going to, you know, take that opinion over these strangers.
But in both cases, I only heard about these cancellations when I saw their response videos. From a normal fan perspective, I hadn't noticed anything. But from their perspective, distorted by the hundreds of messages of criticism they were getting, these were huge crises.
He did not hate his opponents. He wanted the best for them. That's where I disagreed with Charlie. I hate my opponent.
President Trump and his administration clearly has little interest in trying to stop America's growing division. In fact, they want to accelerate it. But adding to this, we have a new flavour of social media distortion that I just don't think we've got our heads around yet. And if you combine it to the other aspects of these platforms, the picture just gets worse. There's filter bubbles, on this story giving people wildly different impressions of Charlie Kirk. Either a racist who talks about DEI hires taking a white...
See, he has his music the same volume as mine, maybe even louder than the way that I keep my music. People keep complaining about my music. It's only specific people who complain about the music on my videos being too loud, and it's always the same specific people who do. So I wonder if it is like their devices that make it a little bit different. But yeah, every time I listen to everybody else's videos through my devices and my like earphones and my stuff, it's the same. Normally it's even louder than mine or the same. So I'm always like off-put or confused by it. But yeah, I wonder if it is just like maybe different rendering on the editing software, or if it's actually like different devices on with different different speakers and different I'm blanking on the term, but like different setups for them.
White person's job, or a motivational Christian figure who says warm words about the importance of talking to each other. These different images making it harder to understand the celebration or outrage on either side. There's the way social media's algorithms reward distorting partisan rhetoric. One side, for example, presenting evidence that...
No, not sensitivity, it's like specs. That's what I was trying to think of. Specs, like a headphone spec. So like lots of times when you go to order headphones, everybody makes a big deal about the types of the specs on the speakers and on the headphones, because they do them all differently. Like some of them are going to have like, you know, higher on the front end, lower on the back end, you know, more bass, less treble, like, you know, things like this that are different or yeah. So like some headphones have like numerous speakers in them, so that some of it's for like background, some of it's for the front ground, like it's there's foreground. But yeah, a lot of headphones, almost all of them have like very different specs in them, and so things sound differently depending on what it is that you're using.
Political violence is clearly
like even on my phone I can change the specs and like equalizer on it.
Left-wing problem, the other choosing different evidence to show it's a right-wing problem, when the reality is it's clearly a problem neither side is immune from.
Political violence is a left-wing problem. The way that I explained it the other day on the panel is, and for some reason, every time I explained it, it was so frustrating. I don't know how many of you watched this fucking panel. It was so infuriating. I had to explain it like 5 fucking times, and they kept saying, I don't know, Tom, man, I just don't agree that there's zero violence on the left. I'm like, I never said this. That's not what I said. Please, listen this time, okay? Listen to what I'm saying this time. The right does not denounce violence as much as Democrats do. Democrat politicians, if they say something about it, they always denounce the violence. That's what I said. Every time, all the time, in the last 10 years, you will never find somebody who is coming out in justifying violence. They will say that the violence is bad regardless of who did it. And that is not that common on the right. And they come in, yeah, I don't know. I just don't know how you can say that only right-wingers commit violence. I didn't fucking say this. Holy shit, I didn't fucking say this. Stop, please. I didn't say it about violence. And then eventually I started saying it. I was like, listen, if you want me to make a statement about the violence, I will say the left probably commits the majority of violent acts or violent incidents. But I would say that the left probably commits like 99% of vandalism and like damage to private property and like arson and crap like that, right? There's probably, over the last 10 years, probably 99% of it has been from the left. But as far as murders go, like 99% over the last like 20 years has been from the right. Like that is, if you want me to make a statement about the fucking violence, that's my fucking statement about the violence. But we're talking about murders, it's majority right, but I wasn't making a statement about that.
Also add in straightforward misinformation, which has tripped up several critics of Charlie Kirk, and the fact that the platforms are filled with posters paid by foreign governments to foment anger, and the whole thing is a disaster.
Oh my God. Go, run!
Acts of political violence have their origins in a worldview that embraces division and sees nothing in political opponents but evil. But although there is division in America, it's not actually as bad as people think. This study, for example, looked at each side's ability to guess the positions of their opponents, and found each side estimated the other side's voters to be much more extreme than they in fact were. Ordinary Americans on both left and right have more in common than people seem to realise, though that's not the story people get from these platforms. Which is why that study found the more news media people follow, the worse their ability to estimate their opponent's position gets. The problem here is proportion. These platforms and all the voices they bring into politics are not going to disappear. And as someone who appreciates the value that social media and, for that matter, YouTube can bring to political debate, I don't want them to disappear. I don't know what the answer is, but it seems to me we have enough real division without letting these distortions, both cynical and self-authored, make that division seem even worse.
Yeah, it is true though. Like the majority of people that we watch, I think my monitor's cutting off again. Yep. Fucking shit. The majority of people that we engage with on Twitter, or that are like the majority of right-wingers that are coming into my chat, the majority of people that are that we watch in like media on YouTube or whatever, the majority of these people are like totally brushing off the shit about the FCC and are totally like acting as though you know, nothing bad happened with Jimmy Kimmel, or that was just ABC firing somebody, or, you know, stuff like that, right? Like they just kind of brush it all off and act like it's not a big deal, and they support Trump and this is fine, or, you know, the left started it, blah, blah, blah. But when you go and look at polling, right-wingers were not okay with this. They were not okay with the FCC stuff. They were not okay with Pam Bondi running around saying that she was going to implement hate speech laws. They were not okay with the like responses from the Trump administration on a bunch of this stuff. They were not okay with this. This was not good. This did not poll well for them. And this is why I said that, like, in the end, it felt like we won the fucking Charlie wars. Like in the end, it felt like we got it, because even though everything we see online from right-wingers is them just being totally in favor of this stuff and acting like there's nothing bad going on, it doesn't seem like that is the case with the right at all. It seems like the right they do care about free speech. They do care that this is going overboard. They do care that they're trying to violate our First Amendment rights. And so, yeah, let me unplug this real quick.
Worse than the reality. Hi, my name is Brennan, and thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this, then I recommend you check out
Pisco, you've literally shown nothing this entire time during this conversation and during the previous.
I don't even think you understand what I just said.
Nothing.
You don't understand.
I'm still waiting
so you were just Bam just presented you.
Don't insert yourself.
I am not inserting myself. We're not even trying to convince at this point Prime like to do the lesser of two evils. We're way past that, because I know I'm never gonna convince him to do the most pragmatic thing. Like, we're not doing, like, what you suggested is not what's happening right now. I am now having trouble repeating back what Prime told to me and being like, so this is the minimum. This is one of the things that she could have said. Correct? He's saying I'm unwilling to answer that in a fashion that's concrete, where I can be held to, and that is me. That shivers down my spine.
You gave a hard answer, but Doobie's answer is dramatic.
How is that lying?
Who is that guy? I remember the night that this happened, I tuned in for a minute, and I remember seeing his name on there, and I didn't know who that was.
That's
not him.
Shivers down my spine.
Doobie gave a hard answer. But Doobie's
liar.
answer is dramatic.
How is that lying?
Pisco, you're a liar.
How am I lying?
I'm going to communicate the way I'm going to communicate, and you're going to listen. That's how it's going to work.
Dude.
Understood? You get it?
Just
hold
on. This is
no,
so
because you keep.
Hey folks, please like, comment, and subscribe, and make sure to check out my newsletter. Information is in the description.
So the topic I wrote down, and
yeah, this is the conversation that I would want, because the first time we watched Pisco debate Prime on this, it was really frustrating because Prime refused to have a conversation about why he was voting that way. He kept saying, oh, I draw my line at genocide. That's that. I just draw my line at genocide. You're not gonna. And every time Pisco tried getting him to have a conversation about like, yeah, but like lesser of two evils, bro. Like somebody's going to win the election in the end, like blah, blah, blah. He wouldn't have that conversation. He kept saying, you're not going to distract me. You will not. It's not going to happen. You will not distract me. But that is the conversation that needs to be had. Why are you voting like this? Why would you ever vote in this way? Why would you ever draw a hard line on like where something's become too bad to where you're just not going to vote for anybody? Why? Like the only time that I could ever consider doing something like that is if both of the candidates actually are so similar and so alike where you can't tell a difference between one and the other, to where I guess, sure, if you don't think there actually is a lesser of two evils there. But Prime admits that there is a lesser of two evils here. He's just not voting for them. That is the conversation that needs to be had. Like that's the only conversation that I really want to hear with him.
These are fine people agreed to come on and discuss this. Why would left-leaning voters not support Kamala Harris? Was Harris and or the DNC responsive to the basis concerns about Gaza? Or at the time, was that protest too insignificant to be a focus of the National Party? That's kind of where. So we were having a conversation with the Reverie Mondays 8 p.m. Eastern on twitch.tv or youtube.com/PrimeKai, right? Come check it out. But we're having a discussion, and Kamala Harris got brought up completely randomly, actually. She got brought up, and the discussion about like who didn't actually vote for her, why didn't they vote for her, and whose fault is it for all of this came up. And since it was attached, this was on the tail end of a completely separate debate. I thought like we should have a specific conversation set aside just for this because it was very passionate, as it always is around these parts. And so I invited the people on. So most of the people, actually all the rest of the people who are part of this debate, except for Pisco, was there. But we invited Pisco. He was so kind as to join us, so we're happy to have him. Why don't we just quickly introduce ourselves, and then we'll go. So, hi, I'm Prime Kai, PrimeCayes. You can find me twitch.tv or youtube.com/Prime Kai. We'd love to have you. We have debates like this all the time. They're a lot of fun, and they're super freaking passionate. If you remember me from last time I was on Pisco's channel, you know what I can deliver. But very excited to have you all here watching us and being a part of this. Pisco?
Yeah, Pisco Liddy on Twitter and TikTok now. Also, Pisco's Hour on YouTube. We had that conversation, which was kind of about, I guess, the voter's culpability, the hypothetical Prime style voter. And yeah, that's available on my channel, but I'm sure that this conversation will, I think, try to be more focused on the candidate specific qualities and things like that. Though I'm not certain that it won't fall into a little bit of questions about voter requirements and voter oughts and what they should have done.
Okay. Next is we'll go to our friend Doobie. Doobie, thank you for coming through. A mainstay on the Reverie. I'm always glad to have you.
Thanks for having me. I'm Doobie. I run the politics server on Discord, discord.gg/politics, the best and biggest politics server on the platform. And that's about it.
Thanks so much. And last but not least, a person who you wouldn't expect if you saw my tweet. Because I fucked up the tweet. I do apologize. But Black American Me, we're very happy to have him here. That wasn't on purpose. But Bam, thank you for joining us. It was really our back and forth that sparked all this. And so I'm happy that you take time out of your day to join us here.
Of course, I hate to put all this black on black violence out in the public space, but Bam, I run my life as best I can. That's all I do.
Black American made. I know this name. I know this name, and I can't remember where I know him from.
I mean, I have conversations with Prime as long as he allows me to do so. Thanks.
Thank you. Yeah, thanks for all being here. So we can jump into it. Also, you can come to youtube.com/primekai to like put a super chat. You want us to answer? You want us to like respond to something? Super chats are open, so consider supporting the channel that way. Be much appreciated. But all right, let's jump into it. So let me get this perspective of the other side, right? We were answering a few questions from my man Pisco here, but I want to get the perspective of the other side. Why do you think that left-leaning voters didn't support Kamala Harris, right? And I'm using left-leaning extremely loosely here, right? Anyone on like the general left. But you might see it differently. And you can define that as you wish. So yeah.
You're asking me that, right? Or us people?
I'm asking both of you.
Got it. I'll start by saying I think that there's a premise to this question, which I just want to address, which is I think that left-leaning people, by and large, did vote for Kamala Harris. So by and large, I'm not one of these people who like blame lefties or communists.
Well, just to be clear, Prime did frame the question correctly, where he said, "Why do you think they wouldn't want to?" Like the assumption is that we're just talking about the ones who didn't.
For the reason, like in terms of the actual result of the election, there was a broad sweep of push towards Trump across many different groups, including traditional Democratic voters who aren't considered lefties, people who are like disaffected, who are not ideological in any way. And so I've not been convinced by the empirical case that the ideological left lost Kamala the election in a sense of like actual votes and vote count. I don't think that's been made out. And I think the Democrats, by and large, and left-wing people, by and large, supported Kamala. However, for the subset of people who didn't, I think, the range of different issues, I think that Gaza probably did play an impact for some people in the left for who that's a major issue. And Joe Biden's and the administration's pro-Israel stance, they were a very pro-Israel administration. And additionally, I think the left, Biden's kind of economic policies, which I support because they didn't have, I think, immediate effect, and because of lingering inflation, those kinds of economic considerations, and because Trump had been out of eye for a while, I think a lot of left-wing people might just not have voted because they were less enamored by Biden and less threatened by Trump.
Okay. Yeah, please.
Yeah, my perspective, I don't blame specifically leftists. I blame non-voters. And I name non-voters as a category. And I blame specifically, most of all, which ends up overlapping with leftists. Most of all, I blame non-voters whose reasoning behind says that Kamala didn't do something in their campaign enough to justify their vote over Trump. I think that argument is complete and total bullshit.
True.
And I think that we're absolutely seeing the ramifications and consequences due to people who would give that justification. The larger issue was probably general voter apathy, and I actually think that it's actually an issue of Biden being too solid of a president. He wasn't in the media every day, and he wasn't doing flips and telling pregnant women what medicine they can take and giving medical advice, but he had gotten the country into a position of general recovery and stability post-COVID. And I think that people had got lulled into a boredom and thought that like, oh, okay, well, it really doesn't matter who's president. My life is kind of whatever. And they leaned into the excitement, or they just said that, oh, well, if Trump wins, everything's probably going to be about the same. And they were horribly, horribly wrong.
Okay.
Well, that's one of the things that I said is I was like, yeah, it would have to be that they thought that this was just going to be, not much of a difference, because how else could you justify not voting for Kamala in this? But obviously Prime has said that he doesn't think that he said when Arian sent in a dono and said, like, he thought that Kamala was just as bad as Trump. He's like, no, I never said that. I don't know why people keep saying this. That was not my position, blah, blah, blah. So, okay, well, if that's not your position, then, like, you just really don't have a justification for what the fuck you did, bro. Like, you just do not you just cannot justify this by any means.
Before I say anything there, do you have a response to any of that, Doobie?
Yeah, I think he's totally wrong. I think you're wrong about everything. I think the issue. It's not that the Democrats need an Obama-style candidate. Right? I think Obama is, in some ways, a once-in-a-lifetime style candidate. Right? It's the way that he's a great orator, great at like winning over the crowds, great at, I mean, just his image. He looks like a very competent person, prevents himself well. Like he's, I think that kind of candidate is, in some ways, once in a lifetime. At least once in my lifetime, right? But I think that Obama stood for something. He had a message. He had that was like hope and change was the thing that he was selling. Right? He stood for something. He advocated for that thing. I think the issue with Biden and Kamala, especially Kamala, was that she didn't seem to stand for anything other than what Biden did, and Biden wasn't that popular, right? So I think she just failed to separate herself from the administration, failed to present herself as a leader and somebody that people could trust, and failed to produce any confidence in people, right? Any excitement to get them out to vote. And I think the Democrat Party itself has been disconnected from its base for a very long time. And I think one of the easiest ways to see this is the Israel-Palestine issue, right? I'm not a single issue voter, right? But if you just look at that issue, right? And to be clear, I'm not a Democrat. I'm a registered independent. I've voted for, first time I ever voted was for Obama, right? I even voted for Trump in 2016, right? As kind of a troll vote because I'm in California, so it doesn't really matter. Last election, I didn't vote because I'm in California. It doesn't really matter anyway. But also, I didn't really feel comfortable voting for these disgusting people, in my opinion. But to be clear, if it did matter, if I was in the swing state, I would have voted for Kamala. I would have swallowed, closed my eyes, and just pushed the Kamala button, okay? Because I think that Trump is that bad. But if you look at the polls on the Gaza issue, like 77% of Democrats believe Israel is committing a genocide. 51% of independents think they're committing a genocide. 20% of fucking Republicans think they're committing a genocide. Only 25% support sending more military aid. Among Democrats, only 28% of independents support this. And among Republicans, only 56%, which is fucking crazy for the Republicans. Only 6% of Republicans support sending military aid to Israel. So these numbers, I think, are pretty crazy, right? There's been a massive shift in the last few years against Israel. But if you look at the way that the party votes and the way that the leadership and the Democrat Party speaks about the issue, they represent Israel, Palestine, Gaza as like a fringe issue. And when people like Connor or even Erudite or Hutch or any of these like liberal people online, right? Who I like, to be clear, I don't dislike any of these people. When they speak about these things, they speak of that topic as if it's a fringe left issue that only socialists and communists care about. But that's totally disconnected from
small
the
government
conservative. That is the mainstream of the party.
I like the first time that I talked to Doobie, I think that he told me at the time that he was LARPing as a fascist, and he's literally like come out a couple of times to like clear up, like, yes, I just take whatever the like opposite position is from the norm, and then I just argue that. It's ever since that, like, I don't know how the fuck I'm supposed to argue with somebody as though they're a real person. He's just a fucking cartoon character. If he doesn't ever argue things that he actually believes in, then it just seems so pointless.
Conservatism and what?
To that in a minute.
Well, okay. So one thing that I started doing years ago when I was like trying to explore who I am as a person, right? Like what my actual philosophy is I wanted to learn, just like some backstory. I grew up very Republican. My father was listening to Rush Limbaugh constantly. I was listening to all this. When I kind of got out on my own, I was watching Glenn Beck every day. I actually loved Glenn Beck, right? Mm-hmm. But at some point, I made the switch to like, it was the gay marriage issue for me that kind of did it, right? Where like there was like this contradiction in small government conservatism and whatnot, but hey, suddenly they're making theocracy arguments for why we need to restrict gay marriage, right? Oh, God said this. God said it's Adam and Eve, not Adam and Steve. So that kind of like really shook me because it didn't make any sense, right? I was always told, small government, all this whatnot from conservatives, and suddenly they're pushing like literally like Christian theocracy on people, from my perspective.
I mean, so I think the current argument now is like more of a libertarian.
Race realism is what they call it, but I call it like racialism. There's level 1, which is basically what disco is.
I'm trying to find where he says some of those.
Right? It's like not employed or whatever the fuck. I can't remember the full terminology.
No,
it's just like it's just like a dig at philosophy students. But
I thought
it's
it was
philosophy
like one
nerds,
of those
basically.
like, and I get on and I'm like, hey, you ready to go? Okay. I just joined. Let's see, Proaclin to get a debate in there.
I used to do this for Prime and Polar. I'll give it a drink.
Just jump in and debate on there. So I joined and I guess it wasn't last night. I guess maybe it's 2 nights ago.
Why? Yeah, I mean, so you said you're new to Discord. Like how new? Remember the full terminology?
No.
This feels really like kind of cringy to say, but like on the debate side of Discord, quote unquote, like my server is kind of like the center, and then there are like these offshoot team. We allow as much as possible in terms of
they don't have auto
really stream it or something.
Captions back then.
But
So
yeah, I would love to like actually have those.
Right, then you get to level 2, where they start talking about races are genetically distinct. You can get really extreme with. A lot of them will point to, oh, look, I've devoted so. It turns like a massive rabbit hole. Tom Jumpus.
Okay, he recently
Actual genetics. I have a guy in.
Need to get in with him and
server is I will take up a position that actually did.
Yeah, I think this
like
is
a DNA expert, so maybe I need to get in with him and go over a bunch of stuff before that.
It's really rough. I think on my server, what I've noticed, right, because I've had like thousands of debates about everything, right? Like one thing that I do pretty commonly on my server is I will take up a position that I actually don't agree with. And between you and me, I actually do this on Prime Stream all the time. I'm not actually an authoritarian at all.
That was going to be my next question about why they call you authoritarian, but we'll get to that in a minute.
Well, okay. So one thing that I started doing years ago when I was like trying to explore who I am as a person, right? Like what my actual philosophy is I wanted to learn, just like some backstory. I grew up very Republican. My father was listening to Rush Limbaugh constantly. I was listening to all this when I kind of, from my perspective.
I mean,
so
I think the current argument, so on and so on. Like, you are married so that you can get.
I think that's a perfectly like reasonable argument to have, like respected to have. What didn't seem reasonable to me was at the time, a lot of the arguments that I was hearing weren't that. Like to Mike Malloy, was correct. It was incorrect, right? And years, I started listening to everybody. I would do my best to, whenever some kind of issue, and try to like understand what everybody believed and why they believed it, so I can make some kind of sense as to why these people thought this way.
Yeah.
And over time, I got pretty good at like regurgitating a lot of these arguments, right? Because I have like a pretty firm grasp of them. I think so. Something I do on my server is I will LARP as a Luciferian, or as an atheist, or as a Catholic, right, or as a Muslim, just to like challenge people, because that's basically what my server's about. It's
so yeah, he's saying that like he'll take up just like whatever it is that like the opposite position is and just argue that. He said this on Aristocracy's channel before. Like it just it becomes really hard to like argue with people once they have said this, because then they'll go back on it other times and be like, no, like I don't do that anymore, blah blah blah, and then come back again later and be like, no, I was just doing that thing, I just do this sometimes. And it's like, wait, you said you don't do that anymore, but now you're telling me that you were doing it again. Like it's devil's advocate, kind of. It's kind of playing devil's advocate, but it's just it's super annoying that somebody's just gonna like argue a bunch of positions that they don't actually agree with, because that you're not arguing with like a good faith person who's actually going to admit when they're wrong. They're not going to actually, like, there's been a couple of panels that we were on where like while we're arguing, he keeps doing this thing where like he'll argue a position for a while without ever taking the position, without ever stating the position. But he'll argue it for a while. And then once you start to be like, bro, you're a fucking idiot. Why the fuck are you saying this? Blah, 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 blah. Well, no, I'm not saying that actually. But like, I do think, and then they'll just start like arguing another position now, but they're not going to state the position, not going to actually own the position. And it just, it's really frustrating debating those sorts of people or even listening to them.
Is opposed to this thing. So if you are supporting sending money to Israel, if you don't think it's a genocide, you're the fringe. You are the fringe of the party. And I think these people need to accept that and start behaving that way and reconnect with the base of the party. I think that is the only way that the Democrats are going to win.
Can I ask him something?
Yeah, go for it.
I was about to say, so Doobie, I just want to real quick. So do you believe that if Kamala Harris, and I'm gonna push it to I guess the perfect extreme. Do you think if Kamala Harris ran on, I'm cutting off Israel as an ally to the United States if I win, I'm going to cut off all military aid, and I'm completely denouncing them, denouncing Israel as a country, do you believe that Kamala Harris gets more votes than she had?
I don't think that anybody reasonable would ask for that. I don't think it's what anybody wanted. I think what at the time.
You don't think anybody wants to denounce Israel?
Maybe the fringe, the actual fringe, right? That doesn't want Israel to exist as a nation. Maybe they would want that, right? But that's not what I don't think people expect that from her as a politician. I don't think they would want that. I think they would think, oh, that she's gonna be called an anti-Semite and she's gonna fucking lose, right? I think what they wanted from her.
I think the majority of the people who didn't vote for her because of a genocide, that is exactly what they wanted. They wanted her in the United States to say, we are cutting off Israel. We are no longer sending them any sort of financial support. I do believe that is what they wanted. And that was their overall position. I'm fairly confident that's exactly what they wanted.
Is to take a strong ethical position on this thing, connect with the base of the party, which is opposed to sending more money to Israel, that believe that Israel was potentially committing a genocide even back then, rather than just saying, oh, I want to change anything.
Yeah, but what does that look like?
But I'm just saying, do you think that she?
But you're talking about, like, he says Joe Biden wasn't even all that popular, but the guy with like the most votes of any presidential race ever, like aligning with him and having the same policies as him, I thought was a fairly smart move. She did have some differences with him. Now, when you ask her, oh, what would you have done differently if you were Joe Biden? Yeah, she says, nothing that I can think of, nothing comes to mind. But obviously, her platform was different from his. Obviously, the policies that she wanted were different from his. The things that she was saying and doing were different from him. So the problem, again, is that you are supposed to have people who are disseminating the news and disseminating this information for their audiences, and they ought to be good at it. They ought to be capable of giving this information to their audiences in a way that makes it make sense. And the problem is that the Democrats' side, the left-leaning side, is not good at this. They fucking suck at it. They're not good at it. They're running around saying dumb shit like she was throwing Liz Cheney's endorsement in our faces, saying that she was going to be the same as Liz Cheney now. These people were not good at disseminating information and actually explaining it to people and making it make sense. They were not good at it, and that was the major problem, is that on the left, we just have way too many populists who are at the top of the alternative media hierarchy, and they fucked us.
So you're saying if she did that, if she made a too strong of a stance, she would have lost votes. She would have won. Like they would have made that would have been the thing.
Yeah, if
Trump
she
would have said, "Oh, now I'm voting for the black woman."
Well, I don't think she needs to. I don't think she needs to win over Trump voters. I think she needed to ignite some kind of passion in the base, to ignite some kind of passion in the base and vote for her, right? To present herself as a leader, taking a strong position on the thing, someone with backbone, right? I don't think she did that.
I'm saying
that's how it would look, Pisco. Right?
No, wait, before we do that, because I wanted to take back, like, I just want to know what is the question we're asking right now, because I understood Prime's question to be what was the reason why some people on the left or the left didn't vote for Kamala? And so I understand that to be specific to pre-election stuff. So everything Doobie's now citing about polls afterwards, I don't view that to be relevant, right? We can't take the polls that we see now and say, oh, she should have known this back then, and we should apply the preferences now of the Democratic Party to back in the day. So I understand Prime's question to be
correct. That was not the case at the time. The majority of the party did not think that it was a genocide at the time of the vote.
Literally pre-election, and to be pertaining to the left. And if it's a broader election strategy, I don't really view that as
or
possible.
If they did, we didn't know about it.
I'm just he asked a specific question about what was incentivizing people on the left not to vote for Kamala. My response is they by and large did, but maybe the thing affected it. And so I just want to make sure: are we responding to the same question, Doobie? And then you can tell me what it looked like, the Gaza stance.
Yeah. So the reason I think when I said earlier that the Israel-Palestine issue is one of the easiest way to see the disconnect that I'm talking about. I think the disconnect that is causing people to lose hope, to lose confidence.
I'm sorry. I'm very focused. Like, I'm sorry. Are we answering the same question? That's what I want to know. Okay. So okay.
Hold on. So to be clear, that disconnect is I think is the reason people didn't go out and vote for her. Not specifically on this issue. To be clear, I think there's a disconnect
people or the left.
On a whole host of issues.
So Prime asked, why did the left not vote?
Democrats in general. Well, hold on. Well, I think when Prime said the left, I think he was being very general, meaning like
people, but not independents, right? Not independents and not like non-ideological voters or I don't know, right wing. So the left generally, people on the left of this, so not centrist, correct? Is what we're talking about. I just want to be clear about what we're talking about.
So.
Okay,
yeah,
cool.
I'm talking about the typical Democratic Party base.
All right.
Like that's what I'm. Yeah. So I think there's a disconnect between the party leadership and that Democrat Party base. The reason I brought up the polls on Israel Palestine, the recent ones, we can look at the ones during the election if you want, but I think they're not really relevant to the point that I'm making. I think you can really see the disconnect, because if you look at the polls and then you look at how the party is voting and how the leaders of the party are speaking, and even how liberal streamers are talking about the issue, they present it as a fringe issue that a small group of people care about or are opposed to Israel on, when this is actually this is the mainstream position, right? So I think the disconnect there, and not just on this issue, to be clear, but on other issues, is I think the reason that they lost and the reason they're not doing well.
I'm not so sure that the mainstream position at the time of the election, and I think this was the point that was being made, it was at the time, and I don't think it's been elaborated by you, is it to cut off all funding? Do you think that that's the mainstream position? Well, I don't even know if it is now. Yeah, so what are you describing as the mainstream position back pre-election that Kamala, so clearly should have glommed onto? Like what you take to be the mainstream position, not now, but back then, that Kamala should have seen, obviously, and taken that route?
Okay, so I think even in, I think at the time, the mainstream position within the Democrat Party wasn't stopping military aid as it is now. It was conditioning the military aid, which is something that Biden kind of gave lip service to. I don't know if you remember, but there was a State Department memo that was leaked at some point, I think a few months before the election, that was sent to Israel saying, hey, there not enough aid is getting in, right? You might be in violation of, I forget what the exact law or statute within the U.S. is, but you might be in violation of this rule. So you need to bring aid out to this level and open this crossing, and you need to do all this within the next, I think, 60 days, or we might do something, right? And the implication was that we might start restricting funding military aid to Israel. That was kind of the implication of the letter, right? You wanted to see some kind of change or further steps to be taken. Now we got to that 60-day mark, right? And nothing happened. So they didn't meet the obligations. They made some kind of like shallow moves in that direction, but they absolutely did not meet the obligations. And then the Biden administration did nothing about it. They kept sending them money.
To paint you a little bit of a picture about why I think that, so why I've said to Prime that I thought Kamala was in a tough spot, is because what you're talking about there is kind of a middle road approach, which is not to sanction Israel, not to take a position that Israel is committing a genocide or anything back at that time period, but to condition congressionally approved aid to Israel on the basis of violation of one of these laws. And my thought process is that's a decision for Biden to make. Now, imagine you're Kamala Harris. Are you going to be saying are you going to resign for the vice presidency to say, hey, this is wrong? Like, Joe Biden needs to condition aid, and the fact that he's not doing that, I tender my resignation. What kind of pressure can you have to affect the policy that's not going to get you in a world of hurt when the first reporter asks you a fucking question like, hey, you've taken this position, the administration is not following your guideline, what do you make of that? Does Joe Biden not trust your input? Like, it is a very difficult position that she's in, especially if you're taking one of these middle of the road approaches where it's not like totally condemning Israel and calling them a genocidal state. That's a tough spot. And what is she supposed to do about it?
I think that seems, I mean, to me at least, that seems like an easy question for her to answer, and it could be a way that she would make herself distinct from the administration. So it could be something like, hey, yeah, I disagree with this policy. I respect Biden, yada yada. I disagree with this policy. I'm doing what I can within the administration to advocate for a change to this policy. But if I were to win the presidency, this is how I would change it going forward.
But to be clear, you are saying that she should come out and say that Biden's policy on Israel has failed. That is what you're saying that she should do.
That she disagrees with the policy, yes. Yeah, she doesn't need to use the word failed, but she says that she could say,
I disagree with what the president is doing. What he's doing is wrong.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. So
I'll be in the vice president, and that basically.
And I understand that puts her in like a, I guess it seems untenable position. But no, it doesn't, because she's running to be the leader of the country. If she can't even speak out against the president, if she did disagree about this policy, then why the fuck should she be the leader of anything? Like, she needs to. This is what we want to say. She needs to have some kind of background.
No, sorry.
She needs to have a leader that we can look to.
We're just talking about whether she's going to win the election. So you're saying she should have these qualities. These are qualities that would make a good leader. We would want a president to be able to stand up. But we're just talking about how this looks and whether it'll get votes. So all the questions about is this a trait that we like to see? Does she have a backbone or not have a backbone? We're just asking the electoral question is, does she lose votes because she comes out and is like, yeah, Biden sucks on this issue? And in so many terms, it's an attack on the administration, and it's going to be played every day on Fox News. Kamala Harris comes, and maybe that's to her credit, but it could also look really, really bad, and it could cause Joe Biden to lash out. And it could also, by the way, undermine certain negotiations, actually.
I was about to say,
I totally
after
disagree with that.
Biden, I mean, after receiving Biden's endorsement, like you also have to, what is the timing of this? She's received Biden's endorsement for the president. Oh God, I disappeared. I'm back. She received Biden's endorsement for the presidency. Are we saying doing this prior to the DNC, like where she wants Biden to come out and give a speech on her behalf and advocacy for it? Like people think that there's no ramifications from the vice president saying, from the vice president making a strong lash out against the administration that she's a part of, because literally whenever I'm about to, even when she didn't lash out, when she just named policies that she'd like to do in the future, every single question, and I think Prom said this was a lie, every single question he received was, why hasn't she done it already then? If they, like, because people were like, why, people were upset with her that she was touting the successes of the Biden administration. They're like, people don't like Biden, you're supposed to be different, but she can't reject the last 4 years of administration. One, because it's a terrible look as a VP, and her loyalty to Biden, but also because it's not a tenable move to say that, like, oh yeah, everything we've done before was wrong, we're gonna do something better now. That's just a losing argument on always around.
That's not true. I think so. This, I don't think it's a losing. I mean, let me try to understand your position. So are you saying that to have a better chance of winning the election, she could not in any way differentiate herself from Biden, so that she would carry out any kind of policy differently, so that she disagreed with anything that happened while she was there, right? And then of course she'd be asked, like, hey, why did it happen? She said, well, I advocated from my position. We disagreed on this. You know, he's the president, so we're going to follow his lead. Like, that seems like, if you're just saying that she can't disagree with Biden about anything, then how the fuck are we supposed to trust this lady to be a leader at all?
That's not
If
the question presented.
the question isn't,
separate human being. Excuse me. The question isn't how could we trust her. The question isn't then does she deserve to. The question is simply and only would she have won more votes had she taken the approach that you said. So everything you're saying about should we trust her? Isn't this something of leadership? We're not here to discuss that. We're here to discuss would she have won the election if she took a different position.
So I think yes, because it would have demonstrated that she is a leader and she can stand up against the administration where she thinks that they're wrong. And I think this would have caused people to see her as a more competent, it would have energized the base, right? Who I think saw her as essentially a Biden sock puppet toward the end of the election, because she just couldn't find a way to differentiate herself from him.
The Fox News was begging for her to do that, because you know what it would have been? Breaking news. There's quarrels at the White House.
She admits
says that Biden's
failed.
incompetent. Yeah. And she's
so what? They should talk to her anyway. Who cares what they say?
So what?
So what? Literally, so what? They say all the crazy shit about her anyway. Like, they'll say this actual crazy thing. Like, who cares?
So I think it would have looked really bad. It wouldn't have moved enough people to dispositively affect the outcome. And I think that's why what was said at the start. I'm so sorry, I forgot your name again, brother. Apologies. Bam. What Bam said at the start was really important. That he thinks it has to do with like a general apathy. I have said that it has to do with the economic conditions that were then prevailing, where across it wasn't because of this ideological reason. I haven't been convinced that moving in this direction would have gained her enough votes, and also it's a huge risk, and I don't think that she has the acumen, the political acumen, to maybe a very out there politically gifted orator, a good communicator would be able to walk that line and say something like, listen, I'm the vice president, I love Joe, but I'm going to be honest with you now, I'm going to level with the American people, these are my disagreements on policy, and I have to do this because blah 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 blah. Maybe there's someone who could walk that line with that kind of oratory skill, but do you really have the confidence that Kamala can make that work? I don't think that she could. And I think that it looks to an average voter.
Part of my issue with Kamala was that she just wasn't able to argue the most simplest fucking points. Like, she was really bad at kind of towing the line on very simple points, to where she ended up just running away from stuff all the time and just not even answering. And it was really frustrating to watch, because I would sit here in real time and be like, this is the answer that I would have given. Like, this would have been just a very easy W for both sides. Like, everybody would have liked this fucking answer, but she chose to just run away and not give an answer at all. And yeah, it was just it seems like she just did not have the actual ability to argue things very well.
And what the campaign ad would show is chaos in the White House. Even the vice president isn't sold on the administration. They can't get along. You can't, that is, I think, the issue, is that any kind of strong stance, and what you're describing right now is for Kamala Harris to support a position of conditioning congressional aid on some outcome in Israel, and that's instantly, I think, going to bring in a bunch of these calls of discord and disunity in the White House, and additionally pick a fight with Congress and potentially with the courts if Biden ultimately listened to her. But he wasn't going to listen to her because she didn't really have any power in the administration, if we're being honest.
I also think that in response to that, one, I think she made reasonably strong stances. I know people will say they don't, but if we can go quote by quote, line by line, we can find pretty strong, reasonable statements that Kamala Harris made in advocacy for the Palestinian people and issues that she had with the way that Israel was carrying out the conflict. She didn't. I don't think she may have sugarcoated, but I think it was clear that she had issues with Israel, and it was honestly even clear that Biden had issues with how Israel was projecting policy. Also, there's also we've had this conversation from an accepted framing of that, like Biden was somehow a failure of a presidency. When I honestly, at right now, I give Biden's presidency like an 8 out of 10. I think if we look at the policy, if we look at how Biden carried on, I think Biden actually did an excellent job as president at being the president of the United States. Again, he wasn't a celebrity, but he did good policy. He got good things done. I don't think he had a history that she should run from.
Go for it, Prime.
Sure. Sorry. All right. Lots of things are happening here. For one, I reject, I guess it's going to make a super strong statement on this, but like talking about how like you implied that the support for Palestine, or at least against Israel, the anti-Israel support vote was like, too soft, or at the very least you didn't want to deal with any polls happening after the election. Well, we have to look
I think that's fair, right?
That how people, of course, it is, right? But like, we can just like look at the numbers, because there's plenty of polling done on this, and this, what I'm looking at right now, I believe is a YouGov, yes, a YouGov poll, and specifically on this topic. Conditioning aid to Israel. So this is a larger report, and I'll link it to you guys so you guys take a look. It's 14 pages, but I can read choice excerpts. Conditioning aid to Israel, right? Which is something I talked about. I'm specifically reading this section because I talked about this a lot, right? Like conditioning aid to Israel would have been a fantastic step. And I think a far more durable step, rather than saying, "Oh, we're done with Israel," like cutting all ties. This would have been something actionable and firmly within the law, firmly with the powers within the power of Joe Biden or Kamala Harris. This section says, an April 2024 poll of likely voters across the U.S. found that 30%. So this section is talking about other polls, but then it also has its own numbers, but it's referencing previous polls. An April 2024 poll of likely voters across the U.S. found that 30% strongly supported withholding military funds to Israel until the attacks on Gaza stop. Another 25% someone supported the conditional aid policy. Another poll, specifically of African American voters nationwide, found 59% believe that aid to Israel should be conditioned. Our poll in 5 states find very similar results. Roughly 30% in each state strongly supports conditional aid. 55 to 66% somewhat or strongly support conditions on aid to Israel. The breakdown by states below. And so the states they poll, swing states: Arizona, Michigan, Minnesota, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin. And yeah, like in terms of the for all the states, for every single one of them, the support for either somewhat support or strong support outweighs the somewhat opposed or strongly opposed. This poll further goes on in other sections to talking about specific policies, right? So not just conditioning aid, but other like specific policy sets, right? And how they poll. And you can see again, Biden gains votes, right? Biden or Harris, the Democratic campaign, they gain votes from taking a anti-Israel stance, right, or a tough on Israel stance. So this was all known beforehand, right? And I feel like there's a bit of rewriting of history saying, oh, it's only after the election that people suddenly realize, oh yeah, there was a genocide. No, they understood there was a genocide. They got that. In fact, others in other parts of this poll, I have to pick them out. I'm sorry. But they talk about specifically, was Israel doing a genocide? Do you believe that, right? And people were asked, many of these.
Can you send the YouGov poll in our Discord chat? Is that okay?
Sure. Yeah, I absolutely will. But the point is that there was, like, looking at these poll numbers, in the context of swing states, right, there was more than enough support to put it over edge, especially with such small margins, especially these small margins. Yes, there are individuals here, and you'll see that in a poll. Again, I'll send it to you in just a second. That don't care, right? There's that these policies make.
I don't agree with this. I don't like, from what I've seen, if more people voted, now it's possible that like more, if all like registered Republicans and Democrats voted in that election, from what I've seen, Kamala would have lost even more. From what I've seen, that like even the people who didn't vote still did not want Kamala, and that like the majority of people who didn't vote would have voted for Trump if they had voted. So I just don't agree with this, and we went over this the last time that they talked about this as well. Like the idea that like Kamala just needed like a couple of things and then people would have voted for her. I don't think that was the case.
No difference in support. But for so many others, yes, this was a big thing. And it also talks about the uncommitted vote. There's something we don't really discuss anymore. If you remember during the primaries, there was a huge uncommitted campaign where there was it was like either they were asking people not to leave their vote blank, but just specifically put uncommitted. And the uncommitted vote, for the most part, like talked about the situation of Gaza. That was the focus of that, and how the people like there was no option available. Like the people weren't didn't feel represented with that. That was a large part of the outcry, but we seem to forget all of that at this point, right? And then we excuse, at least I feel like the other side here is excusing Kamala's responsiveness and the larger DNC's unresponsiveness to this level of voters, right? Like we can understand, just like with gun rights, right? Gun rights, when we're talking about them, like the crazy death cult 2A supporters, we can understand that they're actually a very small minority of voters, but they're motivated, right? They're motivated to either show up or to donate against you or like whatever. When you're dealing with a motivated cohort, right, especially with such numbers in swing states, that's something that needs to be addressed, right? Maybe not in the way that I necessarily wanted to be addressed, but it had to be addressed, and they just didn't do it. So I'm gonna send you that information.
Yeah,
right
send me
now.
that polling because oftentimes.
Oh, you go.
I was going to say, whatever the methodology was that you did last time, you didn't include the possibility of people turning against Kamala for being too pro or too anti-Israel in principle. And there are people, there are dedicated pro-Palestinian voters, there are dedicated pro-Israel voters in this country. And I find that oftentimes when we're doing this analysis, and really we should not conflate the question about was it the right policy or wrong policy in terms of the underlying like ethical policy, right? It's the question about, is it going to move votes or not? That's the only question it is. And would she have won if she had taken this position? I'm not convinced by that.
Pisco, you can say that it was a weakness in my methodology. That's great. But like the thing is, on the other side, your side, there is no methodology. There's nothing, right? All I'm getting from you guys are straight up vibes. Like, what is the data?
No, you can just say I'm not convinced. So you can just say I'm not convinced.
Thank you. I don't know how to say that. Obi-Man Dread. Thank you for the 2. I can never remember which is which. The 2 pound sticker. Yeah, I think.
That her taking this stance would have won the election, and that's
sure. And what data leads you to that?
It's an apathetic
wasn't the official
feeling.
statement of the uncommitted movement a full arms embargo?
I don't remember of that being the.
I don't think they.
It might have been. I'm not saying that it wasn't. I just don't. I literally don't remember. If that was like the only condition.
No, I agree, Freddie, but he's making it sound like so many people, like this was so important to like by far the majority of people that this would have made like all the difference. But the problem is that everybody knew that Donald Trump was way more pro-Israel, And you're telling me that picking up is like what he just said, is that like picking up this vote, while it seems as though most people are voting for the guy who is way more pro fucking Israel, that switching your stance to the exact opposite, like very drastically, would have gotten you more votes, but it seems as though the majority of people are like in favor of funding going to Israel, to where the idea is that, like, yes, you're going to lose probably more than you're going to gain from this. And I think that shows in the fact that the majority of people were going to vote for Donald Trump. No, it doesn't, Tom. Stop saying that. What do you mean? Stop saying what? No, it doesn't. What is that? I don't know what that means. Pro-Israel. I don't know what you're saying. Yes, it does. Yeah, I don't know what it is. People aren't pro-Israel. At the time of the election, people voted for the more pro-Israel candidate. And the few votes that I think we would have gained from a couple of nut jobs who refused to vote just because Kamala wasn't anti-Israel enough, I feel like, yes, that is a very, very small group. That I'm sure there would have been a much larger group of people who were going to switch sides if that was the case. I'm fairly positive. Again, like when we know that Donald Trump won the election, and that if all of the voters had voted, all registered voters had voted, Kamala would not have won 49% of the vote. She would have won 45% of the vote. I'm sorry, but there's a pretty clear distinction between Kamala and Trump. One of those was way more pro-Israel. It was in spite of it? No, it was not. No, it was not. It was not in spite of it. It was not in spite of it. I don't know if you've never met conservatives before, but it was not in spite of it. We're not talking about, there's two different things that are being conflated here. That one is people want the war to stop. Conservatives, yes, they say that they want the war to stop. But do they want funding to stop going to Israel? No, they're not making a big deal. And do they want Israel to win? Yes. By far the majority of conservatives want Israel to win the war. So there's a bunch of different things that are being connected that are not the same thing. People who say they don't want funding to go to Israel, it's not because they're engaging in a genocide. It's because they're nationalists. They don't want money going out to any other countries, including Ukraine or anybody. Like, they don't want money going anywhere. These are all like very different things that are just not the same. But we're talking about at the time in November. Yes, the majority of Americans were in a very different place than they are today. That we had a very, very different makeup when it came to like what people thought of the war and whose side they were on and blah blah blah. Like, it was drastically different. I think there would have been some people before the election thinking that it was worth a risk that Trump would have ended the war in Gaza, rather than more of the same from Dems. Even if that was the case, though, absolutely nobody would have thought that Trump was going to help Gazans, that there was going to be like a fair two-state solution that Gazans would agree to, or any, like, I don't think anybody thought that. Like, the people who wanted them to end the war were hoping it would end like in favor of Israel, and and that Israel was going to get what they wanted, not the other way around. So like, I just, that is the part that's important there. I doubt it was that different 6 months ago. Well, it was 9 months ago, but it was, the polling was very different. It was very, very different. Why do you keep saying that? People aren't pro-Israel. Why do you keep saying that? Michael, I don't think you've ever met a fucking conservative before. I don't think you've ever met a conservative in your life. Like, conservatives, Christians, the Holy Land, the chosen people. Are you fucking kidding me right now? I grew up in a fundamentalist household. I live in Georgia. I live in the dirty South. I know fucking conservatives. I don't think you've ever met conservatives before. Yes, they are pro-Israel. We're not talking about internet conservatives, okay? We're not talking about internet conservatives. No, we're talking about actual conservatives. Like what we're talking about is very different. So even right now, okay, so this says support for Israel stood at 47%, and continues to deteriorate, especially among Democrats and young people. So 47%. 47%. You're saying people don't support Israel. Okay, it's currently, they said it was at 47%, and it's going to be by far majority Democrats who are moving on this, in Gen Zers. An Economist/YouGov survey released on August 5th, 2025 offers a vivid baseline for our study. A plurality of the electorate believes that Israel continues to attack Gaza. Continued attacks on Gaza are unjustified. Only 27% are supportive of Prime Minister Netanyahu, and 84% favor an immediate ceasefire. More than 7 in 10 believe that there is a hunger crisis in Gaza. Not surprisingly, there is a strong support for more humanitarian aid to Palestine. The survey also reveals that 45% of voters believe that Israel is committing a genocide. 45% of voters believe Israel is committing a genocide against Palestinians. Only 31% disagree. This view predominates not only among Democrats and liberals, but independents and moderates as well. As we will show, this weakening of American public approval for Israel has not occurred overnight, but has been building over a period of years. So this is... Is this March 24th through the 30th? What? So yeah, it says more Americans have adopted unfavorable views of Israel. So this went from 42% in 2022 to 53%. Republican-leaning unfavorable view went from 27% to 37%. Okay, so again, we're talking about, for Republicans, an unfavorable view. That's it, just an unfavorable view. Even people who are have an unfavorable view of Israel still want them to win. Like, that is a very common sentiment, is that even the people who have an unfavorable view of Israel, lots of them still hope that they win. They just don't like the way that they're going about it. They don't like they don't like Benjamin Netanyahu. They don't like the blockades, like, but they still hope they win. They're just like not happy with the way that this is being handled. Yeah, this is Republican leaning 18 to 49 is 35, went from 35% to 50%. And then 50 plus, it went from 19% to 23%. So of 50 plus people, it's peaked at 23%. That just have an unfavorable view. So again, like, these are like, we're talking very, very slim margins here, and this still doesn't have to do with like who they want to win. Compared to 2022, negative views of Israel have risen across the board, though at vastly different rates when broken down by age and party. Pew has found that among U.S. adults, negative views have gone from 42% to 53%. Among Republicans, they have risen from 27% to 37%. Among Democrats, from 53% to 69%. Looked at by age, young Republicans aged 18 to 49 have shifted from 35% having an unfavorable view of Israel to 50% unfavorable, while such views among Republicans aged 50 plus have gone up only marginally from 19% to 23%. Among Democrats, there have been an increase from 62% to 71% in the 18 to 49-year-old demographic, and even larger increase from 43% to 66% among 50-plus-year-olds. So I don't know what your disagreement is here, but the not only is there like a pretty large group of people who are pro-Israel, but we have lots of people here in this chat who are very pro-Israel. We just had a debate on this channel the other day. We've had numerous debates on this channel from people who are very pro-Israel. This is but that would be that are still against like people sending money to Israel. They still want the war to end. They don't like the way that some of these things are being done. It just said negative views keep increasing. Yes, you just said that nobody is pro-Israel. That's obviously not true. I didn't say that the negative views don't keep increasing. I never said that. That was never my statement. Though sympathy for Israelis is down across the board, they are still preferred over Palestinians by Republicans, but not Democrats. Since the start of the war, the Chicago Council on Global Affairs, Ipsos, has tracked a steep decrease in positive feelings towards Israel across the political spectrum. For Republicans, 69% at the start has gone down to 63%. So again, for Republicans, positive views has just gone from a 69% to 63%. So yes, there's 63% still positive views towards Israel. Like I'm telling you, there's tons and tons of fucking people who are still pro-Israel. For independents, 56% to 50%, so only half of independents currently. But again, I was talking about at the time of the election. But yeah, 56% to 50%, and among Democrats, we see a steep decline from 51% to 41%. So even at the time, it may have been somewhere around 50%. Overall, U.S. public sympathy for Palestinians versus Israelis has been shifting since the mid-2010s, when sympathy for Israelis was just over 60% and for Palestinians under 20%. Since the war, this shift has accelerated. Now, just 46% of Americans sympathies lie more with Israel compared to 33% with Palestinians. So yes, here's 46%, so almost half of our country, their sympathies lie more with Israel than Palestine, and then only 33% says they lie more with Palestine. So there's still a big group in there that's neither or, but yeah, the plurality is the people whose sympathies lie more with Israel. And that is the current polling. There has been a major shift among Democrats over the past 24 years. In 2001, over 50% said their sympathies lay more with the Israelis versus 16% whose sympathies lay more with the Palestinians. By 2023, those numbers had evened out. When the war started, the shift in preference accelerated, and now a strong majority of Democrats, 59%, say they are more sympathetic to Palestinians versus just 21% who answered with the Israelis. In contrast, Republican sentiments have remained fairly stable over the same period, with only a slight drop in sympathies for Israelis since the war began, 78% to 75%. Charger went. But anyway, so yes, not only are there people who are pro-Israel, but there's more people who are pro-Israel than are pro-Palestine, and it is, even with the large shifts over time, it is still the plurality in this case. In contrast, Republican sentiments have remained fairly stable over the same period, with only a slight drop in sympathies for Israelis since the war began, from 78% to 75%. And a supermajority of Republicans. This stability is intriguing because the Pew study shows a growing negative feeling for Israel among Republicans as well as Democrats. But when the issue is relative sympathies for Israel versus Palestinians, the share of Democrats are more sympathetic for Palestinians has soared, while Republicans haven't budged. This seems to indicate dissatisfaction with both parties, but a clear preference for Israel among Republicans. Among independents, we see a trend of sympathy for Israelis, which was rising throughout the 2000s and early 2010s before beginning to decline. Beginning in 2023, we saw a sharper drop from 49% to 42% today. On the other hand, Palestinian sympathies have remained fairly stagnant throughout the same initial period until they began to increase in the latter half of the 2010s and early 2020s, before reaching their current mark of 34%. On issues of partisan preference for picking a side in the conflict, 58% of Republicans believe the U.S. should take Israel's side, while 3% favor Palestine, and 38% support neither. So yeah, so when it comes to which side the United States should take, 3% say that we should take Palestine's side. The plurality says neither, and then yeah, oh wait, is this, oh sorry, this is Republicans, sorry. Yeah, of Republicans, 58% of Republicans believe the U.S. should take Israel's side, while 3% favor Palestine, and 38% support neither. So yeah, the plurality is, or by far the majority is still, they believe that we should support Israel. Among Democrats, 10% favor Israel, 20% favor Palestine, and 68% believe the U.S. should not take sides. So even on Democrats' side, they don't favor one or the other. They don't want us to take either side. Among independents, 24% favor Israel, 11% favor Palestine, and 64% believe the U.S. should avoid taking sides. Overall, this equates to 58% of Americans not wanting to take a side, 28% favoring Israel, and 12% favoring Palestine.
Condition. But like,
so the idea that by far the minority of people are saying that we should have, like, Kamala should have gone full pro Palestine, and that would have helped her, is just almost definitely not the case. It almost definitely would have lost more votes than it would have gained.
Even if it was, that doesn't mean that those individuals, right, aren't going to vote for something else.
Well, they didn't vote for the lesser of two evils in this context. That's the problem. If you really cared about, if this was, if we're actually doing the analysis here, if they really cared about it, why are we?
Stop trying to insert yourself.
No, you're the one. You're the one saying, "Oh, of course, these people who wanted something more."
Well, it's not inserting himself. It's just inserting a utilitarian framework that wants the least amount of suffering, that wants the best possible outcome, or the closest possible, to a as good as possible for a good outcome. Like that's very different than his framework. But all right, I gotta run and grab a sandwich real quick. I'm starving like Marvin Girl, so I will be right back, and I'll let this play while I run.
Something less, but they didn't show that.
Pisco, that you disagree.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
No,
you didn't
haven't shown anything. Pisco,
dude.
you've literally shown nothing this entire time during this conversation and during the previous.
I don't even think you understand what I just said.
Nothing.
You don't understand.
I'm still waiting
so you were just Bam just
so,
presented
like,
you.
Don't insert yourself.
I am not inserting myself.
1 second, hold on. I'm gonna finish.
Oh my god.
Just don't insert your self into this and to say that like, well, I disagree with this policy. This one have moved me, like from your mindset. Like I get that you.
Wait, Bam just laid it out. No, it's, I don't think you're understanding what I'm saying. Bam just said, well, they had a more maximalist policy than what you're presenting here. They have a greater policy. Like, oh, I'm sure that these people who are ideologically motivated, they would have been satisfied by this lesser policy than the maximalist position. That's what he's saying. That's what you said. You were like, I'm sure that these pro-Palestinian voters, if she had taken this half measure to their current position, they would have voted for Kamala. And my response to that is no, because they didn't vote for Kamala, right? And you yourself, wait, let me finish. You yourself embody this attitude because you're not in favor of half measures. You're not in favor of lesser of two evils. And so
you don't know
how can you assume they would have voted for it?
What was I in favor of? Hold on, no, stop that. Because now you're inserting me. Okay, great. What was I in favor of, Pisco? What did I want? I let you know.
You wanted to stop to the genocide.
I told you. Hold on. No, I wanted to stop the genocide. That's my larger picture. But in terms of the campaign, Pisco, I told you this, right? So I'm assuming, right after hours of discussion, that you have a good handle on it. Pisco, what did I want from Kamala Harris?
You wanted her to have an embargo. Didn't you want her to have an embargo on weapons sales to Israel?
That's one of the things.
Yeah. So anything less than that, you wouldn't have accepted.
No, hold on. What I said, like, hey, I understand that, and I said this so many times, especially during the course of that campaign. I understand that Kamala Harris is not me. I understand that Kamala Harris does not share about my concerns. She didn't give a fuck about the genocide. That part was clear. I understand that she's under pressures within the context of the DNC.
Mm-hmm.
And so what I'm looking for is solid statements of support. That one, that there was a problem at all, right, with the policy. There had to be some sort of problem. She said there was no problem, right?
No,
that she would have done.
This isn't true.
She would have said. She said that she completely aligned with Biden. There was no changes. Like given the opportunity to put forward policy changes, she had no changes there, right? All signals from Kamala Harris was that nothing was going to change. Period. What I was looking for was hope. I was looking for the bare minimum. I said this again and again and again during the campaign. Now I had specific policy agendas, right? Policy proposals that I would have loved, right?
So what would she have had to say? Well, what are the words she would have had to say to get your vote?
What are the words?
Example words. They don't have to be exclusive words.
Again, I literally gave you a speech last time. I told you this last time. But I guess you didn't bother to listen, right? Like when
I have many conversations. If I forget the exact set of words that I asked before, I'm raising it again.
Sorry,
I'm sorry if I don't
remember. I'll repeat myself. But like it's just annoying because we spent hours and hours discussing this, and you did everything you could to derail the conversation, right? By saying like, oh, I don't understand. I don't understand these basic concepts, basic political concepts, and trying to have me define them again and again. Yeah, it's an extremely frustrating conversation. So I'm sorry if I feel a bit aggressive here. But,
no,
okay.
You're fine. Yeah, no, I just want to like, what are the words?
Let's just do it again.
And I want to map this on because I don't want to just get into like let's hammer you. I just want to like really what would have taken sort of the maximalist. Yeah.
What if she said something like, as president, I will do everything in my power to end the war in Gaza, to bring home the hostages, to end the suffering in Gaza, ensure Israel is secure and the Palestinian people have a right to freedom, dignity, security, and self-determination.
Biden said the same shit over and over.
Wait a minute. We're talking about work again. So doesn't that sound like a strong stance and saying over and over again, talking about the end of the war again because it wasn't an arms embargo?
Yeah. So what would she have had to say? Is the question? Yeah. To get your vote, and you and Doobie, because Doobie said he didn't vote. By the way, Doobie's whole thing about I would vote in a swing state, but not in a safe state. You're just as astronomically unlikely to affect the outcome, and so that's a delusional perspective that would shift your vote, like whether you're in a swing state or a safe state, based on like the instrumental effects of your vote. I've had this conversation multiple times. That doesn't make any sense at all. But like both you and Doobie said you didn't vote for Kamala. I'm asking on Israel in Gaza, what words would she have to say for you to get for her to get your vote?
Okay. So would she what I thought would have been a great thing for her to say would be that
sufficient to get your vote. That's what I want. I started to interrupt you, but sufficient to get your vote. Yeah.
Hold on, I'm going to answer the question.
Yeah.
Yes, I didn't forget. Thank you, Pisco. Love you, friend. So what I think when I say what I think would be great for her to say, I mean for me, right? Obviously not for anyone. For me, what I think would have been great for her to say would be that yes, my predecessor, Joe Biden, was under significant pressure. That he has been doing his very best to navigate this situation. I don't believe that, but still, this is what she should say. To navigate this complex situation, especially one that deals with such a close ally, such as Israel, to the United States. However, I myself, I have a different perspective, right? I think that I'd like to chart a new path forward. And in this path forward, we will change our stance, right, as to how we go about completing the goals, right? The goals that we all want, right? Ending the war, of getting humanitarian aid to the Gazans, and of keeping Israel safe, because Israel being safe is our priority, right? And so when I become the next president of the United States, what I promise to do is to use every ounce of leverage I have to make that happen. Right. I will use levers of power that may not have been used previously. Right. I will make sure that in prosecuting this war, just like we do with all our allies, right, all the ones that we send military aid to, that they are following all applicable laws. Right. I will bring that up to our ally, a great ally, Bibi Netanyahu, right, to let him know this is something that I'm looking at right now. I will. I could add some other.
But no, you're basically saying that you wouldn't require concrete policy positions. Fair?
No, that. So I would want a concrete policy position, right? But that statement alone
would have
made
you vote for her.
It's not a lie. Assuming it's not a lie. Yeah.
Wait, assuming it's not a lie?
Yeah, of course, assuming it's not a lie, right? Assuming it's.
Didn't you say? I thought in the last conversation you said like she could have lied to me and that would have been okay. But I'm just like floored because of course, how are you going to determine that first of all she's a politician or whatever? And but just those words by himself, I guess if they're said in such a way that you think that they're genuine or what have you, that would have been enough for you to vote. Right? Is her just if she says I'm going to chart a different course? That's enough.
I don't know, Pisco.
I was just about to say how would he know it's not a lie? Like what does that even mean? Assuming it's not a lie. Wouldn't you always have to assume it's not a lie?
Why you're pretending like you're fucking amazed here, right? Whenever we have conversations, right, we're always judging the truthfulness of a statement.
No, of course, that's what I'm saying.
You're doing that. Great. So you're
I'm not saying it's ridiculous. No, I'm just saying last time you seemed to suggest that you would have been okay for a lot.
Then why? I don't know. So then why are you amazed when I'm saying, hey, yes, of course. Assuming that's not a lie.
Assuming,
right? Yeah,
but what you mean is assuming that you assess it to be.
I'm
just saying, assuming you assess it to be genuine, right? Not that it actually is not a lie. Just
okay, then that's what I just said.
No, I'm just trying to clarity, bro. Chill, come on.
Well, I don't. There's no. Again, but
he's asking a question, Prime. It's a pretty obvious, clarifying question that I think anybody would ask.
Distraction.
It's not a distraction. I'm just.
Thomas Mantis, 35. Other she was like 25.
I'm seeing what the condition is. Like, so it's not like
you. Of course, the condition can't be. Pisco, the condition cannot be that I think that she's lying to me. Yes.
No, that's not. No.
Hold on, no. But then why? There's no reason to bring this up unless you're not assuming otherwise, right?
No,
no.
You said assuming it's not a lie. Assuming it's a lie. Okay, so
then why did you pick that out?
Because a lie is a lie is a deliberate intentional falsehood. Okay, so I understand. I'm just providing clarity that when you say assuming it's not a lie, it's assuming you don't judge it to be a lie. Assuming that you don't determine it's a lie. That's what I'm trying to say.
Yes.
Clarity. All right. Yes. Why are you freaking out? I'm just saying that's an additional condition here.
No,
I get
because
it.
you keep distracting with this.
I'm not. I'm getting right back to the points, dude. Come on.
You're not. Literally, you're pointing out unremarkable aspects of my speech, right? Unremarkable like portions of my sentence. I'm like, oh, let's focus on this. Hey, obviously,
I'm trying to understand. So I'm asking you. So this is us, the shit libs, asking you what she would have had to do to get your vote, so to maybe have a clue into the
speech.
I understand. So now, like, I want to address what you're saying. In order for you to vote for her, she would not have had to. It would not have been necessary for her to give concrete policy shifts. She would just have had to say, I'll be different, and that would have been enough for you to vote, correct?
If you believed it was sincere.
If Prime believed it was sincere,
so that's the thing, because if I believe it's sincere, that means she's going to actually do that, right? So like that statement, right? If I believe it's just
Prime.
Okay.
Can I just maybe can I give you the statement and you tell me if this would have won you over? Okay, if this would have won your vote. Because what I imagine,
bro, I can't believe you just freaked out over Pisco asking that was like dependent on his belief that she was being sincere before. And he freaked out about this. Like, I hate like all of the derailments when like somebody's asking a question and you can just answer it, but you refuse to, and now it takes forever and it's like pulling fucking teeth to just get a fucking answer. But then as he asks, like, this is so ridiculous. Then on his very next thing, like he clearly makes that like specification, like, yes, well, if I believe it's sincere, like if you think this is just nothingness shitlib like bullshit, just avoiding the topic, why are you adding that in now as this important qualifier if you think it's so unimportant? What the fuck? This is ridiculous.
It's something like so I respect President Biden, but I'll be clear. My administration will condition aid to Israel. If U.S. weapons are used, then humanitarian aid must flow freely, and international reporters must be allowed in to document the truth. Security for Israel cannot come at the cost of silencing Palestinians or starving children. That is a standard of real American leadership. Something as simple as that, right? Something to make it clear that to make it clear there will be conditions. These are the changes that we're going to be making. We're going to require that Israel allows international reporters who want to go into the fucking country to document what's happening, and we're going to require that aid is flowing freely. Like something clear and firm that she can say, hey, this is my stance. I'm 10 toes down on this, right? Which would be a far cry from what Biden was saying. I think something as simple as that.
But that's not simple.
Yeah, that is simple.
No,
that is absolutely
simple.
simple.
A dramatic shift. You're saying that Israel,
dramatic shift.
You might as well say that Israel is evil and deserves to die.
That's ridiculous.
I mean,
what are you saying?
That's how the statement. That's how the statement comes along. Again, and she like
requiring international reporters to be allowed in the country is saying Israel is evil and deserves to die. Like, what are you saying?
I'm saying that we've moved mountains from Prime's statement, Prime's initial statement.
Yeah, it's fun. So it's different, and I want to be clear about something. So just to be clear, what you're saying that it's not radical in the context of your position, Israel Palestine. You agree, don't you, that would be a massive generational shift in American foreign policy and attitude towards Israel, which has never conditioned I mean, like the closest threats we have are from 40, 50 years ago, and those are like, not at all on all fours of what we have right now. You agree, don't you, that it's a massive shift from what Prime just said, and B, it's a massive shift in American foreign policy in the last 80 years, correct?
Because you said nothing about Hamas and their responsibility or accountability or hostages or any of that. You just put all 100%.
So can you agree with those two? So I just give you two questions. So it is. Wait. I just want to be clear. It is a massive shift from what Prime said. And
yeah, I don't think that they care as much about like Hamas and the like what it is that they do or what it is that Israel does, or like, because leading into the election, they're looking for attitudes towards Israel or Palestine. That's what Prime and Doobie are talking about. They're looking for an attitude towards these to try to see like how it is that they would conduct foreign policy when engaging with this conflict.
It is a massive shift in American foreign policy. That's correct, right?
No, it's
It's a massive shift from Biden's policy. It is not generational.
I didn't ask that, Doobie. I asked two things.
No, you said
two things.
Generational change. It is not. American presidents have conditioned aid to Israel on things much, much larger than this before, but even smaller than this. Right? American presidents have absolutely demanded policy change within Israel if Israel wants aid from the U.S. That has happened repeatedly.
Hang on a second. So I want to be. There's two questions on the floor. The first was about Prime. So do you agree that this is very, very different from what Prime just suggested? Correct.
I think it's
Why is this a hard question? Prime just said that he didn't need a concrete position, and like you can't even give ground on that.
Wait a minute. I was trying to answer that question, right? Do I need a concrete position? The thing that I was having trouble with answering this is that like I'm trying to like understand like what's the difference, because like rather than saying sure, I didn't say that like when I'm president, I guarantee, right? And use the word guarantee, I will do this, this, and this, right? But within the speech that I gave, hey, I will use the leverage, right? That I can to get Israel to do this, this, and this. So like those are the statements, right? Like it seems like you're making some sort of differentiation between like a guarantee and what I said. And I specifically said, hey, if I have to believe they're being truthful. So like if you make a statement and I believe it's truthful and the statement is an action, right? And that action is a leverage, right? That's a
This
policy
is
statement.
insane what's happening right now. So you basically said you had a whole statement, and it was largely about representing a shift from the current policy, but was ambiguous as to what that would be. Doobie says that he has this concrete policy position. This is what we're going to do when I'm president. And the first question, there were two. The first question I asked was whether that was significantly different than what you just said, and no one has answered that.
What Doobie, to be clear, what Doobie said is different from what I said.
Yes.
He just gave it different options, though. He's
mine. To be clear, mine is more concise, and they're concrete positions that you would be laying out. They're not insane positions, by the way. These are not crazy things to demand from Israel.
I would have accepted that, and I would accept the thing that I put forward.
Well,
Why?
would have
There's no
accepted
reason
what
to
Doobie said.
assume
Doobie went further.
there's no reason to assume that there's literally only one set of magic words that would have gotten the necessary number of people to vote for Kamala Harris, right? Like obviously there is a range here, right? I'm giving you options here. I didn't say
We're
like
talking about the minimum threshold, of course.
Yeah, true, Freddie. They also expect the United States to stop sending military equipment to Hamas. Yeah.
Hold on, I don't know what is the least amount. It's hard for me to understand to know what's the absolute least amount she would have to do, right?
Then how can you be lecturing us?
Kamala Harris offers very little, right?
No,
I know
but how can you be lecturing us like that?
Oh my God. I know her whole political campaign, right? Her whole political history, right, is all about giving people the least of what is available. I understand,
Let's stay
but I
focused.
can't imagine what is the least, right? So instead, right, when you asked me what would have gotten you to vote for her, I gave you an option. Juby put something forward, right? I thought that was a perfectly fine option as well. The point is, and I said this before, that I was open, right? I was optimistic during the campaign. Right? I specifically said, hey, I even though I thought Kamala was a complete train wreck previously, I thought I want to give her the benefit of the doubt. Right.
So if she said, I'm going to change, we're going to have change, and it's going to be, we're going to be a market shift when I come in office and everything else you said.
What is that change?
No, I'm trying to synthesize your statement was long. I'm trying to synthesize it in a sentence and say, prime sentence. If she had said something like that, where you're emphasizing the difference that she's going to be, but kind of being vague on the details, that would have earned your vote. That's right?
If it was sincere.
It was a sincere a shift. It didn't have to in this case, right? I'm trying to understand the difficulty that we're having in communicating here, right?
I'm at a loss. I'm just basically asking what would it take for you to vote for Kamala, dude?
Guys,
hold on, Hold on one second. I've already told you, right? And you're pretending you don't.
No, I'm just getting you to say yes. You're like immune to saying
yes.
You think I'm going to lead you somewhere.
So another question.
I'm
just. As soon as I go to answer it, right? Then you immediately interrupt me, and then you haven't answered my question.
Do you know what I'm doing
right
here?
Once again, I'll do it again.
So what I'm
Don't worry, I'll do it again.
No, Prime.
I'll do it again.
What I'm doing here is just repeating and just saying. So you gave an answer to my question. All I'm doing right now is giving it back to you like a fucking like a parakeet and saying. So all she would have to do, right, is say this essentially what you just said. Correct. I'm just repeating it and getting it synthesized for you to say yes, and then that's it.
Yes, but I'm not going to give you
why would you say yes?
Right?
Why?
I'm going to I'm going to give you a nuanced answer. Hey, I can do that. We have the space. We have hours here to talk and get.
Okay, the problem is that he's just trying to make sure that he understands your position so that he can argue against it. And if every time he asks you the yes or no question, you refuse to answer yes or no, it feels like you're trying to tell him that he's not steelmanning your position correctly. If you feel that way, you need to start with no and then explain. If that's the case, okay, you think that he's not saying it correctly, you don't think that that's got enough nuance in it or whatever, start with no. Say that. But he's not doing either one. He's not saying yes, he's not saying no. If you're going to correct him and say, give all this extra information that you feel like he's not including, then the answer is no.
Give a nuanced answer. Oh, I'm sorry. Is that not allowed here?
Because what you're trying to...
You need to be total linear all the time.
No,
if it's allowed,
this is
if
so
it's allowed,
stupid.
then I'm going to give my fucking answer, and you're not going to fucking interrupt me every fucking time, all right? Get that right, Pisco.
No, the
fact that you're unable to... Pisco, hold on. Pisco, you're not going to fucking interrupt me every time that I try to open my mouth and actually give you the answer, right? So I'm going to give you a fucking answer, and you're going to have to accept it afterwards. You can parse it afterwards, correct? Pisco, can you do that? Can you manage it? Can you manage it?
I don't even remember the question. I don't even remember. I can manage it. We can just let you monologue. Yes, I can just let you monologue. Yeah, monologue.
No, I got.
Much appreciated. Much appreciated.
Guys, wait, hold on. Why the fuck am I not on camera?
You were frozen. You're still
fuck
frozen.
you, Connor.
Oh, fuck you too. So, anyways, I'll fix my camera. The point is though, like, listen, I'm happy to be here. I want to have a conversation. But if Pisco and Prime want to do a one-on-one, then that's like, that's fine. But I also want to contribute to the conversation because I do have 10,000 other fucking things that I should be doing, but I got invited here, and I want to show love to my friend Prime. So if I had to summarize what I think Pisco is kind of getting
as you show up almost an hour late,
and I think what his frustration is that liberals, realistically, like liberals and never Trumpers right now, this is about as bad as it could be. Okay, like Trump, killing a shitload of people overseas through incompetence, gutting a bunch of agencies, signaling authoritarian bullshit, defending Antifa like a terrorist org, ignore, like, propagandizing shit. This is about as bad as it can get. And so if we can't get the lefties to say, well, shit, maybe we should have voted for the lesser of two evils here, then we don't know what the fuck to do. And I think what Prime is, or I think what Pisco is kind of getting at is the minimum threshold.
See, okay, so again, I love Connor. Love him, love his arguments. He says some really insightful stuff. In a panel format, though, it is fairly consistent that when a conversation is being had and it's kind of like heading in a direction, he jumps in and then wants to like reroute the conversation in another direction that is not what they're talking about. Has Tom debated any of these guys or know any of them? I know everybody except for him, and I've debated all of them tons of times, dozens of times.
Needed to
except for
secure
him.
your vote. It feels like as soon as we would have met that threshold, you would move the threshold.
I'm
That's
not
what I
even
think
there
he's
yet. No.
at.
Well, I am kind of going there. I just want to say for Connor, the meta on this. We had that conversation before, and I am actually interested in what Connor thinks about this. And so I'm glad you're here, Connor, about like lesser two evils. We're not even there yet. I think I am just here, and Bam is just here to get an understanding of like, well, what would we have to do to earn the good faith vote of the people who withheld? And that's one of the reasons we're here. So it's even just beyond convincing them. It's simply understanding them. And the reason we're getting this feeling that the goalpost would have shifted is if I'm unable to say, oh, so this is what you would have had to say, correct? And you're like, no, I'm not going to answer yes to that. Then I'm like, well, fuck. Then there's no. Then if you're unwilling to give anything concrete, now it really does seem like there's a shifting target.
But if I was to put words in my dear friend Prime's mouth, okay. One of the things that I think leftists are frustrated with is there's this constant appeal to pragmatism. And I am a pragmatic person, particularly when it comes to politics. However, I don't think that liberals who are saying like, well, just vote for Kamala, I don't think they're really reconciling with like the horror of what's going on social media, where you see
Connor, you recognize that's not what's happening. I'm sorry to interrupt you.
And so as a result, due to a lack of deference to the seriousness of what's going on in Gaza and treating it as what they view as a genuine genocide, then it's like, oh, okay, well, the United States is complicit in a genocide, effectively like a new Holocaust. But can you suck it up
Connor,
for a few months?
That's not even
what's position.
That's not what's happening.
Before you got here,
mad about it.
Let me just clarify. Before you got here, like I even went to ask. I was like, oh, okay. I was like, what you wanted was a decoupling from Israel or a weapons embargo, and they said no, it doesn't take anything that intense. She just could have made some lip service. So that's the only reason we're here. So we're trying to figure out.
We're trying to understand.
So that, just to be clear, that was Prime's position in the last debate that we watched him in with Pisco. That was 100% his position. He stated it over and over and over. Exactly what Counterpoints just said. That was definitely his position in that debate. That was his position. So he's just taking a whole new position here today. This is a whole different position because he said in that one, I draw the line at genocide. I draw the line at any complicity in genocide. That's just where I draw the line. I don't care what you want, what arguments you want to make, how bad the other person is. I don't care. I draw the line at complicity in genocide. That was his whole position. So this is a full-on position switch. Like this is a complete position change from what it is that we watched him say last time, because now he's saying, well, they didn't even need to like say that they're not going to send money to Israel anymore. They didn't even need to say that they just needed to like show me that like they had maybe a bit less of a pro-Israel attitude, or that they were at least willing to consider, like, you know, this is drastically different than what we heard last time. This is drastically different. I thought Prime's position was that shit libs are shit and libs. Yes, that was also his position last time. That is correct. But yes, if you guys didn't watch it last time we went over this, Prime was freaking out the entire time, like throwing a fit. And I personally, I've had a bunch of debates with him in the past. I want to reach out to him and say, hey, I really want to like have a conversation with you about like lesser of two evils voting. The reason I haven't, though, is because in that conversation with Pisco, Prime, every time Pisco would make it anything, like even mention lesser of two evils, Prime would throw a fit, just as he did just a minute ago. Just a minute ago, Pisco mentioned lesser of two evils voting, and he said, I am not going to let you obfuscate by putting everything through your liberal lens of lesser of two evils, right? He will not hear it. He will not hear it. He does not give a fuck. He will not even allow a conversation about lesser of two evils. And that's exactly what he did in the conversation with Pisco last time. That's exactly what he did. He refused to even engage in a slight conversation about why not. Why not lesser of two evils? Because even if you do draw the line at genocide, if one person is going to genocide more people than the other, like, why are you helping them genocide more people by not voting for the lesser of two evils? Like, why would you do that? And then Prime even said, which is an example that I bring up all the time. I've said it 1,000 times. I don't care what it is. I don't care if both of them are genocidal, as long as one of them is likely going to genocide less people. I'm going to vote for the one that genocides less people. If both of them are running on like, I'm going to rape so many kids. No, me, I'm going to rape so many kids. Well, whichever one of them says that they're going to rape less fucking kids or has the greater possibility of raping less kids, I'm going to vote for that one. Okay. I just want to make sure that I'm like getting the least amount of kids raped. That's what I'm going to vote for. But Prime said in that debate, he said, Pisco, would you vote for a pedophile if there were two pedophiles running, but one of them would just happen to rape less kids? And Pisco's like, yes, of course. And Prime's like, okay, well, I would never vote for a pedophile. I would never vote for a pedophile. And so it's like, oh, okay. So like he just has this like complete irrational take on how voting works, and it just doesn't make any sense. But now he's not saying, I just have a principled position that I draw the line here. He's not saying that. But he also doesn't know where the line is. He doesn't even know where the fuck the line is. So this is, I totally understand Pisco's confusion here.
Like, don't want the extreme thing. You just want it
Okay,
to
that's more pragmatic than I was
just to
ready
be clear,
for.
so like, no, like we're not even trying to convince at this point Prime, like to do the lesser of two evils. We're way
right.
past.
Just trying to understand his position.
Convince him to do the most pragmatic thing. Like we're not doing like what you suggested is not what's happening right now. What's happening right now is a frustration because we're doing what leftists say they want to do, which is come and ask us what to do, and so Bam just provide like, what would you want? Would you need this? Would you need that? What are the problems with this? And I'm now having trouble repeating back what Prime told to me and being like, so this is the minimum. This is one of the things that she could have said, correct? And he's saying I'm unwilling to answer that in a fashion that's concrete where I can be held to, and that is giving me that's sending shivers down my spine.
You gave a hard answer, but Doobie's answer is dramatic.
How is that lying?
Pisco, you're a fucking liar.
How am I lying?
Long. Literally, I said, hey, you're giving me a question. Like,
Zed King tipped $5. I woke up too early, lol. Thoughts on IPAC? Also, who actually keeps Israel in check on the disproportionate actions and war crimes? That is one thing I'm sympathetic to lefties on. Is it because they have our intel nutsack twisted? I may fall asleep, sleeping face emoji, sleepy emoji.
Thank you, Z King. I didn't understand half of that. I woke up too early. Thoughts on APAC? Also, who actually keeps Israel in check on the disproportionate actions and war crimes? That is one thing I'm sympathetic. What? I don't understand what that means. Who actually keeps Israel in check on the disproportionate actions and war crimes? That's one thing I'm sympathetic to lefties on. Is it because they have our intel nutsack twisted on phones? Okay, I'm sorry. I'm a bit lost on a good bit of that. Yeah, I'm very confused. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's pronounced IPAC. Actually, I don't even know. But I mean, I don't know. Like somebody the other day in one of my comment sections accused me of being a foreign agent for Israel. Again, I don't think you motherfuckers know what a foreign agent means. It means that you're paid by the other country. It doesn't mean that you just like agree with another country on something. Otherwise, are we going to call people who are like pro-Palestine, are we going to call all of you guys foreign agents now? Like that doesn't make sense. Just like anytime somebody just like has arguments that they feel are favoring Israel in any way, now it's a foreign agent. These people have been brainwashed by Tucker Carlson. It's wild watching so many lefties sit around repeating Tucker Carlson and Candace Owens talking points like this. It's embarrassing.
To expand on this and answer in a nuanced fashion. Not that I was not going to answer, right? Or doing it in a way that couldn't be held down to, right? You put a statement out there. I'm like, okay, let me try to make sure that we're on the same page and modify that, right? And this is what I believe, right? So if you're looking for,
I don't want you to modify, right? The reason I don't want you to,
but if I say no, right? If Pisco, if you put out a statement, right?
But then but then you would have to say no. Exactly. Yes. You say if I say no, but you didn't say no. You didn't say yes either. You didn't say either one of those things. So like when you say if I say no, well, you did it though.
Statement, right? But it's like 80% of what I want, right? And I say no, it's not 100% of what I want, right? What does that leave you up? Oh, I guess I'm completely wrong, or maybe I'm completely off base, right?
No,
but
you say no because it's missing this.
Exactly, you say
right?
no.
You say no because it's missing this. So what you say is you say no, that wouldn't be enough because X, Y, Z.
Pisco, you're not going to regulate my language. It's not going to fucking happen. Oh my god! I don't know who the fuck you think you're talking to here. It's not going to fucking.
This is so ridiculous. I can't tell if he's trolling me. I can't tell if he's trolling. You're not going to moderate my language. Like this is like when you're having a debate and you're like trying to explain to somebody that they're being fallacious and they're like, you can't tell me what to think. So, okay, I'm just explaining that doesn't make sense. Like that's illogical. It's what you're not the boss of me.
Happen. I'm going to communicate the way I'm going to communicate, and you're going to fucking listen. That's how it's going to work,
dude.
Understood?
Do
you get it?
Just
hold on.
This is so
because you keep interrupting me. Knock it off. Fucking knock that shit off.
This is so soy.
What it feels like though. So for instance,
Connor's frozen
I
again.
think I heard somebody. I think I heard Bam using like a direct quote from Kamala. Wait, can you guys hear me still?
Yeah, we can hear
you.
Yeah,
we can see. We just
my split cam is still fucking up. That sucks. All right, I'll fix it. But the point is that what I'm kind of hearing though is, you know, Pisco likes to linearize his argument. Okay, so it feels like what's going to happen is you're gonna hit some like a threshold of what Kamala should have said or should have done. But then Bam brought up evidence where Kamala might have rhetorically approached that threshold. But one of the things that I'll say that I heard consistently through the 24 election is that nobody trusted Kamala because she would waffle back and forth between like catering to the far left, catering to the moderate right, and then also her her policy positions as stated.
Prime will deny across the board that she ever catered to the far left at all. Prime will deny that across the board. She never catered to the far left whatsoever. When I ask about the war crimes with Israel, obviously under Trump, that stuff is cranked to 100, and under Biden, he was at least willing to challenge Netanyahu on some stuff. I didn't think that you asked about war crimes, did you? You said also, who actually keeps Israel in check on the disproportionate actions and war crimes? That is one thing I'm sympathetic to lefties on. Okay, you're asking a question and then assuming the answer, saying that you're sympathetic to lefties on it.
Were in complete contradiction to her primary run in 2019. So as a result of that, nobody really knew what she was except for maybe like a vague clone of Biden.
I think that's fair. She was different from 2019, and I like I said, because I loved her in 2019. I thought her 2024 campaign was as good as it possibly.
Oh, I see. My one of my big problems with her was her 2020 campaign. That was one of my bigger problems with her, is the 2019-2020 campaign. I really that's one of the reasons that I think that I would agree to some extent that she may not have done a lot in this election to appeal to the far left, but I think that to me and to most people, I feel like we saw her as just a far left candidate because of who she was in the 2019 election, where she was talking about like gun buybacks and banning fracking and all of these other things. Like, it was, I felt like, yeah, most of us saw that as like who she is. It's just she's not running on that stuff right now because she's running against Donald Trump. That's the way it felt like.
Possibly could have been based on the timeline and the circumstances she was put in. But yeah, she was different from 2019. And that's an argument you can make. Again, I just think that I think that Kamala Harris did, I think it would be crazy, because there's a rewriting of history going on between Doobie and somewhat Prime to say that Kamala Harris was everything but wearing a yarmulke. She didn't offer anything toward Palestinians. She didn't want to have conversations with anybody. We just wanted crumbs. And it's no, she gave quite a bit. And then when you bring quotes, it's well, that's not enough. Well, that's not enough. That's the only reason we're here. And I don't want to get into this.
But it's vibes, right? It's vibes. And the vibe was that she was any rhetoric that she did in reference to Israel Palestine that was pro-Palestinian was just to placate the mob just enough so she could seize power, and I think people smelled that.
Yeah. So Bam, the issue with
I felt that
you read out earlier.
I
Right?
definitely felt
one that sounds almost exactly like shit Biden was saying throughout his tenure while funding Israel, and then he got on the debate stage with Trump, and they fought over who loves Israel more, would support Israel more, and send Israel more missiles. It was fucking crazy to see that. And then Kamala comes along and she's asking, "Hey, what's is there anything you would do different?" And she says, "No, I can't really think of anything." So her saying that after we just saw Biden do the same kind of lip service while feeding them
again. Yeah, I don't like that they always quote that, because again, you can look at her platform and see that she was different from Biden. You could look at the other things that she said in a straight yes or no question like that. Yes, they're asking her to throw Biden under the bus. That's what they're asking her to do. And so she's just saying, yeah, no, I'm not going to throw him under the bus. But obviously, if you look at her campaign and what it is she's running on, she was not Joe Biden. That was just clear. That was pretty straightforward. She's not Joe Biden.
Missiles and money. Well, after going on the debate stage and fighting over Trump about who loves Israel more, it's just empty, right? So I think she needed to demonstrate that she's a leader, a separate person from the administration, and she failed to do that. I think
I think you're wrong, Doobie. But I'm about to say just that's wrong. I think you're wrong, Doobie. But I think I can disagree with you. Your position seems. I know what your position is. You were expecting a hard stance of a pretty dramatic shift on U.S. foreign policy. You were expecting like, oh, okay, we're gonna put like, I want her to come out on the stage and tell specifically that she's going to put these conditions around aid, that she's going to make all of these specific requirements and conditions on Israel. That's what you wanted. Again, I can tell you, I think she's still lost, or I think there's still people who wouldn't have came out for that. But that's a much harder and more rigid position than what Prom says.
Do you remember what he said earlier about?
Before we move though, real quick, the thing though is that, like, I think Pisco has said this, and I agree with him. I am not envious of Kamala's position rolling into the campaign, because effectively what she had like 90 days, 120 days, something like that. She had to cater to the far left simultaneously to catering to moderates. Like, that's not an easy thing. And so I think what people, because I think it was in the media that people were disappointed with her statement that she couldn't think of anything to differentiate Joe Biden on. But I think that, like, if you're politically astute enough, you realize that the reason why she didn't want to articulate anything that she hard disagreed with Biden on was because it would be viewed as a backstab of the current administration.
Yes, exactly. See, this is what I'm talking about. This is why I say part of this is a failure of left-leaning media, because they're not capable of actually analyzing politics in a coherent manner. They are not capable of actually listening to what it is that's happening and then disseminating this to their audiences in a responsible way. They're not capable of doing it. The alternative media is pure shit right now, and they cannot take what it is that a politician is saying and turn it into something that is meaningful to everybody else, to where they get it in context. And it is so infuriating that, like, you can listen to Counterpoints, you can listen to me, you can listen to just about every other, like, left-leaning debate bro listening to this shit who can understand exactly what it was that was happening in that scenario and give it to you. And then you have these channels with millions of views like TYT and all of these other, like, bigger lefty channels that Majority Report, and who aren't capable of doing it. It's so infuriating.
And so that's like a really, really hard tightrope that I don't think she gets enough credit.
And then they say so. They say no.
Counterpoints. Hold on. Just stop putting words in my mouth. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Dan.
You did say so.
Counterpoints. 1 second. Counterpoints. Yeah. I hear you on that, right? That people would have believed that would have been an easy narrative to create, right? Well,
yeah,
she's backstabbing the president, and well, yeah, but like this is what campaigns are for, right? The opposition makes statements about you, some of them correct, some of them incorrect, and then you respond to that, right? So, like, rather than being paralyzed and doing nothing, right, not making a positive statement as to who she is as an individual, right, and said, I can't think of anything. How would I be different, right? That doesn't show you'd be a leader.
I'm almost positive she did say, I am my own person. I'm running my own campaign. Like, am I crazy? Am I crazy? Did she not say this? Am I imagining this? Crap, everything's everything's on the last 5 days, because she's been doing a tour on her book.
Well, I've always been who I am. So I think that the challenge is to maybe help other people understand what that means. But for me, it was growing up with a lot of cultural pride. It was about growing up and learning practically from the day I was born about the commonalities among people, regardless of where they were born or what languages spoke, by their grandparents or how their last names are spelled. I learned really from the moment of birth how much people have in common. That guides me through today, especially when we now have such powerful forces in our country that are trying to sow hate and division among us and have people point fingers at each other. It is actually not only I think immoral and wrong, it's ignorant, because it overlooks the fact that when you really understand people, you know that most of our urges, most of our desires for ourselves and our families are universal in nature. Well, I've always been who I am. Briefly. Clearly, I am not Joe Biden, and I am certainly not Donald Trump.
And what I do offer is a new generation of leadership for our country. One who believes in what is possible, one who brings a sense of optimism about what we can do instead of always disparaging the American people. I believe in what we can do to strengthen our small businesses, which is why I have a plan. Let's talk about our plans and let's compare the plans.
Hey, everybody! Dropping.
She was not Joe Biden. Like, that was just, it was very clear. She was not Joe Biden, and she was not going to just be more of the same. Even though that's what I wanted. I wanted, like, her to just be Joe Biden. Like, if I'm being honest, I wanted her to just be Joe Biden and just like, hey, just fucking keep killing it like Joe Biden, but
leader whatsoever. But even beyond that, right? Like what you could say is that with Kamala Harris, right? Like, oh yeah, I remember. There's reporting, right? There's reporting, and I think she backed this up in her book. I think I saw that from the excerpts. If I'm wrong, then I apologize. I don't mean to misdirect or something. But was reporting that before the debate, right? Before the big debate, I'm pretty sure it's that debate between her and Trump, that like she gets a call from President Biden telling her no daylight, kid. Right, and what he was referring to is that between their policies, there should be no daylight. Right, she should have the exact same policies as him because President Biden, would have internalized it, the narcissist that he is, as a backstab. So yes, no daylight, kid. Right.
So are we moving topics? I thought we were wondering what it would take for you.
Peace go. I'm talking counterpoints. Hold on, calm down. No need to interrupt. I'm talking. I know it's your favorite time to start talking, but
you just go off on these diatribes.
So shut the fuck up while I'm talking to counterpoints.
No, the diatribe's relevant.
I don't think it is.
Well, yeah, yes,
it
I know.
Is.
Then you want to take over the conversation.
He's saying he understands why, but he also feel like that's a problem because Democrats don't have enough of a spine to stand on their own 2 feet.
He's
that's what
referring
he's saying.
to internal deliberations within the DNC.
Please go shut up for a second and let me actually finish my statement, and then you can respond. God damn. Any which way. So what I was saying was that yes, she had the she had the ability to differentiate herself. I forgot what I was going to say. Differentiate herself, but like when pressed by Biden, right? When given pressure behind the scenes, she collapsed. That's the type of person that she was, right? And so, if she's just making statements, I'll wrap it up here. If she's just making statements that mirror what Biden was saying for the last 2 years, right? Of course, it's not going to be enough. Why would I believe that? Biden was insincere during all that time, but I believe Kamala's sincere there, right? Unless she's actually making some sort of at least rhetorical break. But go ahead.
This can be a conversation or it can be therapy, okay? If we're going to talk about what Kamala could have said to won the vote of lefties, then referencing like how fucking shitty Biden was behind the scenes, I don't take that to be responsive to the question that we're asking, which is like, what could she have done? Not what the fuck Biden was doing behind the scenes or how horrible Jill Biden is. And so it's frustrating. If you just want us to be here and we have a group therapy session and you can like talk to us about everything that is like upsetting you about the Democratic Party and the campaign, we can do that. But that's not a conversation where we're responding to like particular things that other people are saying. Like what could she have said? And we're trying to get clarity on that. And it seems like every 2 seconds we have to take a sidestep about this or that or how horrible Biden was. Or at this point, I think even the notion that she's in a rough spot isn't even directly relevant to just the question of what did you want to see to vote?
Well, I think the part of the problem for him is that, again, if he thinks that she was going to be more of the same and that she was going to be Joe Biden, then his issues with Joe Biden actually would be relevant at that point. So
vote for her, and then we can get into other stuff.
Peace, I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck how you feel about this. Not even a little bit. Like not even a little bit.
Okay, well, it sounds like you guys are a little bit tense right now.
To be clear, I was responding to counterpoints. Counterpoints made a statement, and I responded to that, right? Now, if you want to redirect the conversation, we can, right? I don't give a fuck about your feelings about this, right? So the conversation is going to shift back and forth. We're going to respond to different things, and that's okay. Some of them will be tangents, some of them will be direct.
Well, he's saying you don't give a fuck about his feelings on these things. That's what he's saying to you about your feelings right now. But fuck. At least it didn't freeze this time.
right? But you don't get to decide. No, we're not going to do this or that, right? So this is the conversation we're having.
And by the way,
at this
you
point in
can
time.
you
Go
can
ahead.
infer the steelman here. The steelman, as far as I can tell, if I was to try to steelman Prime's position, it feels like you're saying, okay, the Democrats were responsive, and that Kamala's a big girl and she put on her big girl pants, so we shouldn't be criticizing the back end politics that led to her making the statements that she made.
I have no idea how you're not tracking, Connor. That's not what's happening. It's no.
Well, that's what it sounds like.
No.
So anyways, I'll finish my sentence too.
God.
So what I think the steelman is from the progressives or whatever, the lefties, is effectively saying that, like, we don't fucking believe you. That's what it is. It's like it feels like like bones thrown to a dog after the meal has already been eaten.
That's
now,
a huge, that's
if I was you, I would just say, yeah, lefties are not that big of a deal.
No, I don't think that that's a steelman of lefties. I think that's insulting to Prime and Doobie. I think what you're saying is,
I don't think it is at all.
No, I
don't believe you. You're full of shit.
No, I think what you just said is potentially insulting to Prime and Doobie, because what you're suggesting is no matter what Kamala said, it wasn't going to change their minds. And I'm sure that that's not what I'm hearing from Prime and Doobie, that they just didn't believe her no matter what she said.
But for me, it's not the statement, because I think Bam could probably go through and you could come up with the word that, like, Prime and Doobie could come up with the magic words that Kamala could have said in order to get their vote. And I'm sure Bam could do like a quick Grok research or whatever and find something close to what they're looking for. But politics is vibes. And the vibes is that she wasn't trustworthy. It felt like she was trying to cater to everybody at the same time.
Listen, then if that's the case, that's beautiful. That's a wonderful moment. And then we just say it's not anything really specific. I mean, I think Doobie gave something concrete and tangible that Kamala absolutely did not do. And you're never going to find a quote where she says, yes, I'm going to support what Doobie said, because that doesn't exist. And so I don't think that would be true of Doobie. But if the answer is, I just voted based on vibes, and it's really not any specific thing I would have asked for, then, I mean, or she could have said...
But you're going to have to prepare for that in 26 and 28.
Wait, hold on. I think
you're gonna have to prepare for that. What?
I think it's
disrespectful that they care about.
I think it's.
But I'm telling you, the vibes are off.
I'm trying to be respectful of Prime. If Prime
again, I think, like, we have this conversation all the time when we're talking about people who vote, because when you're talking about the fact that, like, it's all about vibes, that's fine. But that's when we're talking about, like, low information voters. That's not what we're talking about when we're talking about people who cover this shit every fucking day and go and debate it all the time and have in-depth conversations about it. We are not talking about people who should be voting on just vibes. We should not be having those sorts of conversations with people who are actually debating these things consistently. And that is who Doobie is. That is who Prime is. These are people who are covering these topics all the time. We should not be having conversations about fucking vibes with people who are actually engaging in, like, the details of these things.
I don't think that it's respectful to say Prime's was a vibes voter. I'm trying to, right? Like, that seems like would you consider yourself a vibes voter, Prime?
I wouldn't consider myself a vibes voter, but like, I think I understand.
But did Kamala seem like she was a phony bitch?
I mean, yes, absolutely. So that's what I'm saying. Like, she, like, vibes feels a reductive way of saying it. But
yeah, I wouldn't call that vibes. Like, I definitely thought that, like, Kamala was pretty, like, disingenuous in the way that she presented herself, and that she just came off very, very, like, politician-y. But yeah, that's not, like, voting on vibes. That's, like, how you assess somebody first on to, like, how you like, internalize what it is that they say later. So, like, I can assume somebody is, like, very politician-y and very disingenuous, but that doesn't mean that I'm not gonna vote for them. It just means that, like, when they talk, I'm going to take everything in through that lens and through that context.
So he was trying to be reductive in his statement here, right? He's saying that, yes, and that's the thing that I was addressing. Kamala Harris, like, seemed extremely, her entire political life, she's been insincere, right? We had this conversation during our last conversation, Pisco. I laid it out, and I won't do the whole thing for you again, right? But during that the previous campaign, she made statements and then immediately retracted them, right? She made big statements about policies, and then immediately retracted them.
So why would you be assuaged by the kind of thing that you were talking about, right? Like, if you think that she is a very disingenuous, has a history track record, in fact, that you pointed out, of being disingenuous, why would anything assure you? I mean, like, why? Because you said
she's a shitlet.
I guess maybe that's entailed in what your response is. But then if what you're saying is, like,
that's all shitlet,
because I just think she's super fucking scummy and disingenuous, then holy shit, it really does seem like very little she could have said to assuage that fear.
And it's also
last thing I'll say this, and then you can go jump in, bam. That's the art of politics, right? Like Trump is a massive liar, right? I don't think anyone here.
What is a shitlib? It's just the last time that they had this conversation, Prime the entire time kept calling her a shitlib, kept calling Joe Biden a shitlib, kept calling Prime Kai's a shitlib, kept calling everybody who voted for Kamala a shitlib, like, and he was being very like prissy and snotty like he is in this debate as well, where he just like kept like derailing the conversation by refusing to answer questions and like doing this like, oh, you will not, no ho ho, no sir, like it was like half the fucking conversation was just waiting for him to like stop complaining about whatever the fuck it just happened. Like it was, yeah.
Here disagrees with that, right? He lied his way through the 2016 campaign, and he lied his way through the 2020 and the 2024 campaign. He lied his way through all of that, right? And people, conservatives, like saw that, right? They got that. But politics is the art of convincing people of your sincerity. That's part of it, right? That like the words that you're saying aren't just hot air. But a portion, you know, built in that a portion of it is hot air, right? That there are promises that they literally can't keep, that are impossible to keep, right? And promises that they just don't feel like keeping, and then promises that they'll try to keep, the whole spectrum. That this is like the art of politics. So understanding that I had these feelings about him, I didn't like Joe Biden. I never wanted to vote for Joe Biden the first time, right? I didn't want to vote for him the second time, really. But like especially let's talk about the first time, but the first time still I did, right? Because I was convinced that still this guy's going to be a good steward, right? That was the art of politics. So yes, I think she's a fake, I won't call her a B word, but a fake individual. But if she could have convinced me on
this was I'm pretty sure he even says it in the fucking clip that we put out, but there was a whole debate that I had with Pisco a little while ago about the fact that like during his Vanguard conversation, it was kind of annoying that he was arguing on the side of the people who were constantly talking about how horrible Joe Biden was. And the fact that he didn't like make it clear that he was in favor of Joe Biden, he just ended up helping push a narrative about how horrible Joe Biden was the entire time and never actually defended Joe Biden at any point. And so we had that debate, and then 2 weeks later he had this debate with Prime. So this is the clip that I put out. Because I'm pretty sure he says shitlib in this a couple of times too. Comes off as like just a lot of Biden hate. Like they do just nonstop Biden hate and nonstop establishment Dems hate, DNC hate.
So in this sense, I should have let the audience know, as applied, that I genuinely thought Biden was the best president of my lifetime, right?
Yeah.
Why is it the case that I ought to, in that debate, say, and by the way, guys, Biden is the best president of my lifetime. He was a good president. Why is that a prescription that makes sense?
Again, because the argument is that it wasn't a successful presidency, that he wasn't a successful president.
I think that Biden has been the best president of our lifetime. I don't think you can point to a presidency that was better.
Yeah. And terrible president Joe Biden, agreed. Yes.
The best president of your lifetime. Name a better.
So
if it weren't for God, would you acknowledge that Joe Biden was the best president of your lifetime?
You have voted for a shit candidate, right? Following a shit president. Rather than doing that, right?
The best president of your lifetime.
Who supported a genocide.
Of your lifetime.
Who enthusiastically
It must be really hard
genocide.
for you to acknowledge the best president of your lifetime who supported a genocide.
So yeah, shitlib. The whole time, just kept repeating, shitlib, fucking shitlib.
The stuff you're gonna try your best, right? There's a way to do that. Politics has been doing it for centuries. Well, then yeah, I would have voted for her.
I think No, you're fine. I think that's. I'm about to tell you, there's probably other aspects of the conversation to get into. I think that's probably as honest as close to the truth as you're gonna get, which it feels uncomfortable, but it's really just the art of like, oh, okay, it's not necessarily about what specifically she said, unless she was literally gonna like put on paper a hard platform of conditional aid as Doobie has. Outside of that, it's not really a statement because, like I said, I found another statement of her actually speaking about conditional aid, conditioning aid and things that she's.
Can you read that? If you have it.
Yeah, it says that Kamala Harris speaking to the National Association of Black Journalists, she says, I am entirely supportive of the pause we put on the 2,000-pound bombs, referring to a shipment of heavy payloads frozen during the Biden administration and concerns. He says, this is some leverage we've had and used. And she's talking about the most important thing is the humanitarian crisis, the tens of thousands of civilian casualties, and we need to get this deal done immediately. And then yeah, and then I was about to say, right at the end, the Israeli, the Republican Jewish coalition, as well as Netanyahu, came out and made a response statement that it's no secret that Kamala Harris supports leveraging critical military aid to Israel in its fights as it fights an existential war for its very survival in the terrorist regime known as Iran. So, like, from the Israel's perspective, from like people's perspective, that statement right there, you would say, "Oh, that's bullshit. That's nothing." That was framed as like, "Oh, okay, yeah, Kamala Harris clearly supports conditional military aid."
So bam. All right. So, sorry, I'm not sure I'm not interrupting you. Are you?
No, yeah, I'm done. Yeah,
okay,
you're
great,
fine.
great, sure. If I'm remembering the incident that she's referring to, it was a long campaign. So hopefully I'm not getting things mixed up. Yes. What Biden did, and someone fact check me if I'm getting this wrong. I do apologize. But what Biden did was he stopped like one shipment, maybe more, but like one shipment of 2,000-pound bombs to Israel. And I forget exactly the reason given. Sorry, I just don't have that at the top of my head. But he did stop one shipment. Something like that. Hey, great. However, like that didn't like do anything. That was like a fig leaf, right? It did nothing to interfere with their ability to prosecute that war. Like at all, right?
Wait, no, the whole point of it was to slow them down from going into Rafah. And it did do that. I don't know why. I don't know what he's talking about. Again, maybe I'm the one who's forgetting the context to this, but I could have sworn that this was over their entry into Rafah, because this was like the last city where all of the civilians were. And that the whole problem was that Joe Biden didn't want them to go into the last fucking city where everybody was and just fuck it up like they had everything else.
Right, so it didn't end the war, but that
no. I'm not saying end the war.
Yeah,
right?
End the war is like a very high bar.
So, like it when that 2,000-pound bomb shipment didn't go off, right? Like if I remember correctly, and again, if I'm misremembering something, I'm not trying to lie here, right? But like sandwiched in between, so like here's that event, right? Billions of dollars to Israel, like approved by Congress. And then afterwards, billions of dollars to Israel approved by Congress. That showed an insincerity that you can do a thing, right? Like, okay, I'm being asked to condition aid, right? And so a shipment of 2,000-pound bombs, I am going to deny, right? But in between there, you'll have every other type of bomb, right? And so when we're talking about conditioning aid, obviously it has to be to a significant amount that it actually affects your ability to prosecute the war. If it's not, right? If Biden conditions one grenade, well, that's clearly not enough. He can say, well, I conditioned weapons, but I didn't actually do enough to make any sort of difference in what's happening.
Is that a signal?
Because obviously, material difference.
Yeah, he's saying that you're not actually going, it's not an actual condition, because they have no incentive to meet that condition. If it's just this like small group of bombs that they aren't like super reliant on, then they don't have to meet those conditions. They can just keep doing whatever the fuck they want, because yeah, this isn't going to be enough incentive to stop them.
Have to be built into to what we're talking about.
But if you want to get what you want, if you have these are the outcomes you want to see, like I just want to look at it in a like I think of it like when you deal with children. If you want children to do things like Connor, you have kids, correct? And I don't even know if he's here.
He's frozen. Connor, buddy. Okay.
Oh my
well,
God.
I can say about say
That's
most
a
people.
scary face.
Most people will find this to be generally true. If you want someone to do something, like if you have kids and you want them to do something, you say, hey, clean your room. Maybe like whenever they pick up the first toy or the first sock, you initially say, hey, great job, keep up the good work. Because you're incentivized, you're showing that I give you positive reaction to when you do things that I want to do. Biden doing some conditioning, talking about being in favor of conditioning. If that's met with like
that, damn it, dude, Counterpoint's just leaving totally fucked up my entire screen. I had all of that set up for him. Please tell me he comes back. Please tell me he comes back. Oh, my screen's gonna be so fucked up until he does. Okay, yes, he does.
Like, yes, we want more of
Oh
this.
wait, and then a sixth person joins. Oh shit.
Like even your initial, you said great, but we need more. I think that's even a reasonable response. Like I think the general reaction was, oh, they've done a reaction. That doesn't mean fucking anything.
Sure.
No one cares. You're still committed. Like so now it's like, oh, okay, so I shouldn't like these people aren't.
Okay. Hang on, am I interrupting you?
No, you're fine. Yeah,
I don't want
the vibe of what I'm saying.
I don't want to pull a Pisco.
I don't need to see the words. I just want to make sure you got the vibe.
Dude.
Yeah, generally people don't care if you interrupt them. Like generally, as long as you seem to get the gist of what it is they're saying, they're okay with you interrupting them. Or if you're like trying to stop them going down like a premise conclusion and you already disagree with like the first premise, you don't want to let them continue on a pointless explanation of something if you're not if the very first point doesn't align with what you think.
Yeah,
but like I understand what you're saying, right? You're saying, hey, right, like the best way to influence these politicians is through positive reinforcement, right? Here's the thing, right?
Not politicians,
these politicians got
Israel
during the campaign, right? That was through the protests, right? Through the college campus sit-ins, through other people on the streets, through the letters, through the like
through the negative
phone banking campaigns, right? There was no shortage. Sorry, he's gonna be back soon. There was no shortage of feedback, right? But the most powerful bit of feedback is through the vote, right? That's in the end the final say of it all. So it's not like they were bereft when they did something good. Like I heard it right through channels that I watch through like the social groups that I'm part of. I heard that positive feedback and it was transmitted. But
do you feel like it was publicized? Well, I mean that could be a media issue. Like I know the media doesn't necessarily report on the right things, but do you feel like the average Palestinian supporter like gave Biden credit or celebrated Biden for when he did pause related stimulus? Do you honestly believe that, or do you think that they said that's peanuts? It's not enough. Fuck Biden.
It's hard for me to say what the average person would have done. Like I'm just like telling you like my experience and what I saw. Like I don't think you're making an unreasonable ask of me, but like I'm pretty cloistered, honestly. I don't know what the average person did. Like, it would be disingenuous of me to try to make that statement. I would say, like, yes, like, because what I heard was like people saying, "I'm glad they took this step, right? But we need so much more because of all the reasons that I said." Oh my God, I'm gonna mute for a second. But yeah, like, I can't tell you that exactly.
Can I respond to the aid thing? So, well, it is true that he did pause 2,000-pound bombs in like mid 2024. But they'd already sent like over 10,000 of them at that point. And the concern was that Israel was using these bombs in heavily populated areas, right? And which is causing massive collateral damage, right? So it's true, he did pause the 2,000-pound bombs after sending like 14,000 of them. But they didn't pause anything, all the other shit they were sending. They still sent thousands of other bombs, other missiles, other like weapons. They still sent 500-pound bombs, right? They started that up again. And the issue with Biden's threats to withhold aid, threats to condition things, is that he never ever followed through.
Sounds like
so
he did follow through.
No, but he didn't though. So for example, he said that Rafah was a red line for him, right? That they cannot go into Rafah. They cannot do it. It is a red line.
I'm so sorry to stupid. I know you, but like this can't be a debate about Israel Palestine, can it? I mean, like, are we really? No, like it's not. I'm telling you, it's about what Kamala could have said.
I understand,
and she's not in charge.
Hold on. Oh God, I understand. So Pisco, I understand what you're saying. The issue is that so Biden says Rafah's a red line. Israel does it anyway, and then lo and behold, aid does not stop. Billions keeps flowing right to Israel. that message from the State Department, that memo was leaked, saying, "Hey, you got to let the aid in, or else they don't do it and nothing happens." So that was the issue with Biden's threats, right? It's a lot of it seemed like optics rather than like an attempt to actually like leverage anything against Israel. So when Biden's doing that, and that's his position, and people are upset about this, and then Kamala comes around and says she won't change anything.
Yeah, I was correct. It was about Rothman.
Well, then, like,
we've next statement
like,
after statement of her like saying things. Like we keep going back to this, like
saying the same shit Biden said.
She
said the same shit Biden said, right? So if Biden was saying this shit too, wait, no, hold on, bam. Let me ask you a question. So if Biden was saying this too, but in actuality, he was still sending them billions of dollars in weapons. Like if Kamala's saying the same shit.
You're great, Tom. Please get off Twitter and stop supporting Leon Mush. Well, I'm sorry. I mean, for people who, like, if it's just like a hobby for you, I totally think that you should move over to Blue Sky and shit. But for people where this is like their fucking job to get their voice out there, we don't have much of an option. We just have to go where the people are.
But then saying that she's not going to change it, she wouldn't have changed anything. Well, then that should lead us to believe she would also send billions of dollars in weapons.
Or how about you use your brain, Doobie, and think about like, hey, maybe Biden, who's a committed Zionist, has an ideological commitment to Israel, and the only reason why Kamala isn't coming out forcefully against her own president because it would look bad, and maybe that you should have read the room and read the little hint signals that she was giving her instead of just assuming that she's going to be the same ideologically committed Zionist as Joe Biden would be.
What is this? Why don't you demand leadership? Why don't you demand leadership and conviction over loyalty?
Sorry.
What is this? Why are you asking us to use our brains? What is this? Why are you expecting us to like be like adults or something? Like, come on. We're just a bunch of 10-year-olds who don't understand politics, and we've never thought about this stuff before, okay? What are you trying to do here, Pisco? What the heck?
Leave the free world.
Sorry.
I'm sorry.
So now we're talking about their. Now we're talking about.
She's asking us to trust her with leading the free world. She has no fucking backbone, no conviction. She can't separate it. She has a
the question is about what you. Oh my God.
To the brand to Biden's brand and the Democrat brand, rather than stand up on our own 2 feet and mark.
The question here is about who's gonna. So you keep trying to make this into an actual on the merits conversation.
See, it's not about like the brand or anything like that. We're talking about like to get votes. There wasn't an easy answer there. Like the Democrat Party at the time was, it seemed like split pretty like even 50-50 on like what it was that they wanted her to say in terms of Israel-Palestine. And if we want to be, get into a little TYT for a second, the corporate donors are all fucking Jewish people. All right. It's a bunch of motherfucking Jews. All right. So there's competing interests here, and what it is that she ought to say to make you feel better versus what it is she ought to say to actually have a chance at winning. These are drastically different things. And she tried her best to like walk the tightrope and say the most bland shit ever so that she never actually said anything at all. And even in the message that Bam read, the all she said was, I would support that, or something like that, or I'm not against that. Like it was just a full on nothing statement. Like she wasn't able to say anything. Okay. She just wasn't able to say anything. And that was just the makeup of the Democrat Party at the time. There wasn't much we could do about it, and it is what it is. Again, I would expect people to just be adults, use their brains, understand politics for a moment, not be a fucking child, but, that's me.
conversation about Israel and Palestine. That is not what we're here to discuss.
That is not what I'm doing at all.
And we're not here to discuss also their merits in terms of their underlying qualification for office, as though they're like actually
what?
No, we're talking about what would have won them the election and what would have secured the vote
I'm telling you
for
over and over again. Okay, again, so in that interview, demonstrating that she had the courage of her convictions and that she cared more about doing the right thing or
Yeah, so this is the problem though, is that there's two different things there that Pisco is mentioning that may not matter to them. So let's say we say to them, hey, listen, if Kamala Harris went full on pro-Palestine, like she was out there at the fucking protest calling herself a fascist and everything, right? She was calling this a genocide, and she's saying that like she wants the ICC to go arrest Netanyahu and shit like that, right? She is that just fucking brain broken and over with. And you recognize that this would have lost her the campaign. This would have lost her the election. She would have been fucked. She would have been done for. Is that still what you would have expected from her? Because I think the answer is yes. I think the answer is yes. So when every time Doobie says, you know, oh, she wouldn't just say the right thing and move away from the Democrat Party and blah blah blah, like I think from what I'm gathering, the answer is yes. The answer is yeah, I don't care if it would lose her the campaign. Like I expected her to say it. And so then we're saying, okay, so you're saying she had to lose in order to get your vote. You're somebody that doesn't matter now. Like, this is like people who are saying like, oh, I'm not voting for Donald Trump until he says that we're going to kick out everybody who's not white in the United States and turn this into an ethno state again. Like, I'm not voting for that motherfucker. Like, oh, okay, well, you're just somebody who doesn't matter then. Like, even a small attempt to appeal to you will lose more voters than it'll gain. So like, you are an irrelevant person.
or having a conviction over the brand of Biden. Biden's fucking political brand. Hold on. Protecting Biden's political brand rather than presenting herself as a leader with convictions and a fucking backbone. That was the issue.
So
right? That is an encapsulation of the issue with
position, and to be clear, the policy position is a full suspension or a full conditioning of all military aid.
Yeah, conditioning, yes.
Yeah.
So which was very popular in the U.S.
But it would be in effect a suspension of congressionally approved aid, because obviously Israel would not have met that condition. That condition being what exactly? And letting in the reporters.
Then that would be on Israel. So hold on.
Before you answer that question, just it'll be very quick, right? Before you answer that question, I just got 2 super chats that came in 20 minutes ago. So look them out of the way, but we're gonna jump right back into it. I promise. So hold on to that thought. One $20 from Grassroot Hegemon says, ask Doobie why he shot Charlie Kirk. You can respond to that if you like.
Can I confirm or deny?
Okay, thank you, Grassroot Hegemon, for being so kind. Seriously. Another one from Grassroot Hegemon, $100, really kind. Thank you, Grassroot Hegemon. Seriously, you're really super kind. I think you're one of Pisco's, right? Is this not one of your chatters?
No, it's one of Connor's.
No.
One of Connor's? Okay. Oh yeah, I might have seen him in Connor's chat. Excuse me. But Grassroot Hegemon, is that one of yours, Connor's? Grassroot Hegemon. Okay, thank you. It says, hypothetically, Prime, if I gave you $100, would you give me a wrench if I promised to do literally fucking nothing ever? Well, yes, actually, I would give you a wrench for $100 fucking dollars. Thank you so much for the kindness. $120 to us. If anyone else wants to super chat and we can respond to it, we will. So hit youtube.com/primekai, PRIMECAYES. Hit us up there. But thank you so much for the kindness. Back to Doobie. Sorry.
Is a wrench YouTube mod perks?
Yeah. So that's an encapsulation of the issue, I think. So I'm not even. Hold on. So, and Connor touched on this a bit. I don't believe that Kamala is like a liar.
All right, I'm gonna adjust these now.
Right, I don't have that kind of assumption about her. What I do think is that she came off as more concerned about the brand of Biden than presenting herself as something different from him, right? As a leader that would activate people within the base to go out and want to support her and actually energize people. right? She came off as somebody with pre-planned talking points, very corporate consultant, kind of corporate, that it's just there's a very
Did that affect you, Doobie? So the question about what you would vote. Like, so were you affected by the fact that she seems corporate or she has?
I would have
points?
voted
because I will say the reason that maybe you should have a better interpretation of her trepidation, anxiety, or carefulness is she wanted to win the fucking election. But you're not going to be. Are you really caring about these kind of like? Did she seem?
People care about
Again, yes. That's why I said earlier that he needs to ask about whether or not they care if what they want and what they expect would lose her the election. This is a question that needs to be answered, because I'm fairly certain that that should be the end of the conversation. Like, that would be the end of the fucking conversation. Is it you just ask, like, do you care that what you're asking for would lose her the entire election? They're going to say no, and then you say, oh, okay, well then, fuck. Like, this is a pointless conversation. I don't have any reason to even have this conversation with you guys anymore.
People care about authenticity.
Doobie, you. Did you care about whether she came off as corporate or okay?
I'd have preferred her to be like a human being. Yeah.
I think that's a bit naive, right? Because
S/O Tom Foolery.
True. What? Thank you, T.O., for the $25. What is S/O? Thank you. Let's get some W's in chat for the $25 dono, guys.
Because then you said that Barack Obama, who's criticized, I think, by a lot of lefties as being too corporate, you said he really stood for something.
No,
but
that's not true.
Aren't you admitting you were duped by Obama?
Barack Obama had charisma.
Yeah,
so,
right.
So, not just charisma.
You're not going to be like,
conviction about things.
Me, Doobie, I'm not going to vote for someone based on Riz, right? Are you going to vote for someone based on Riz? You personally?
It's not Riz. Right? I voted for fucking Bernie Sanders. Okay, it's not Riz. Okay?
But as between Obama and Kamala Harris, who seemed more manicured, who seemed more coached and prepared?
Kamala.
No, but and
Yeah,
do you think that reflects on their policies?
It makes me think that she has no. Listen, it makes me think that she has no policies other than what the party told her policies.
In a way that Obama's different. You voted for Obama because Obama was.
Yes, Obama was different. Obama,
in what sense?
Again, okay.
I think we were probably just children.
He had specific policies and things that he was advocating for that were not just the typical Democrat talking points. He presented himself as a leader with a backbone and conviction.
He switched on gay marriage from term 1 to term 2. His term 1 absolutely.
I get it. He was anti-gay marriage. Most people were.
No, he ran as a centrist. He was running a change campaign, but he wasn't running as a massive progressive that's going to change everything. He was running.
Oh, I saw this. Have you guys seen this? This is fucking wild, dude. Have y'all seen this? SO a shout out. Base. This is so creepy.
You don't get to ask those questions. What's wrong with you, Mom? Why are you so scared? You don't get to ask those questions. What's wrong with you, Mom? Why are you so scared? You don't get to ask those questions. What's wrong with you, Mom? Why are you so scared? You don't get to ask.
I feel like I could put this to a beat, dude. I think I could put this to a fucking beat. I could put this to a motherfucking beat. I think it would actually fit with my, I've got the, what do you call it? The STV Philly, Tollybots video coming out later, and I made like a beat for the intro, and I think the beat that I made for the intro would actually be perfect for this. I think it would fit.
Leave my baby Candace alone, LOL.
Yeah, I'm fucking Trib said I'd still hit. Give me a break, dude. You guys are broken. Y'all called me a fucking simp. Let's get some fucking simps in chat for these motherfuckers, okay? Let's get some simps in chat. Fuck that shit. Hell no. Yeah, I don't see the... Oh, that's because it never rendered. Okay, never mind. Yeah, I can't even show it. Shit. I never rendered it. I thought I rendered it and I was gonna be able to just play it because I didn't upload it yet. Well, that sucks. Puh. Here, I'll just pull this up then on the editor. This beat is a fucking banger. This beat is automatic, supersonic, hypnotic, funky fresh. Fuck.
Those questions.
Shut up. Fuck. I can't ever click on anything on this monitor. There.
Or every time you hear somebody say that, you're like, oh, wait, is this person anti-Semitic?
Yeah, she's saying it's a dog whistle that if people say that, because they're not actually prostrating themselves, they're not actually like giving their soul over to Israel just because they went to the wall, that these are people who actually, it's part of their religion. It's lagging so hardcore, so it's gonna, you'll just be able to hear it, okay? You can hear it. Charlie was a hardcore Christian, and that the wall is a holy site for Christians. My family's been there.
You don't know anything about it other than that
I've
Jews
never done it
around
before.
the world.
I've heard about it, yes. I've never done it, so if that's what you mean, I don't know about it.
You're characterizing it as a PR trip for the state of Israel. That's completely inaccurate.
And as we all know, the UN is not the only people who have said that they think it's a genocide. There have been genocide scholars who have come out over the last few months, all in solidarity, saying
the genocide scholars. Are you talking about that group that it turned out that you actually didn't have to be a scholar at all, and you could join for $30 online and then vote on whether or not it was a genocide? You're talking about that group? Guess what? In order to qualify for the vote on whether it was a genocide or not, you didn't have to be a scholar. You had to be a member, and to be a member, all you need is $30. $30.
The mainstream media has called this. How come this isn't anywhere on it?
Because the mainstream media doesn't like to announce when they get things wrong. They just make stealth edits after the fact.
Damn, you got all the Hasbro talking points down. That's crazy. Like,
yeah, do I have all the Hasbro talking points, or do I just disagree with you?
But the main thing that This is a fucking jam. My shit's still lagging pretty hardcore though. I'm waiting for the software to X out. Yeah, that was the first one. They still haven't done the second one. Holy shit, is this ever gonna X out? What the fuck? Yeah, I didn't like the points that she was making where she was saying that the mainstream media just tries to do stealth edits afterwards, blah blah blah. Yeah, it was not a good look. Yeah, I'm waiting for the lag to quit, but I don't know if it's gone. Oh, are we good now? Heyo.
If Candace anti-Semitic, I'm anti-Semitic.
Thank you, Tio, for the donut. Also, just real quick, if you guys haven't seen, I do have a documentary on Candace Owens. There's one on this channel, on my channel. And yes, it is like a full, it's an actual documentary. It is a full feature-length documentary. It is this one right here, Candace Owens' Path to Anti-Semitism, featuring Ben Shapiro. But there's that is not the finalized version. The finalized version is right here on another channel of mine called Terminally Online Media. And this is the full thing. So go check it out. The link is in chat. Don't miss it.
Believe it was literally his motto.
Listen, no. I just said he ran as a change agent, but not as a radical leftist. He didn't govern as one, or as a progressive.
I'm not talking about radical leftist.
No, but all I'm saying is, so he was not some very, very different Democrat. He was a mainstream Democrat, willing to work. Of course, no. He was obviously very skilled politically. He obviously had a lot of, his own qualities that he brought to the presidency
you're
as well.
Forgetting
but,
the enthusiasm
but in terms of
the time.
ideology, stop it.
These are the opposite.
No, but they're talking about the fact that, see, that's not true, because the enthusiasm that Kamala had behind her when she was first running, she went through the debates and she was talking about like a new era and a new America and blah blah blah, and like they're like, oh, she ran on being more of the same. Like, no, the fuck she didn't. No, the fuck she didn't. And now you're just saying that like all you wanted was for her to just say that like this is gonna be a new age under her reign, and like that, then why wasn't it enough then? Because she said that shit. She said it. Like, if you just wanted her to say it like she was Obama, because Obama was not like this drastically different person than the rest of the Democrat Party in the way that he advertised himself. He was not that. And so he was just your average fucking Democrat. Like, that is who he was. So if that's all you wanted was just the optics of it, she gave that to you.
Rose-tinted glasses.
You need to stop. In terms of ideology, give me the difference between Kamala Harris and Obama right now.
Okay, what was Kamala's ideology?
No,
what did she believe that wasn't just what the Democrat Party held her to protect?
Yeah. So I think is the answer you cannot find a significant distinction between Kamala Harris's ideology and Obama? Is that the answer, Doobie?
Telling I don't know what Kamala's ideology is.
So then the answer would be you cannot tell the difference between Obama's ideology and Kamala Harris, right?
No, he's not saying that he can't tell the difference. He's saying that he knows what Obama's ideology is. He doesn't know what Kamala Harris's is.
And the reason is because you can't tell Kamala Harris's ideology? Is that the answer?
Wait, hold on. I think that Obama did have an ideology.
Can you not tell the difference between them? That's the question.
Yeah, sometimes Pisco does need to shut the fuck up and allow people to answer, because he is not understanding the fucking question or the answer here.
Pisco, yes, there is a difference.
What is it?
And the difference is that I don't think Kamala had an ideology when she was running her second campaign. I think when she was running for the presidency, she had ideas and conviction in the things that she was advocating for. I think when she was running as Biden's sock puppet, she was just an empty suit that was like parroting Biden talking points because she wanted to protect
as between Biden and Obama. Okay, so if she's just a clone of Obama, of Biden, what's the daylight on Obama and Biden then?
Just to be clear, again, I said that that is what I wanted her to be, was a clone of Joe Biden, and that's what I was hoping for. She ended up not being that as much as I wanted, but I was still very much in favor of Kamala Harris. Definitely. But oh, hey, I just spawned right next to you. But most of the people,
Candace Owens will be the only woman I would vote for president.
Why did he just suicide himself in the me? Candace Owens is the only woman you'll vote for president. Okay. Well, I'm Thank you for another $20, Tio. I'm not with you there, buddy. I am all for simping, okay? I'm all for simping. Just and I'm all for simping for crazy chicks too. Especially crazy chicks, actually. But there is a threshold for that amount of crazy. Okay? There is a threshold, and she is well beyond. She is well beyond. I die so you can feed. Putting food on the table. Let's go. I love crazy chicks like Tom's mom. Great, thank you. A lot of people when they were first like upset that Kamala Harris was the person who was running, as I was, the way that I like comforted most of these people is by saying, guys, I promise you she's probably not going to be the same person she was in 2019, okay? I promise you. She's probably learned from Joe Biden, and she is going to be him. That is the best we can hope for. And it's crazy now afterwards listening to people sit around and complain, because I didn't really hear these complaints during the election as much from the left. But after the election, I immediately heard all of these grumblings from people like, oh, she was just a carbon copy of Joe Biden. It's like, wait, are you saying that's a bad thing? Wait, I thought that's what we wanted. I thought we all wanted Joe Biden, but he's too fucking old. So what the fuck is the problem here? I thought that's exactly what we wanted. Why are you guys saying this like it's a bad thing? This is so weird. Thank you, Hunter.
For you, right?
I think that
you voted for Obama. So let's see. What's the deal between Obama and Biden?
Okay. I think that Obama, again, presented himself as not just a change candidate, but he had specific policies that he was advocating for and pushing for that weren't just popular within the Democrat Party. So, i.e., universal health care. Right, that was a brave policy position to take at the time. This is not something that the majority of people supported, but he supported it and he advocated for it and he made the arguments. Right, so for Biden,
and Biden didn't.
Biden ran as the anti-Trump. That's what Biden was. Right. So that was literally, he was the Democrat answer to it was, let's go back to normalcy was Biden, right?
I think the uncomfortness that you're feeling, Doobie, is that there's not a ton
of
daylight.
Uncomfortable.
There's not a ton of daylight in this respect. I mean, maybe the closest amount of the largest amount of daylight between Biden and Obama is Biden's opposition to Afghanistan when it comes to foreign policy.
We're getting fucking trapped. Get out of here.
Well, I think Doobie's doing vibes.
Shit. So, but the thing is,
Obama had a vibe.
But here's what I take to be the mic drop. You're willing to vote for Obama, and you're not willing to vote for Kamala. But really, we all know in terms of how they're going to run the country, Kamala and Obama, they're going to run the country in a very similar fashion. And you can't. Yes. Come on. You're the one saying that Kamala is just not distinguishing herself enough from a Democratic consensus. That Democratic consensus was built by who? By Obama.
By Obama.
That's
yes.
The era of Democrats that we're living in and living through.
That is, yes. He is correct. Like the fact that Obama went outside of the norm is what created the current norm. Obama was not Hillary Clinton, and Hillary Clinton was not Obama, which is why she was not able to do nearly as well as Obama or Joe Biden or even Kamala Harris. Is because they were fucking Obama. They were definitely Obama.
The hard thing that you're having to justify right now is why you would treat Obama so different than Kamala. And the truth is, the biggest thing that distinguishes them is Obama had good optics and good vibes. That's the difference. And Kamala's a woman.
No. So first off, it's not true that I wouldn't vote for Kamala. I would vote for Kamala. I told you earlier that if I was in a swing state, I would have voted for her over Trump because I fucking hate Trump and I want him to get ball cancer. Okay, I hate Trump more than any politician in my lifetime. Right. So I would have voted for her or a fucking dog, or an actual animal over Trump.
Uncomfortable voting for her.
Yeah, so because I live in California, I have the luxury of my vote not mattering so much in the presidential campaign. So I didn't vote. Right? So I chose not to participate. So that's it. But I felt like it would matter. I would have advocated for people around me to vote for her. I would push my family to vote for her.
Okay, well that's just a full cop out. That's a full cop out. If that's his answer, there's not even a point in arguing this anymore. That is a full cop out.
Because, you know, I fucking hate Trump. Okay. But
outside of Israel Palestine, is there any other like policy positions?
I'm not a single issue voter. So
that's what I'm saying. So like, is there any policy?
Zed King tipped $5. Have you heard about NSPM7? Trump does she like this regularly, but we aren't supposed to call him fascist because it is violent rhetoric. The right wants absolute capitulating from the left and free reign to do whatever, and they call Kamala Marxist lol.
Well, and they call her a fascist too. We just had somebody in chat earlier saying that fascist is a left-wing thing and that the Democrat Party is far left. And we had Donald Trump calling her a fascist over and over. We had they pretty commonly call Kamala a fascist too. So, but I would say that they called Kamala I would say that Donald Trump called Kamala a communist or a Marxist or a fascist or a socialist more times than Kamala ever called him a Nazi or Hitler or a fascist. I not only would I bet that's the case, I know for a fact that that's the case, because she only ever implied that he was a fascist once. The Donald Trump called her one of those names like almost every fucking time he spoke. So
policy positions you held that you was like, ooh, I just don't like I don't like where she stands on that?
I think that she was too she leaned too much into identity politics with the
she didn't mention identity politics.
Yes, she did.
No, she talked about.
So okay, she mentioned identity politics during the presidency. She did not mention identity politics during the campaign. That was something that a lot of people were upset with her about, was especially on the lefty side, is that they were upset that she did not do enough identity politics bullshit.
Not in this campaign, really.
She didn't say anything about being a woman, being black. Like she did the opposite of that. She
Oh, sorry, I almost killed you.
When it comes to the identity stuff, she didn't lean into that at all.
Not in this campaign, no.
That's just not true.
I don't think she said
I'm
anything
sorry.
about
I feel like you're not rewriting. I feel like you're just not remembering history. She absolutely leaned into her black and Indian identity. Absolutely, and her woman.
She leaned into her black.
I don't think that's true at all. I think that Donald Trump leaned into her black and Indian identity more than she did. And even when he did, she didn't play the fucking card. She didn't take the bait. So, oh, you motherfucker. I was trying not to kill you, and then you fucking kill yourself.
Yes, I heard, you hear it all the fucking time. Maybe not directly, but from her fucking from her pundits, right? From her spokespeople. This was the message being put out by the campaign. Oh, she's a black woman, she's an Indian woman, and she's a woman. So and she's inclusive of everybody.
There's no way.
I don't know what the fuck she's
exactly what we got from her.
I have no idea what he's talking about.
I think there's a middle ground here. We'll touch on that just a little bit, but. One, Ali, thanks for being here. Sorry, I had to mute you before because we're getting a lot of background noise, but you're back on. So just
okay, sorry.
Yeah, no worries. But I believe during the campaign, I think there's.
But he's also not on his microphone. They should have immediately told him, "Hey, you're not on your microphone."
One, I think Kamala Harris herself avoided making those statements that you're talking about, the black Indian or talking about trans woman herself. However, her campaign. The pundits that were sent out, what are they called? Surrogates, yes. Her surrogates talked about that, right? They weren't shy about saying those things. Now you can say, is there really a difference? You can decide that for yourself, but I think she made a specific choice not to, but then her surrogates.
Okay, then why did you vote for Obama? To Doobie, this is not to you, Prime, but to be Obama, how many campaign surrogates are talking about the historic campaign, the first black president, and even to Trump. Trump plays on identity politics more than anybody. This is not a real issue, and no one actually gives a fuck about this.
Oh God. I voted for Obama because I thought John McCain was evil. Right? He's a warmongering piece of shit. I did not want him anywhere near the White House. Right? That is why I voted for Obama. Now, I supported specific policies of Obama's, but I disagreed with him about a ton of shit. Right?
Okay, so who was worse, McCain or Trump?
Fuck.
Gotta be Trump, bro.
Yeah,
Come on.
Trump. Yeah,
I'm about
Trump.
to say,
Okay,
McCain is a super
so now
honorable
we're
man.
just so now we're-
McCain is the devil.
So look
you
at
know.
what we're
Okay,
doing
that's
right now.
what it
So so the differential between Obama and McCain was enough for you to vote for Obama over McCain. Now talk to me about this
Oh,
differential
you
between Kamala and
motherfucker.
Trump. You've already said Trump is
Stop
much
killing
worse,
yourself.
somewhat worse than McCain. So I'm assuming you think that Kamala Harris is significantly worse than Obama. And I just don't understand, like, where are you getting that intuition that Obama is like that much better than Kamala? I would assume that Kamala is probably going to be, less hawkish in these areas just based on her personality and just based. Obama was quite hawkish. Obama got involved in Libya. Obama, escalated the war in Afghanistan. Obama had, record drone strikes. Obama wasn't just like not there were a couple instances where, but even Trump has sometimes where he bucks Israel a little bit. But in general, he ran the country like a Democrat. And so how are you going to possibly justify that differential between Kamala and Obama sufficient to you to overcome the massive gulf between her and Trump, given what you just said about McCain and Obama?
Okay, I feel like we're lost in the sauce right now. So what I'm telling you is that I believe that Kamala did not differentiate herself enough from Biden.
I think that what Doobie is saying is that he wants progress. I think that's what he's saying. He wants progress. He wants new ideas. He wants a new candidate every time. He wants somebody who's going to further things, not somebody who's just going to be a Democrat, but every time they're going to come with something new that they're going to push. And that if all they're doing is saying, hey, that guy that you had 2-3 presidents ago, I'm going to try to keep things the way that he had them. Like, well, okay, that's pretty much just having the country as it is right now. And And so you're not really like getting much progress from that. And so I think that's what he's saying. Oh, I thought I got him. I thought he was taking the fucking bait. Oh, fuck that bitch, dude. Fuck that fucking bitch. Fuck him to hell. Fuck that fucking bitch.
Biden. I think Biden was a candidate that did not.
Wait, we just had a thing. You just said you voted for Obama over McCain because of you thought McCain was evil. You just said Trump was more evil than McCain, and so why doesn't that logic apply now to Kamala?
Well,
I told you repeatedly. I would have voted for her, and I would have advocated people around me to vote for her if I was in a place.
Yes, PCO hasn't picked up on this, but he's literally taking a cop-out position right now, where he's not even taking the position that he's there to take, which is that you wouldn't vote for Kamala unless X, Y, and Z. He's not even willing to take that position, so it's just a full cop-out position. There's nothing in this fucking position. Hey, watch this. Guys, watch this. My background fucking disappears, but I stay here. Watch it. You watching? Isn't this cool? Whoa! My background disappeared. Did you see that? Whoa! The lights. Whoa. Oh, there it goes. What? How did it leave? That's crazy.
I'm in California. I have the luxury of not
this doesn't make any sense. So was the
Wait,
right?
but do you think the people who didn't vote for her were?
He's pointing out a flaw in the argument, Tom. No, he's misunderstanding the argument, Agent. I just explained. He's misunderstanding the argument that he's trying to argue against.
Wrong?
Yeah. So there's one thing Prime and I disagree about. So Prime didn't vote for. I disagree with him. Right. I think that if there's a chance that he could have convinced enough people around him to vote for Kamala, I understand the issue with the voting for the lesser evil thing. I feel like when people do the lesser evil calculation, sometimes they forget that they're still voting for evil. Right? But I understand. But I totally understand Prime's position.
Wait. This is a little sneaky. This is a little sneaky because you did vote for Obama. So just talking about you got up to vote. You got up. You moved your ass to vote for Obama in 2008 but it didn't. This differential didn't move you this time, and the answer is because she was too close to Biden. That's the answer for why it didn't move your ass.
He had probably never voted before. I think it was.
Hold on, Obama was the first. Hold on, Obama was the first time I ever voted. Right, it was the first presidential campaign I ever voted in. Right, so I wasn't thinking about politics deeply enough to be like, oh well, my vote's not working.
He said it doesn't make sense to get up and vote for Obama via McCain when he thinks Trump is a bigger danger. Oh, I know Oh my goodness, Agent Smith, why do you do this? Why do you like not listen to what I'm saying and then keep arguing? It's so frustrating. This is literally what Pisco is doing right now. Okay. Doobie said the only reason he didn't vote, it has nothing to do with Israel-Palestine. It had nothing to do with Israel-Palestine. That's the whole reason he's there. That's the whole thing he's supposed to be arguing against. But he said he didn't not vote because of Israel-Palestine. Because he lives in California. Yes, that's it. Because he lives in California. It had nothing to do with how good of a candidate Kamala was or wasn't. Has nothing to do with it. It has to do with the fact that he just lives in California. That's it. That's a cop-out. Exactly. That's what I keep saying. It's a fucking cop-out. And so Pisco is arguing against him as though there was something that was going to get him up and out to vote. There wasn't. Outside of the fact that maybe that if California became a swing state, that's it. That's the only scenario where he gets up and votes. So Pisco's arguing against him as though there was something Kamala could have done to get him to vote, and there wasn't. There wasn't a damn thing outside of just sucking so much that Donald Trump could have won. That seems like the only thing she could have done to actually make this more likely. So it's it's something that he's just not picking up on yet, because he's arguing against his position as though it's an actual position, and it's just not. He's just going with a full cop-out. All right. I am going to head out. I will be back on tomorrow. If everybody will do me a favor, hang out for just a minute. We're going to run through some credits, and once we're done, if you'll leave a comment, that really helps push us in the algorithm. Really helps push us in the algorithm, makes it to where more people are capable of seeing the stream, so that maybe more people will be here tomorrow. And also, make sure you join the Discord. There's a link in the description for the Discord, so make sure you click on the description and join the Discord. We're going to do a movie night coming up pretty soon. And people, start using the fucking VCs more, okay? Use the fucking VCs, all right? Just go use them. Just go hang out in there. You're playing video games, just go sit in the fucking VC. Just go hang out there. What the fuck, all right? I will be back on tomorrow, though. So hang out for a minute. Leave a comment when I'm done. Till then, appreciate you. Love you. And I'll see you next time. Later, fools. Crap. My shit's fucked.
Trump got into office too. 3, the reality is that we have hundreds of millions. Let me finish my sentence. The reality is that we have hundreds of millions of illegal aliens in this country committing atrocities against the American public.
How many? No. Literally everything you've said so far is incorrect. How many illegals do we have in our country?
When I'm done.
And you know what? I got something to say. I don't mean to cut you off for a second, Mello, but I want to know this. Why are you, Tom, taking the side of all of these assholes that Biden allowed in that did heinous crimes, horrible effing crimes, along with Grace, giving them money, letting them stay in hotels, as you can see, as you heard. What are you going to do with an American citizen? How are you going to help them?
Okay, so first off, okay, so yeah, so I took the notes. So first off, I don't think you guys actually care about the heinous crimes like rape, because you literally voted for a rapist. 2, you said that there hundreds of millions of illegals. Well, see, I literally can't get through a sentence ever. This is why I wanted to stop you one by one, is because I can never get through a sentence ever. I can never get through a sentence. This is insane. See, this is why I wanted to stop you, is because I can never talk. I'm not allowed to talk. This is a freaking crazy person screaming and yelling over me the whole time. I'm not able to talk.
100% of them were criminals. I just want you to realize and understand the gravity of that. He left. He couldn't handle the heat, people. He could not.
No, I dropped the motherfucker because you want to know why? I've had it with these fucking people.
Democrat politicians, if they make a statement on these things, they condemn it, whereas Republicans across the board often do not.
Your whole argument just got destroyed. So in the House, they voted against Charlie Kirk's death. 58 people.
They voted against his death? They voted against his death?
They said 58 people wouldn't say, hey, you know what, I condone, I'm against it. They voted against
it. What did the bill say? What did the bill say, Marte? What did the bill say? No, it doesn't. What did the bill say? It didn't say that. There was a motion that said, we condemn the violence. He was a bastion of freedom of speech, a great Christian man who had great values and was leading the nation in saving the world. And he had the biggest dick that anybody's ever seen. And we all want to suck it. So please, everybody sign this. And then Democrats came back and said, hey guys, you guys had like a 5-page thing about Charlie Kirk. When Melissa Hortman died, we had a 1-statement motion that we asked you guys to sign that just said that we all want to honor Melissa Hortman's death. And that was it, that we left it at that, and we all signed on to it. So we're going to propose another option that just says we all condemn political violence and we want to honor Charlie Kirk's death. And the Democrats put that up and they said, no, we're going with this one that just says all this other stuff of 5 pages of shit. It was not this like, oh, they celebrated his death now, or they're not willing to condone it. No, that was not all that was in there.
Every Democrat who voted against Charlie Kirk's resolution, 58 people in the House.
That wasn't the resolution. That wasn't the resolution.
That is the resolution.
I will read it.
They're basically refusing to condemn this on the House floor.
No, but what did they do that actually shows that?
Refuse to condemn it.
No, they didn't. So this is what it says right here. It says, whereas Charlie Kirk, James Kirk, born in October 14th, 1993, was a courageous American patriot whose life was tragically and unjustly cut short in an act of political violence on September 10th, 2025 at Utah Valley University. Whereas Charlie Kirk was a devoted Christian who bodily lived out his faith with convicted courage and compassion. Whereas Charlie Kirk was a dedicated husband to his beloved wife, Erica Kirk, and loving father to his daughter and son, exemplifying the virtues of faith, fidelity, and fatherhood. Whereas Charlie Kirk was a fierce defender of American founding and its timeline principles of life, liberty, limited government, and individual responsibility. Whereas I can go on. It'll take like another hour for me to read all this shit.
It's like the resolution that I was saying, right?
No, you said it was condemning. You said it was condemning the violence. You said that. That's what you said. That's what you said.
They were refusing to condemn the violence.
Yes, he was not a bastion of life, liberty, limited government, and individual responsibility. He voted for Donald Trump, a fucking fascist. He was not those things. I would not vote for that. I would not. Yes, it is subjective, and they didn't vote for it. Correct. It is subjective, and they didn't vote for that fucking shit. Whereas you're lying, saying that it's about condemning his murder, and that is incorrect. That is not what this is about. This is about. That's what this is about. That's